Listen, chat, I know you guys are all excited, but I'm not gonna let Dijak shoot all over me and Mansoor until this hype train is at 5. Level 5. So make sure you subscribe. He's gonna shoot hard. He's in the chat right now. I'm holding your scoops hostage. That's right, dirt sheets. You better start gifting subscribers. Yes, it's working.
Are we live right now?
Yeah, they can hear you, so stop saying the N-word.
They can hear me? Okay.
I mean, you can say the N-word now. You're out.
I don't think so.
I think you're good.
Oh my God. Ashley, if you're watching this, stop blowing up my phone.
Why would she be watching?
She's like, I can't watch it. I don't know where to watch it. How do I do it?
Why? Like, tell her to subscribe, first of all. Why is this the first time that she's watching the stream?
The last person on earth who can figure out how to subscribe to the Twitch channel.
She has Amazon. I know she has Amazon. She's a white woman.
Why isn't this?
Oh, I didn't expect you guys to get to level 5. I'm gonna need it a little bit higher, honestly.
That's so scummy. That's so scummy.
All right, she's watching. She just said, "Fuck you all."
Todd Phillips is in the chat.
Todd Phillips. All the stars.
It's Todd Phillips. All the stars are here. Director of The Joker and The Hangover. And War Dogs.
Level 5?
Not the New Japan.
5 ain't enough. I need like 10.
So I said I would answer chat questions. What's a reasonable price point for that? Because I can't answer everyone's fucking little.
That's true. We won't see. Well, I didn't tell you the gimmick of the stream yet. For the low price of $10, they can pitch a gimmick for you now that you're out.
All right, fine.
So I don't know if you want to add. We can also take questions, like a guaranteed seeing of your question for like 5. I feel like that's reasonable.
5? Will we get like 1 million questions for $5?
Yeah, it feels like that's a lot.
It's a little low.
Like I'm gonna have to
Sean Ross Sapp, it's $20 for you, pal.
Yeah, $20 for you, Richie Rich over here.
Yeah,
he got 800 questions for free earlier today. So
for free?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for free. He's very public. They don't pay for interviews.
Well, I pay for a lot of things.
Easy.
I'm talking about Patreon subscriptions. I support independent artists.
Easy. What kind of Patreon are you talking about? I've seen some shit on Patreon. That doesn't free you.
My wife's told me to raise the price point.
Yeah, he needs it. He's got kids. Chat.
He's in control now. She calls the shots. So
she calls the shots.
Ashley, text me what you think the price point should be.
Shout out Bridgewater State.
Bridgewater.
Hey,
Bridgewater.
That's where my wife is from.
That's where I used to work at a D'Angelo's.
I used to work at the D'Angelo's I went to.
Oh, hey, I'm making pizza over here.
Oh, hey, D'Angelo's is a sub shop.
Oh,
I'm making friggin' steak and cheese sandwiches over here.
Brennan, do you remember the name of the pizza place across the street from the D'Angelo's you worked at?
No.
Chessman's.
Yeah, I do remember that. All right, I'm not gonna hold the chat hostage anymore. Hold on, we're gonna go live.
Oh, good.
of Honor who had to
Previously
wait
on
almost a year
Inside
to get on
MXM.
TV, right? The only guy who was on NXT Black and Gold, putting on like fucking 5-star bangerinos or whatever
That
the
has
fuck
not
they
been
are.
rewarded for it in the least.
At all. And I tried to tell you, I keep telling you, I keep saying, you would have known by now if you were chosen. You're not chosen. Okay? They didn't have any plans for you when you got called up because you're not chosen. You know when a guy's chosen because they will always have plans for them. You know.
Immediately.
And for as much as anybody says, "Oh, we're working on pitches for you," no. If you're chosen, they will always have something for you.
Because you don't need to work on pitches to put somebody on a wrestling show. It's not Shakespeare. It's not a freaking Oscar-nominated movie. It's put them on. If they want somebody that they want to do well, they put them on TV and they make them win immediately. That's it. That's all you have to do.
That's it.
It's not.
That's all you have
it's
to
not
do. Just
freaking
win
rocket
it.
science. If you look
Just
at
have
anybody
them
they
fight
care about, you have.
The only guy from Ring of Honor who had to wait almost a year to get on TV, right? The only guy who was on NXT Black and Gold, putting on like fucking 5-star bangerinos or whatever
That
the
has
fuck
not
they
been
are.
rewarded for it in the least.
At all. And I tried to tell you, I keep telling you, I keep saying, you would have known by now if you were chosen. You're not chosen. Okay? They didn't have any plans for you when you got called up because you're not chosen.
Hello, my friend, we meet again. It's been a while, you will be gone. Feel like forever. Well.
Keep going.
Well. When you are with me, I'm free from the fed. I believe. None of us are employed. We're fired. It brings tears to our children's eyes.
Feast your eyes.
Feast your eyes. My sacrifice. Here we are, chat.
Wow. Here we are. Finally.
The promised day is upon us.
Finally, the group chat is fired from WWE. Here we are.
How does it feel, Dijak, to never have to worry about a 203 number on your cell phone again?
I don't know about never. Let's never say never, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hopefully a 203 number calls you, rehires you, and then you have to worry about it firing you again.
That would be based.
Would be exceptionally based. Chat, welcome to the stream. If you're new here, this is Inside MXM, where we shoot all over each other and on the chat for free every couple times a week. Sometimes we're gonna do it more. Maybe Dijak will do it sometimes now that he needs money.
Do you have a gigantic mustache?
No, it's just a regular mustache.
That's a pretty big mustache.
I'm pretty happy with it. I'm pretty happy with the mustache.
I like good with the mustache. It's good mustache. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's. I'm going for the athlete, the black athlete in the '80s look.
Yes, your dad.
It's my dad, my father.
You're turning into your dad.
Yeah, it happens to us all. I'm Brennan, Mason. This is Mansoor. This is Dijak. We're here for any reason in particular.
I guess your first name's Donovan again, eh?
Donovan.
Yes.
Hub City News. Thank you for the gift subs.
My last official match as Donovan Dijak was a 5-star Wrestling Observer newsletter PWG Classic against Keith Lee. So I need to
7 years ago.
7 years ago.
It was 7 years ago.
That's pretty crazy.
Did you choose Donovan as your name for the similar reason that Roddy Strong chose his name?
What's his reasoning?
He chose Roderick Strong because it sounded like a cool black guy's name. And Donovan Dijak also kind of sounds like a cool black guy's name.
Yeah. No, that's not the reason. It was kind of actually given to me. Given is a stretch, but it was suggested to me as the not the booker, but the Mike Crockett. He's a referee, or he was a referee for Chaotic Wrestling, where I trained, and he did the. He wasn't the booker, but he was like, I think he helped with like production and creative to a certain extent, and he pitched Donovan Dijak to me, and I was like, yeah, sure.
Double D's. Everybody likes double
Yeah.
D's.
I did want to be just Dijak, but this was 2013, so Ryback was very prevalent. At
Oh,
this
that's a
point.
good point. Our close personal friend.
Yeah,
So I
that's
didn't
my
wanna
number
just-
one right there.
You
No,
know
I
how
just didn't- I
much
didn't
you know how
wanna-
much money Mansoor shooting on Ryback gets us on YouTube every week? It's insane.
It's our most viewed video by a huge margin.
Really?
Ryback is an exceptional draw. Like, say whatever you want to say about him, but I mean, hey, even Simon Gotch made his name off of shooting on Ryback. You shoot on Ryback, you're gonna make a ton of money.
Well, let's do it right now then.
All right,
Fuck that.
let's do it.
What do
Let's
you
start
have
with
to
the
say?
Ryback
Yeah, what do you
shoot.
have to say about Ryback? What did Ryback ever do to you?
I've
To be
I
to
think
be
I got
fair,
him
we can
once.
feel completely safe in shooting on Ryback because nobody will get mad at us for shooting on Ryback, except
Yeah,
Ryback.
so well, Cody might. Cody's kind of buds with him.
Cody's a Rybacker.
Yeah.
Cody's
yeah,
Rybacking off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cody doesn't accept Ryback shots like we want to give out.
Yeah. I guess they were boys. Maybe they roomed together in like OVW or whatever.
That sounds right. That sounds true.
He might genuinely get mad at me for saying this, but you know, what's he gonna do?
He's not going to work you at a pay-per-view.
No. But yeah, they at least back then they were maybe, you know, they could have had a huge falling out for all I know, but
Inshallah.
oh my god, shut up, Ashley.
Oh my God! Please don't have a domestic abuse.
Please, we can't
case
have that on our
I'm
watch.
begging you to relax on your
Like,
wife.
why is there an ad? What's your password? Like, I can't.
Tell her to subscribe so she doesn't see the ads.
Is Ashley one of the people complaining about the ads?
Can somebody
I
give
was
Ashley?
subscribed. I was subscribed. She made me unsubscribe because we can't afford it anymore. This is what she
Fair.
does.
I mean, you are unemployed.
Somebody
Hey,
gift Dijak a subscription, please.
Hang 'em high. Thanks for the gift sub, Dijak. Thoughts on your boy, Hang 'em high?
Is that the Hang 'em High?
Yeah.
that's
V.
that's Hang 'em
Hang 'em
High,
High.
Hearst Helmsley.
That's fucking Triple H. He's here.
Yeah, that's Hunter's Burner. He's here. Hey, big man.
You son of a bitch.
Listen, I thought about it, and you know, after the response on Twitter, I think we're gonna take it back. What do you say?
I was saying to you guys earlier that WWE could do the funniest fucking thing in the
Yeah.
world
that's
if they wanted to. They don't even need to re-sign me, but if they booked me for Raw in Boston, that would be fucking hilarious.
Are you under contract during that time?
No, I'm under
Hub
contract
City
right
News, thank
now.
you for all the gift subs. Holy moly.
Oh my God! Thank you so
No,
much.
My contract
Lego feet. Thank you.
tomorrow at midnight, as far as I know.
Tomorrow at midnight when the bell strikes. So what you're saying is at any point during this stream you can get a text from a 203 number that says, "Hey big man, why aren't you being a team player right now?"
If he wants to, I guess.
At any point, because you're gonna burn all your bridges. You already started burning your bridges. You already complained about Cameo.
I didn't complain. I stated a fact.
I simply told the truth.
All I've done today is tell the truth. That's all I've done.
Kendia, thanks for the subscription. Brian J, thanks for the subscription. Donella, thanks for the subscription. Oh my God! Wow, you guys are based Oracle. One of a Kindred, the James Allen, good Lord, Paragon Creed, Hub City News, all these gifted subs, Matty G. Yep, that's everybody.
And Dijak got his subscription, so now his wife doesn't have to watch 10 ads.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's great.
She's complaining of a storm in my
Big, the gimmick of this stream, aside from Dijak shooting hard all over us, is going to be that for $10, you can pitch a gimmick, and we will pitch it to Dijak, and he might have to take it. So go ahead and do that.
Yeah, what did we say? $10 for a pitch, 20 for a question.
For a question.
Are we monetizing that?
Yeah, we have to
should I
monetize
just
it.
take? Or should I just take questions that pop me and ask it to?
If you see a question that pops you, then I think that's,
Yeah, sure. If a question pops you can ask me. I don't
a
have to
dime
answer
is
it, though.
worth, more
If
than
they,
$20.
if they pay for it, I have to answer it.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
But otherwise,
Anabusti,
you got to try really hard.
Reaver, Anabusti, and Flo Cosmo, thanks for the subscriptions. Why don't we just go over what happened? I mean, there might be people in the chat who don't know what's going on. They
Yeah,
might
what's
be coming
going
to
on? Why is everyone here?
There might be fans of me and Brennan who don't know who you are. Who are like, what's going on? Why is my stream being hijacked by Dijak?
Why is he the
go on,
bigger
give a little-
picture?
Hijack. Well, this morning I posted a letter that I had written to the world where I announced a number of things that are all 100% factually accurate. There was no
Big if true.
work. Yeah, there's no bending the truth. There's no working. There's no angle here. I decided, much to the dismay of many people in my life who were advising me otherwise, some of which are in the group chat, but everyone came around to my point eventually, that I wanted to be as transparent and honest and forthcoming and truthful as possible.
Congratulations on being transparent.
Thank you. I felt like it's a very unique situation. I feel like I have more to gain from being honest than I do from trying to make myself seem cooler than I am.
And first of all, I want to applaud the move of taking a picture of a sheet with your booking email. That was excellent 4D chess, because I've seen that picture all over the place, including memes.
Yes. Yeah. Lots of memes, lots of stuff like that.
I got a message from one of my friends who does not care about wrestling, and it says, wow, Dijak's Twitter game is really good for a boomer.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I spend a little too much time on Twitter, so I know the ins and outs of it. So basically, long story short, WWE did not make me any sort of offer. Contrary to what a lot of people online were saying and just kind of what the narrative became, I think because Fightful released a story where they said something to the effect that there was. It's funny because if you read the full article, it's 100% factually accurate. It says that there were positive preliminary negotiations, but that WWE had not made me an offer. So I read that in the article and I said, that's kind of
odd.
I understand what the thought process was in that phrasing, but then it got aggregated into just there's positive preliminary negotiations, and the other part of it that was in there got left out where they hadn't made me an offer yet. And so it's like, I think people saw that and misinterpreted it as I'd been offered money and I was going back, and we at no point was there a negotiation of money. There was an exchange of like pleasantries, and I think that's kind of.
He said, hello, my name is Chris Dijak. I work for the company. I know you haven't had me come to work in a while.
It wasn't me. I'm represented by Paragon Talent Group, which is Dean Mutati, Mojo Wally, and Steve K. They've represented me extremely well. They've constantly reached out to WWE on my behalf. There was a little bit of back and forth, but there was never a monetary offer. So that's what was meant by positive preliminary negotiations. Is there a discourse had begun, but no offer had been made. And ultimately, that's what I said on my sheet, is that they fucking stonewalled us because monetarily they did. We kept pressing and kept pressing and not getting responses until finally we got a response that was like, hey, WWE is not going to make an offer. And I was like, oh, fuck.
So by positive preliminary discourse, what you mean to say is you're positive that there was a preliminary discourse.
I mean, the quotes weren't mine. I didn't say those things, um, but yeah, that's what it it got a little bit misconstrued, and the the fan base took it as, oh, he's negotiating a contract, which I guess I was trying to and I wanted to, but WWE did not. So I decided that it was better to just let everybody know that than
So
to
you
try
weren't
to.
a selfish bastard who just wouldn't take
Yeah.
any offer that was given to you.
Right. I mean, I don't know what would have happened had they made me an offer. I don't.
You could have leaved.
Right. Yeah.
Speaking of, I mean, it's very funny, and it really takes the wind out of our sails because we really wanted them to make you an offer so we could really push that leave meme. But if they don't, it's really just kind of sad, isn't it? we were planning on posting a video of us saying leave under all your tweets for days and days and days.
And then we couldn't
we
do
were
it
like,
anymore when you told us.
You don't have a choice. You can't leave.
This sucks. The last thing Hunter took away from us was a great bit.
Yeah. Dijak, real quick, let me pause so I can tell Brennan the donation link does not work, probably because we changed the name of the channel, Brennan.
Yeah, I just I fixed it. Now it works.
Okay,
So
cool. Sorry,
if you
guys.
had a question or a gimmick pitch, it is now available. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All the viewers are going up. That's good. Why is that happening?
Because you're a draw, brother.
It's because you're a draw. You're
'Cause
proving
you're
them
a
wrong
draw.
already.
Now, let me quickly say, before we get into specifics, I'm going to glizz you up real quick, Dijak.
Glizz
okay?
his glizzy.
I can actually listen to this one. I don't have to leave the stream.
You don't have to disavow.
I want to get, because of course, the reason everybody is here, in this stream is to listen to what I have to say about you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get into that real quick.
You are you are the main character of the story.
Of
That
the
is-
I'm the main
world.
character of life itself, truly. So believe me when I say that, guys, when Mason and I were released, obviously I was gutted. It was heart-wrenching. I felt that we took a gimmick that was given to us and made it as entertaining as possible and really tried to make it work. And for whatever reason, it just didn't work out. But at the same time, I understood at the end of the day, we were the maximum male fucking models. So we weren't on TV. And for whatever it's worth, they let us go. And that's not a decision that I can look at objectively and go, that doesn't make sense. Because they were paying us a certain amount of money and we weren't being used at TV. So they were paying us essentially to do nothing. So it's fine. I get it from a business perspective. Now, here's what I have to say about Dijak. Here's a guy who, similar to us, was given a gimmick that was complete dog shit. Did everything he possibly could to make it work. I mean,
I like T-Bar.
T-Bar.
T-Busy.
T-Bussy is an even worse name than ma.çé and ma.ce. I mean, I love ma.çé and ma.ce. Horrible to vanity search, though. But let me just say this. He went from T-Bar and Retribution to T-Bar without Retribution, just as a meaningless drifting T-Bar. And he was putting on the best fucking possible matches he could on main event, trying desperately. He wrestled Damian Priest on Raw in a fucking awesome match. And when he walked away from that match and he was basically given nothing as far as feedback is concerned, like I remember seeing his heart break. Like this was a guy who gives everything he possibly.
No, I wasn't given no feedback. I was given negative feedback.
So the feedback he was given was.
I'll tell this story. I'd love to tell the story. Actually.
All right, go ahead.
Tell the story.
So this is a match. You can look it up on YouTube right now. It's like almost 1 million views. It did very well.
It was awesome.
It was in Providence, Rhode Island, which is the old Dunkin' Donuts Center, which I used to go to shows to as a kid. So it was super meaningful to me. I have a big fan base in Rhode Island. This was a big break for me. Right around this time, Vince was like telling the writers that they need to think of something for me to do and stuff. So this was a big match for me. It was 2 segments. It was near the end of Raw. Priest was getting a good push. Me and Luis are friends. Finally, I had something that I could hang my hat on.
I hope they figure out something for him.
Match. At the end of it, he choke slams me through a table, and I was insistent on the spot, and it paid off. It ended up being amazing. The table exploded into 1 million pieces. It was a nasty bump. I was in a lot of pain, but it was fine. He threw me in. He hit his finish. I took a cool spike bump. I was so happy. The crowd reaction was huge. We won over the crowd, even though the crowd was dead to start with. They were chanting CM Punk when we were wrestling, and Punk was not in the company at this point, so it was just a trolling chant. We were super happy. I go to the back. I go to the back, and I go over to Vince, and I'm so excited. I'm like, hey boss, is everything okay? What'd you think? And he's like, no, it wasn't okay. You gotta, he's like, you gotta grab him during, you can't just, you grabbed him. I can't even remember if it was him or Bruce who gave me this feedback. I know Vince was involved in some capacity, and I know they were mad because during the break, which was a dark break, which means it was just for the live crowd, we were in commercial break and TV couldn't see it. During the break, we did something on the outside where, like, I bounced his head off the apron or something, just working the crowd. And as we were walking around the ring, I was like walking to grab him, or I put my hand on his head or something, and I wasn't like aggressively grabbing him.
Like in WWE 2K when you have someone by the head and you're just walking around, like moving around.
Yeah, it might have been something like that. We didn't grab him aggressively enough, but it was the most disheartening thing that had ever happened, because like I just decimated my body for this man, like to
The table
impress
exploded.
him. I took a choke, and I didn't like pussy out of the chokeslam. You can go watch it right now. I was on the fucking apron.
Hold on, I just got to thank Hingham High Helmsley for all the gift subs he's giving. He's trying to make sure nobody has to watch ads. Thank you.
I took a chokeslam from Damian Priest, who's about as tall as me. I jumped out of the fucking building, and I took what basically amounts to a 10 or 11 foot floor bump straight on my back. Didn't turn, didn't pussy out of it, just straight flat back onto the ground. Probably badly adjusting my hips and spine, and just all of this just to impress Vince. And I go to the back, and he's fixated on the fact that I didn't grab someone aggressively enough in a break that nobody on television saw.
Nobody
And
saw.
that was the moment where in my head I just went, oh, they're looking for a reason to not like me. Like they don't, because it's pro wrestling, right? It's fake fighting. You can make up any shit you want. So I was like, oh, the office wants me to fail. Like they're actively looking for reasons to not use me and push. And again, this is a prior regime and whatever, and things change and blah blah blah. But like at that moment, I remember going to the back. And Keith was still there at the time, and I think Keith got fired like 2 weeks later. But at the time, Keith was there, and I remember sitting in the locker room, and I'm in horrible pain, and I just start grabbing my shit and just like fucking slamming and smashing shit. I'm just making a big fucking scene in the locker room, and Keith walks over to me, and he's like, because he knows, like he's going through the ringer at this time too, and he just puts his hand on my shoulder, and he goes, "Don't sell it, brother. Don't sell it." I'm just sitting there, like on the verge of tears, because I'm like, these motherfuckers took everything from me. Like, they named me T-Bar. They gave me this dog shit gimmick. I still go out. I still win over the crowd. I still kill it. And they just find another fucking reason to be angry at me. And I was like, I don't know what to fucking do for this man anymore. Again, this is for Vince. So I'm like, and then there was probably, I think there was like 6 more months of Vince after that. So it was just like, the whole time I just felt like I was getting fired the whole time, because I was like, nothing I can do. And I had that match, and then I think I had Finn the next week, because Brennan had Finn maybe like the week before. Is that right, Brennan?
Yeah, after they split us up and then did nothing with either of us. It was a good time.
Yeah. Right.
Except
Brennan,
for
before you continue, nobody can hear what you're saying right now, Dijak, because our notification subscription sounds is like,
I fixed it.
Okay, good. All right, now you can continue, Dijak.
Okay. Did they get that story, or do I have to repeat?
They got the story.
I hope they got it.
Yeah. But yeah, so there's a long story between that match and Vince's departure that, was obviously a very difficult time.
Before we get back to Mansoor glizzing your goblin, We've got a couple of gimmick pitches. Anu Bisti, quite the name. New gimmick, wear all green and shave everything but the chops and yap about how much you love and want Lucky Charms and you'll beat up children for a box of cereal. That's actually our close friend, our close personal friend Damo's gimmick.
Yes.
Marcus 048001. First off, Dijak, I love your work and wish you the best. I was wondering if you'd tell us the ideas for you've pitched and feuds you wanted. And Super Volteca, in celebration of the new anime, Dijak should go full Kinnikuman and become the perfect Chojin, revamping his entire moveset, as many references as humanly possible. Just want an excuse to see somebody be put in a Palo special Kek W.
Dijak has no idea.
He has no idea what that means.
But Dijak, why don't you answer that question? That second question. What was it? What was your favorite thing that you pitched?
Oh. No.
No.
This can't be happening. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Are you back? Hello.
I'm back.
All right.
Yeah.
What was your favorite thing that you pitched?
So I was switching routers. I realized because Brennan was fading in and out, so I realized I was on the wrong router. So
I'm shocked at your technical ability. I really, truly am. I'm shocked you know what a router is. Yeah, but what was your proudest pitch that probably went absolutely?
I'm looking at them right now. Are we talking about like ever or like recently in this last Raw?
I guess ever. Yeah, you had some years.
We'll ask the guy. That's the guy who asked the question.
Oh yeah, guy who asked the
question.
question. What do you want, ever or recently? He probably wants both. Now that we're interacting.
Well, while we wait for that, my wife just actually reminded me, Dijak, do you remember when we were at a hotel for WrestleMania in Dallas and we filmed promo pitches for each other?
Yes.
Yeah. So it was one of those things where neither of us were being used. And I was like, Dijak, why don't you do something? Because Vince was obsessed with something about your personality. Like, I don't know if you guys all remember Peyton Royce talked about, after she was released, how she sat in Vince's office and Vince kept asking her, what do you like to do? Tell me something about yourself.
What are your hobbies?
And she was like, oh, I like to watch the television. And Vince was like, nah, that's not a hobby. So like Vince wants something about you personally. And I was like, Dijak, why don't you talk about how you were a criminal investigator? You were a fucking PI. Like you should go in talking about how you have a degree in what is it, criminal justice or something like that?
Yes.
And I said, I'm going to interview you. I'm going to take a promo of you in a dimly lit hotel room. And I want you to tell me a story about how you pulled up on a car accident that you were supposed to investigate and how seeing the mangled wreckage and the destroyed car and even the traces of the body left behind, the bile and the blood and the what's the word?
Viscera. The viscera.
How it actually excited you, and secretly there's a part of you that loves seeing that kind of destruction and
Not
damage,
McMahon
and that's
taking
why.
credit for the Dijak's NXT run.
Well, is any of that inspired by that?
If I remember correctly, I might be wrong. I remember filming those with you. I don't think we presented those to Vince, or I don't think I presented it to Vince. I think I sent it to the writers.
Okay.
And I also think that this was after the conversation that I had with Vince, where he dug into my background and my personal life, and he found out that
I do remember that conversation.
and I had a background in criminal justice, and he suggested that there was something about the criminal mind. So then I think that you and I took that information and we're like, how can we make this as Vince applicable as humanly possible?
Which is why you added the getting excited about the viscera and the blood and the gore and the black viscous fluid.
Because Because, like, remember, something about the criminal mind, right? This is the same guy who said, it's human nature to want to eat a person in a wheelchair. So we thought maybe he could connect with you getting turned on.
Based in Homelander build.
There was such a huge, depressing stretch of all of our careers where we're just frantically trying to figure out what this fucking 74-year-old madman wants. Because like we saw a quote today and we were joking about it because John Moxley said something like, I'll paraphrase, I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something like, there's no more pressure than like than a 74-year-old man.
Yeah, something like that.
When you a 2-page script to memorize and there's a ton of pressure. And we were like, I think there's more pressure not getting that script and to just begging this same 74-year-old madman to give us a chance. Like that's
it puts you in like a state of like prehistory where you're just trying to appeal to a shaman. Like you don't know what he wants. You're outside the shaman's hut and you're shaking your leaves and you're like, please give me a sign of what you want from me, Lord Shaman.
And you go into his hut and he doesn't even look at you. He just has like, he has ash in his hand. He's eating steak with ketchup. And you say, Mr. Shaman, sir, I'd like you to read my future. And he goes, hold on, let me just eat this. And you sit there and he's eating a steak. And I go, do you want me to leave? And he goes, no, stay here. And he takes 20 fucking minutes to eat his steak while I sit in front of him. Yeah, that's the shaman.
And then he starts shaking up his dust and he blows it in your face. And you're like, sir, can I please have my future? And he's like, there's something about wanting to eat a dinosaur, isn't there? And then you just leave.
So many times where we had to try and guess, like, what does he want? Because, like, at one point I came up with, I'm like, oh, he likes animals, so I'll be T-Bar, the tyrant.
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Yes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex
and then
bar.
There was one time where it's like, oh, he likes lions, so I'll be a lion. And then 2 weeks later, Veer was the lion, and I was like, fuck.
Remember when you wanted to do a Resident Evil inspired gimmick where you were the tyrant, like Mr. X? Yeah, that would have been awesome.
So many fucking, oh man.
You literally could do like the live action version of Mr. X from Resident
Evil. We've got a couple more pitches. Miss Kate Fabe, friend of the show, no question, just never lost on me how hard these days are. I don't doubt that brighter days are ahead, even if it doesn't feel like it today. You can do everything right, and it still turns out this way. Also, shoot on Ryback, though.
I will finish that. A lot of people keep messaging me in that vein, and whilst I appreciate that, I'm removed from that feeling of it. When I was notified,
there's something about just like diving, because we did the same thing. We got released and we streamed the day that we announced it, right? And like by the time we were streaming, we were like approaching it from a pretty thankful position, right? Where we're just like, all right, we're glad that we were able to have this run. It's going to provide us with opportunities in the future. But like, we were so confident in our ability, and I think you are too, to do something with whatever you get next, that it almost makes you more excited. And then the weight off of your shoulders of not having to worry about getting fired every day, and the weight off of your shoulders of not having to just throw stuff into a void and not get anything back, and the weight off of your shoulders of just not having to worry about just the week to week of just, will I travel? Am I going to have to pay for a hotel that I didn't need? Like you were recently sent to another state on Father's Day, right? And they didn't need you, and they sent you right back. Like, that's the kind of stuff that you just don't have to deal with anymore.
Wait a minute. Dijak, do you want to tell that story? Or is that petty?
Is it petty? I don't think it's...
I don't want it to come off as sour grapes.
Yeah.
And I don't want to
Let's preface this entire stream. There's no sour grapes here, right?
My wife is complaining about the ads too, by the way. So
Tell her to
it's not just you
subscribe.
guys. My wife is seething about the ads. 7 ads? 7? Listen, is that even us? I don't know if that's
I
us
didn't
or
even.
Twitch.
I don't know. I know I
don't know.
set so that there are ads, but I don't know how many.
Sorry, guys. I mean, hang 'em high. You're a baller for gifting all these subs.
Somebody. If you know what, if you maybe save some money on Dijak's contract, it's the least you can do.
The Ryback story was he and I were booked to face each other, and I think maybe like the morning of, he did some big long tweet or something where it was like, "I'm stuck in Tennessee and the flight this and the flight that and this, that, and the other thing," and then I think I quote tweeted it or replied, and I was like, this was like 10 years ago, so I don't remember it all, but it was something in the vein of, he just doesn't want to fucking wrestle me. Which was, I'm 99% sure that he just didn't want to fucking wrestle me. And I think he might have replied back like, "What are you trying to say, bro?" It's just some stupid shit. I don't remember any of it, but it was
Hang 'em
funny.
high. HHH donated $5. You're getting booked on Speed next week. It's in your contract. Chop chop, buddy. Let's go.
Let's go.
Lego Feet donated $10. Your match at WrestleMania XL was the best of the entire weekend. Are you banned from wrestling for 90 days like Manny and Mansoor? Manny and Mansoor? Manny and Mansoor.
Manny versus Mansoor is going to go so hard, bro. Manny versus Mansoor, match of the fucking century.
Best of luck and thank you for your sacrifice. You want to answer that?
What was the question? Do I have a 90
Are you
day-
banned
Yeah,
for
yeah.
90 days?
No. What?
No.
I wasn't released.
Whoa. Hold on a second.
I guess
What are you
we're
trying to
talking
say?
technicalities.
You're better than us released guys? Is that
Yeah,
what
what
you're
are
trying
you
to say?
what are you trying to say? Why are you here? Why'd you
I
come
wasn't
crawling to
released.
us if it's so bad to
wasn't
be
released.
released?
I kind of wish I was released, because that would have been funny in that they still don't get a 90-day clause because my contract is up tomorrow. So no, I'm not released. I'm still under WWE contract right now. I guess if they wanted to make me an offer right now, they could.
I mean, they can always make you an offer. They can make you an
Yeah,
offer
right,
2 days later.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. At this point, I'm not terribly interested in listening to it, just because by the nature of a WWE contract, they can hire you and then release you for no reason.
That would be
at any
so
point.
funny, though. Wouldn't that be hilarious? I kind of
So
want to see it.
they could just pull a fast one on me and be like, "You're rehired, JK, you're fired," and then I just have to sit
Then
around.
you
Okay,
have
but
to
hear
wait
me
90
out.
days.
Hear me
Yeah.
out. What if they promised you a run with the Speed Championship? Would that entice you?
No.
What do you mean?
What?
do you mean it's fake?
What? That's a picture with a belt that you didn't have.
That's a belt that you
No.
can't hold on TV, but you can on Twitter.
You can't.
Listen, I would if they came to me with some massive number or some promises or something like that at this point, I would get it in. I would consider getting it in writing.
Could you imagine going to
That
court?
they give you
Could
the
you
Speed
could you imagine going to
Oh,
court
Judge,
and suing?
I was promised a run with the Speed Championship exclusive on X, and I didn't get a run.
Excuse me, Your Honor. So I have it here in writing that I was going to be allowed to win a pretend fight and hold a fake belt, and that right was taken from me.
I call to the stand Elon Musk.
It would be awesome.
A couple more donations. CM Origins has a pitch. Here's this. A guy from Massachusetts who wears basketball jerseys and jean shorts and raps against his opponents. His name would be T-Bars with a Z to avoid copyright. In his spare time, he would post random pictures on Instagram with no
Wait, hold on.
context.
Wait a minute. Why is it T-Bars with a Z for no copyright when you could just... They don't own T-Bars with an S. Why the fuck does having a Z?
No, there was a short-lived time where there were two Dijaks, and they were called T-Bars.
The T-Bars. Because you can either be a T-Bar or a T-Wink.
What? Oh,
Nah.
oh, I see.
Some
I see
people
what
will
you
get
did.
it. Some people
Oh,
will get it.
it is June.
Odd one.
Adam CDX. Hey, Dijak, would you rather eat a bug or drink one for an hour?
Drink what?
Would you rather eat a bug or drink one for 1 hour?
How do you drink a bug?
With a
just
straw.
answer the question.
Should I answer?
Eat a bug. I ate a bug yesterday by accident. I was pretty upset about that. It just flew into my mouth. I
Yeah,
was
you do
pissed.
live in the middle of the woods.
You'd
Yeah, I
rather
do.
eat a bug than drink it?
Yeah, I'd rather eat a bug. You can get that over real
But then
quick.
But
You could
then
also
it's all
fry it.
crunchy.
You could boil
Nobody
it.
said you can prepare
put it in a stew.
Nobody said, okay, slow down, all right?
Boil and mash them, put them in a stew.
No one's bringing bugs to the cookout, okay? We're not gonna.
No,
we're not gonna
no.
barbecue these
Hold on.
bugs.
That's where you're wrong. Because when I went to the University of North Carolina and I went to my first state fair, they were selling fried cicadas at a stand. I didn't eat it,
What?
but they do be bringing bugs to the cookout.
Chat, can I ask you a question? Is Dijak invited to the cookout? Or is it just Cody?
Unc a little weird, but he cool.
Unc Donnie?
Unc Don.
They're saying yes. It could just be a bunch of white guys. I don't know.
we can never know. Tyler Phalis donated $5. Dijak, when do we see you versus Santi? It is possible now, even though Santi is paid by the Fed.
It was always possible. It was always
Yeah.
possible.
Did I see that he's training now? Did I see that?
Is he
For real?
he's kind of. I saw a picture of him, kind of jacked.
I think he said that.
Good build.
He once said that he's like 6'8", and I wasn't sure if he was joking or not.
No
He's
way.
joking. There's no way.
Is he joking?
There's no way.
But he was
No?
like. There's a picture of him in college, and he's like got pretty big shoulder. Like he kind of looks like Mansoor.
Oh.
Hey, thanks.
A
Did you actually
Mansoor,
just suggest-
a Mansoor type build. look at
Yeah,
look at how he's shocked by the compliment.
Are you suggesting that
Oh.
I got a big frame?
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
you
what
got
kinda
you got a
suggested.
triangle build. You got no legs. but you got a good upper
You are
body.
putting over my physique right now.
Yeah,
for
we
the first time.
bullied you. We bullied you into finally getting to the point where we can put over your physique. Now,
Right?
don't lose it
What is that?
because I'll bully you again.
I'm glowing right now. Like I feel like I've never really been gassed up like this before. Well, except
Gassed
when I
up?
was gassing
Glizzed
myself up, but that, speaking of glizz, let me continue my glizz of Dijak.
Continue
Okay?
to glizz.
Here's a guy who, for his entire career, and Dijak, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody always said that you were an incredible professional wrestler, but they said you lacked personality and character, right? Oh, give him a manager.
I think
Anybody who was looking for a reason to not support or like you, or if somebody
You
said,
would get
"Why
a
isn't
million
Dijak getting
tweets.
you?"
Oh, you could use Paul Heyman, or you could use a manager or something because you
could
can't
use
talk. For
people
some
would
reason.
say people would say he's just a work rate guy. You know,
Which isn't
he's a-
true. We just didn't talk. like
But here's
you're
the
never
thing,
given
right?
mic time.
What I felt Dijak did, it's the textbook way of just proving everybody wrong and showing that you're a multifaceted performer. You get the opportunity to go down to NXT. You completely and totally reinvent yourself. Well, which is not very difficult when you were T-Bar, but you find this.
Well, no,
character
hold
and
on,
this
time out.
presentation.
That's not entirely true. It's actually more difficult to come back from the dead as T-Bar. Like, obviously, yeah, it's not hard to want to reinvent yourself when you're T-Bar, but like to actually turn it around and become something that was not a joke is excessively impressive.
Here's what I mean, right?
To join the
Dijak was
Blitz.
in Retribution, which is, I think, what everybody considers to be maybe the least
The greatest faction of this generation.
the least acclaimed stable in probably the last 15 years.
Everyone in it was fired.
And what I
Including
mean to say
Mia.
is-
She just got rehired.
Here comes Dijak in this new, like, 80s vigilante cop, crooked cop character. He has this awesome Sin City presentation. And finally, it's a complete package. It all comes together. And finally, people can see Dijak every single time he had a match on NXT. I would say nearly every single card he was on, he had the best match of the night. Pretty much
no.
almost every time.
There's a lot of like short TV matches in there where I did everything I could, but at the end of the day, it's like 4 minutes against.
Of course.
Bury him.
If you had a-
Bury
if
him.
you had- But there was never a segment that you were featured on where people went, "That's a downer," right? To quote our good close personal friend Simon
Never.
Miller.
Never,
You were
no.
always a highlight of the show. And I want to highlight this point, whether it was a match or an angle. It could have been a backstage segment. It could have been a vignette of you in your interrogation room where you were sticking, nightsticks up people. It didn't matter what it was.
Oh, I remember the bondage angle. That was great and progressive.
The bondage angle where you were with Ilya Dragunov and he was like,
when you made sweet love to each other.
And you were like, boy, you can really take a pounding. And he was like, hey, is that all you got? Why is he French?
Because Hang 'em High's in the chat, the biggest Ilya Glazer in history.
Is that all you got, Dijak?
Is that all you got, Dijak?
No more subs for you.
What does a Russian sound like? Hold on. Is that all you got, Dijak?
Is that all you got, my comrade Dijak?
Comrade
What do you
Dijak?
believe it sounds like at all?
Comrade, you will have to do better than that.
You're going to need a bigger nightstick for my butthole.
Okay, that's... Anyway.
A bigger T-bar.
I will say, so... I truly believe that Ilya is one of the best wrestlers in the world. Like I'm incredibly impressed with Ilya. But I will say that your program with him, I believe, made him. When you put him over in that last man standing match, like that was for me. That was when I saw everything turn around, and he went. Zoop, and you have been that guy for so many people. Wesley, I saw that match here with Tony D'Angelo, the Jailhouse Rock match, whatever the fuck it was. And let's talk about the fact that you can have an amazing professional wrestling singles match, but how many times have you had to go on TV or a pay-per-view and have some weird fucked up, what the fuck is an Iron Survivor? What the fuck is what? You have to get locked in a cage? I don't know what the fuck it is, but you made it work. And I think what people don't know is that you take a very, very active role in putting together these matches as far as the storytelling, the psychology, even right down to the camera angles on certain moments, right? You have a heavy, heavy hand in putting that all together.
Extremely, extremely important to me, yes.
Every match that Dijak has, and I know this from experience because I've had matches with him, he will say, what's the one moment in this match where the camera's tight on us and there's a moment of like emotional gravitas, right? Like, what is the drama of this? He's not just a fucking flippy work rate guy, okay? Like, yes,
he wants to make cinema.
He does want to make cinema. He wants to make Kino. He wants to do all the cool flippy shit too. But the most important thing to him is that a story is told. And at the end of the day, that's like, I remember what was that moment in your Ilya match, the last man standing match, where there's the fucking steps. And what was it, Dijak?
It's the moment at the end where toward the end where I knew that we had a special moment because I hit my finisher and he gets propped up in the corner, so nothing can keep this man down, nothing can keep him down, nothing can keep him down. But I wanted, in my head, the original idea was he's handcuffed, but we couldn't get handcuffs cleared. So he just came up with a creative way to kind of put himself in a compromising situation where he's incapacitated and can't really move. So I have him sort of visually trapped. And then what I wanted out of the situation was just this tight shot where we're face to face and you can hear the words that we're saying to each other, because I was very concerned that it wouldn't project to the live crowd, which it did not. But what it did is it made a special moment for the TV crowd, because we got this really tight camera shot and he was fucking pouring blood and I was grabbing the kendo stick and I was shredding the kendo stick on him and it was bludgeoning him and he had all these fucking marks on him, and I took the kendo stick and I wiped his blood on it and I got right into his face and I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was just in the moment and only the camera could pick it up. And I remember as a wrestler, you gauge a lot of it on the crowd feedback, and I'm in Lowell, Massachusetts, so it's like 20 minutes from my house. These are my people. This is where I grew up. It's like my hometown crowd. And it was a difficult moment for me because I knew in my head, I had pictured it so many times, because that's what I do when I call a match is I run stuff through, I picture it. anyone who's ever wrestled me knows this. I basically have these moments of like.
It's true. While we're calling our matches,
It's
Dijak
so
will
funny.
do this. He'll go.
Yeah.
This is awesome. Oh,
One, two,
oh,
Yeah.
feast your eyes.
Feast your-
I can fight forever. And I swear to God, even the chants he calls, they happen. Like he
Yeah.
knows when they're gonna happen. And I think that's
in a
Young
way,
Bucks
in a way, the Thunderdome prepared you for that moment.
Sort of, yeah. Manny's right. I did take that from working with the Young Bucks. Yes, they would call out where they felt the crowd would be at a certain point, and I'm like, that is so ingenious.
It's next level
And
shit.
I started paying more and more attention to where a crowd will be at a certain point. And once you start paying attention to stuff like that, it starts to get incorporated into how you call things. And then you can start to escalate and play with them a lot more in advance and predict where they'll be. And it becomes a lot more captivating for them. But in that moment specifically, I knew that the crowd wouldn't be as invested because they didn't have the tight angle. But I was like, I'm picturing it from a television standpoint. I'm trying to picture someone watching it on television and how that projects to them and what they see and how it's framed. And I talked to the cameraman and we practiced the shot. And after the match was done, the crowd was happy and everything. And then I went to the back and I was like we had our moments or whatever. Like we talked to Sean and Sean was super thankful and happy with it. Everybody was super happy. And Ely was all fucked up because he took a lot of those on the wrist.
Dijak, how could you do this to me?
Dijak, why would you
all
sniff
fucked up.
me? You fucking
He was happy
creep.
about it. He likes getting beat up. And so
Hey,
do
yo.
Of
I.
course he does. He's a
But
sicko.
I'm sitting in the locker room and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, man, that felt like we fucking nailed it. But usually I have this like, my adrenaline's like bursting out of my fucking skin because the crowd is usually like on their, like the match I had before this was me and Wesley at Vengeance Day. And it was 100% crowd participation, you know, that just all the chants, all the fight forevers. This is awesome. So you come off this huge high to more of this like storytelling drama filled thing where it's like these tight shots. And so I didn't have that constant rush of feedback. So I'm sitting in the back and I'm like, that felt like we fucking nailed exactly what my vision was, but I don't have this like, I don't have this adrenaline coursing through my veins from like the fucking constant like crowd like on top of me and into it and screaming and standing ovation, all that stuff. Because what the live crowd saw was just like a massacre. They just saw fucking blood everywhere and guys like beating the shit out of each other. So it was almost like a lot of stunned silence in the crowd. So it really
That was
wasn't
the
until I
that was
picked
the
up
show where you
phone.
told your daughter to go to the back, right?
Yeah,
Another
that
good
stuff.
moment.
And that was for TV. That was for TV too. I blocked that out. I pictured it. I pitched it to Sean. He gave me some feedback about it. I was like, that's fucking great. And then I was like, what if I fucking scream at my kids? And we had all these elements of like, let's make TV magic. And it wasn't until I picked up my phone, because in my head I was like, did people like that or not? And I picked up my phone
For the
and
vanity
I
search.
just opened Twitter. It wasn't even a vanity search. It was people tagging.
It came
me.
to
And
me.
the first like 10 posts were like, that was the best last man standing match I've ever seen. And I was like, oh, okay, we fucking nailed it. Because that's always my goal, right? Anytime I get a match, especially if it's like a specialty match, my goal isn't, especially in this run, it wasn't have the best match on the show, right? Because that's not difficult. Ilya Dragunov's one of the best wrestlers in the world.
Well, okay, settle down.
It's not hard to
You're
have the
humble.
best match on the show.
You're
When I was
humble.
out was to prove that I could make TV.
Yeah, I didn't care about being
the
the best match on the show. I wanted to be the best match of all time.
That's the goal, though. That's the goal. And if you're not thinking like that, and I would tell this to other guys. I would tell this to the guys I was in the room with. I would tell it to everyone, and everyone in NXT appreciated that mindset because that wasn't there for a little bit, right? In Black and Gold, that was there. We were all friends, but we were
Emphasis on
fucking
black.
fighting each other. It was a competition. It was like, no, you're not gonna have the best match I am. And if you watched Takeover Portland, there were 3 matches on that fucking card where we were like, fuck you, we're gonna be the best match on the card. And you go back and watch it.
Dijak is him.
No one's quite sure because there's just every match is a fucking killer match right in a row. But me and Ilya, it's like the when you see the match on paper, and you see how much time we have and the stipulation, all that stuff. I didn't look at that and say, oh, let's go out and steal the show. Like I didn't need to steal the show. I need to have the best last man standing match of all time, which I don't know if we accomplished that, but it's arguably in the top three.
You can argue it.
I'm sure you can argue it.
Yeah, as long as it's been covered, because all this is subjective, right? So like, who cares? It's you can say whatever you want, but like, from what I've seen, if someone has seen that match, it's in their top 3 last man standing matches of all time.
Let me get a couple more donations, Dijak, because I know you can yap. And on donated $10, did Dijak not get renewed for serving too much cunt? I can't swear, my kids are awake. I don't think that's why.
What does
Evan,
that mean? What does that mean?
cunt?
You were just serving it.
You were serving.
Like, what is that?
It's kind of. You were just giving.
You were just giving.
You were giving.
You were giving. You were giving, mother.
You were giving. Boots the house down.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Evan donated $10. Pitch idea: your cousin from Boston. That's it. That's all I said.
I thought you were going to say. I thought it was going to be like your cousin from Boston is your new tag. No, you are the cousin from Boston.
Vicious Malfunk donated $10. So with Mansoor taking Mia's spot, you guys should create the most awesome faction: Shane, Ollie, Brennan, Dijak, Manny. You can call it Retaliation. Retaliation was actually the name of that was Mercedes' name. Yeah, that was Mercedes' name.
I had these. I was texting with Ali today. People will appreciate this. Hold on, let me go look it up. Because this is like all we talked about. Because he posted on Twitter and then he sent it to me. He said, "Someone run this 8-man tag without the fucking mask stuff."
Yeah, I woke up to that.
Except Slapjack. I think Slapjack should have.
Slapjack was the only one that had to still wear the mask. Yeah.
I do have the Slapjack mask.
You have it? I thought pretty.
He has it. He has it. Yeah.
What? You took it from Kit Wilson?
I do. Stall for me. My daughter's crying for some reason.
That's such a guaranteed lock for like WrestleMania weekend, because like it's got to be somewhere where we're already at, right? But one of those shows we're gonna get the
nobody wants to fly.
Nobody's gonna fly 4 people from all over the state, the country, and pay all of our rates. But if we're all available,
right? Why would Kit Wilson have the mask? Shane Haste gave Pretty Deadly the mask because there was a Halloween episode of NXT, and
this is all in the lore description of the Slapjack mask item.
Yeah, when you pick up the Slapjack mask, this is in the lore description. Shane wanted one of them to wear the Slapjack mask for Halloween Havoc on NXT, but the problem is on that same show was Dijak burning his T-bar mask, so they weren't allowed to wear the Slapjack mask because you can only have one Retribution mask on a show. That's the rule.
That's actually why they broke us up. A couple more pitches that we can, Mansoor, you can decide if you want to pass it on to Dijak. How about Dijak as a maximum male model? He could 100% pull it off. Also, not going to waste this opportunity. Wait a minute. You got to pay more for us to shill your Twitter.
You trying to get us to shill your Twitter?
You want us to shill your Twitter for $10?
Who is it?
LaCoddle. C.
Coddle?
LaCoddle.
All right, what else?
I'll do one better, but he should wear expensive clothing and with leopard print, hold a fancy cane, and call himself a pimp named Dijak. That's pretty good. There's a picture. Isn't there a picture of him dressed as a pimp? Or is that just some other
there is.
White guy?
There is. We used it for TEW like 3 times. Yeah. Yeah, pimp named Dijak. That would be good because then, like, he could say, "Don't make me slap a jack."
Slap a jack.
Should I keep glizzing up Dijak or should I wait for him to come back?
I mean, you should really be here for the glizzing. Chat, how are you?
Yeah, you're right.
How are you?
Yeah, chat, how's it going with you guys?
How are you guys?
Besides the ads.
We streamed last week, right? Don't complain about the ads. Stop being a brokey and subscribe.
Here's the thing about TEW, okay? A bunch of people that we used on that TEW stream were unequivocally
Unequivocally.
erased. We don't want to talk about them.
You know what it was kind of like? It was kind of like when Kevin Spacey got caught in the middle of House of Cards.
Right.
I felt like we just couldn't continue the show.
Time to change their names. Yeah, we considered that. What
was the pitch
what we might do,
make to add more celebrity names?
More celebrity. So Vince was going to become Vince Vaughn. Johnny Ace was going to become what we're going to do? Johnny Stramboli?
Johnny Tsunami.
Johnny Tsunami, Keanu Reeves. Brock was going to become
I'm gonna be a while. Can you guys just tell
You're our
people
draw.
They're gonna leave.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
Can you tell people I'll be back? Like,
Chat, you can't leave. He's got to take care of his kids, but he'll be back.
Chat, press P right now to promise that you will not leave while Dijak is.
I'll make it really good. I'll make it worth your while. I'm sorry, my daughter's throwing up. I have to deal with it.
Oh my gosh, get it together.
Oh my God, tell her to get over it. Come on.
Women.
What a little baby.
Yeah, what a child.
I'm throwing up.
Oh, yeah. Daddy, I'm sick.
Get a bucket. It's not.
What do we have to talk about, Mansoor? We got anything going on that we can talk about?
No, we haven't done shit.
We can't do anything.
Oh, next weekend. Well, yeah, not this weekend, but next weekend. July 5th, we will be at Hood Slam. Tag team match against my trainers.
I'm so excited. Every time I see Mansoor go to Hood Slam, I'm incredibly jealous because I think it looks awesome. I'm very excited to be in that environment.
Hood Slam is an awesome vibe. It's an incredible atmosphere. That's going to be in Oakland for anybody in California that wants to come by. It's
for
us
any
versus
Okers.
My trainers, the Stoner Brothers, and then July 7th we'll be at Deadlock Pro Wrestling for the Tag Team Festival.
The Festival of Tag Teams.
The Festival of Tag Teams, where we'll be facing Sinner and Saint. And that is in Durham, North Carolina. And we're very excited for that. Sinner and Saint, who just got signed by TNA. Congratulations.
Which is really cool. Guys. We're also going against them in like a week after that, right? In that Fatal 4-Way for Prestige.
Oh, yeah. Prestige is the week after.
Is that a week after?
Right. Yeah, that's a week after. Yeah. On a Friday, I believe. Yeah.
So we still work.
We got some stuff.
We still work.
Dijak, I wish I could tell you what he's doing. I don't know. All I know
I've heard a couple of things.
All I know. Chat, do you want to see MDM?
Do you want to see... Hold on. Don't phrase it like that. Do you want to see MXM with a little D in it?
Oh.
Huh?
Do we want a little D?
Do we want a little D?
Huh?
The chat is going crazy for the DMs.
It's that old Jamiroquai song, right? Baby.
I actually came to the realization that if we did us, Dijak, and Ali, then we could be MDMA. Which would be a perfect name for 4 guys that are just dads that don't party at all. MDMA, and it's just like the lamest guys you know.
Is that Molly?
That is Molly.
Okay. Yeah. And then we could get Molly Holly.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Would be based.
If we were MDM, that is just my initials.
Come back to Gleet. The woman in the crowd loved your post-match shenanigans.
You know?
Yeah, Brennan was very popular in Japan.
I was very popular in Japan. Let's just leave it at that.
What are you suggesting?
Any DM.
How are you? What was your experience with the onsen in the spring water bath?
Well, I didn't do it with my family, like you did.
You did it alone?
I did it alone, and it felt like I felt like a Yakuza boss. Like I just sat in there on the little stool by myself with my tattoos that didn't.
You disrobe, and the dragon on your back is like
the dragon on my chest. Yeah, it was cool. It was hot. The friggin' water was hot.
It's very hot.
We had to do a private one because I have tattoos. No, I enjoyed it. I stayed in there for a while.
Lord Shaden is wondering if we have any advice for getting ready for wrestling school. Yeah, just get in shape. Like, you know, you don't have to. I know not everybody can get a gym membership, but I liked back in the day. I used to do prison workouts, right? Brennan, you like to do the Ken from Barbie workout, right? That doesn't require any.
That's how I got these ads. You want to see them? Let's see them, chat.
Yeah. Dijak, actually, I know Dijak is such a broken down old bitch that he just works out with bands. This guy just gets bands. And I'm not talking about bands to make her dance. I'm talking about like the long
just rubber
athletic
bands. Yeah.
Yeah, just rubber bands, and he like curls with bands, and he does like shoulder raises with bands. And so that's something you can do as well. But
for what it's worth, it also is a completely different type of shape. Like I do a lot of, I ride my bike a lot, but that's not. It is not the. It is not the same kind of shape that it is being in the ring. If anything,
no.
Like doing get-ups is like what you do in wrestling, like getting up and down.
Burpees. I would suggest like you do not need to look amazing, but you need to move amazing. Like you need to get in physical conditioning, and you need to have the wind, especially because like a lot of schools, the first thing you do is a lot of that physical conditioning stuff where it tests your stamina. It's running the ropes over and over and over, which if you're not used to the ropes will bruise your back. Like people don't know this. Wrestling ring ropes fuck you up. Like,
yeah,
like
especially
I remember
like the WWE ones. They're obviously they're tight, but they're ropes. But if you go to like most indies, because ropes break pretty often, they usually have cable with that's just wrapped in hose, so it is very stiff.
Yeah, in my tryout in Saudi Arabia, I remember you know, A-Train's in the ring, and one of the guys is running the ropes, and we're all supposed to run it 10 times. And the guy runs it once, and he runs it again. And the third time he runs it, he just stops, and he goes, these are broken. And Albert's like, what do you mean they're broken? And the guy's like, they hurt. It's not supposed to be like that, right?
Surely. It's because when you're a kid and you have your little toy ring, they're rubber bands, and you're like, oh, yeah, no, you just run on the rubber bands.
And I remember, I'll never forget, Tensai was just like, get the fuck out. Like they thought it was going to be easy. We had like 5 people throw up in that. And when you try out for WWE, at least in my tryout, if you throw up, you're out. That's it.
I actually think that one of the main reasons that I got even signed in the first place was that I was the only big guy in my tryout that didn't tap out by the end of the weekend. Because it was a multi-day tryout, and I did all of the exercises, never like had to step out, and everybody was falling out, which is funny because like it was never that hard again. And the workouts at the PC were not nearly that hard, but no, that's definitely something that they want to see, somebody who's not going to get a cramp and then fall out or something. Because at the end of the day, if you're in a match and you catch a cramp, you can't for 5 minutes while you get your leg massaged.
Threw up in my mouth one time. Like I actually did throw up in a match, but it wasn't because I was gassed. It was because somebody, and this is not Sheamus, by the way. I know everybody thinks it's going to be Sheamus because he gave me this guy.
Yeah.
Somebody else was giving me a fish hook, and his finger got so deep in my mouth. I have a very weak gag reflex. Very weak. I'm talking.
I know.
If I brush, don't say you know. If I'm brushing my teeth,
I do.
and I get it too far back, I legit start to dry heave. Okay. So when this guy put his finger a little, like I could not take a mandible claw. I started to fucking throw up in my mouth, legit. I had to push the guy away and just like, it was very, very fucking embarrassing. I'm pretty sure it was at a coconut loop, like NXT house. Don't ayo. Don't yo.
Don't ayo.
Don't
it's
ayo.
because I've heard the story
me.
before, guys. Get your minds on the go.
Yeah, it's because he's heard the fucking story, okay?
Come on.
Besides, we all know I'm the top. One of the exercises that we did at the tryout, for those who are interested, is they're called grape smashers or crushers?
Grape crushers.
Grape crushers?
Yeah.
Basically what it is 4 guys get in each corner in the ring. You hold on to the top rope, and you do high knees as much as you can, right? You're doing your high knees. You're picking your legs up as high as you can, and you're like this. You're picking your knees up really high. Like that. I can't really do it, but you're picking your knees up really high.
You actually have to get your knees over a certain rope, otherwise.
A dog. There's a dog.
Wow, it's a miracle. Dijak has come back to us.
That's the best you've ever looked. Look at him.
How does he know that
Wow,
he's on? I wonder if the dog knows.
Amazing facial hair. Chet's freaking out. Dijak's new gimmick.
Dog Jack.
Dog Jack.
I am the dog.
Treat your eyes.
That's pretty good.
Anyway, you're doing high knees, and then when the coach blows a whistle, you just like drop down and essentially splash the ground.
You're doing up,
like
down.
frog splash the ground.
Yeah.
And then you get right back up and you grab the top rope and you do high knees. And you do that for like 5 minutes. And at a certain point, it's so fucking hard to get up.
Because your legs feel like they're 10,000 pounds. Yeah.
Another thing is doing drop downs over a sandbag, which I think you had to pick it up from the ground, body slam it, and then hit the ropes, drop down, hit the ropes, drop down. Is that what you did, Brennan?
Was that? Hold on, say it again.
It's like there's a sandbag on the ground, right? For those who don't know, it's like if you ever played Super Smash Brothers,
Yeah.
that thing that you hit in the side mission,
Yeah.
it's just a bag full of sand. You pick it up off the ground, you deadlift it, you body slam it, you hit the ropes, you leap over it in a drop down. For those of you who don't know, a drop down in wrestling is, you know, when somebody is in a headlock and they shoot them off and then they jump and they land on the ground and the other guy runs over him? That's a drop down. Usually it's right before a leapfrog, which is where you jump in the air and split your legs.
We
So
we didn't have to do that, but because that was the drill that they did on Tough Enough that Booker was on, when I was preparing for my tryout, I did that over and over and over again, which is probably why I was in such good shape for the actual tryout. And then when it never came, I was like, great, because it's a heavy bag. It is like, it's got to be like 100 pounds, like 80 to 100 pounds. It's heavy.
If it isn't 100 pounds, it feels like 100
It definitely
pounds
feels
because
like it. Yeah.
There's a reason why in wrestling lingo we call people who don't post and help you when you pick them up sandbag. When you go for a suplex on somebody and they don't jump, that's sandbagging, right? When they're not like posting on your hip. So you have to wrestle an actual sandbag. At least I did in my tryout. Fuego del Sol is here.
Fuego del Sol, friend of the show.
Oh, I totally forgot to fucking promote our Bronami Code episode with him. I'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll act like we just posted it tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Fuego.
Good episode.
Well, while we wait for Dijak to come back, do you guys have any more questions about anything in general? I just want to reiterate. Is that a Fuego ass emote?
That's pretty good. I thought I should have one of those. Which Evangelion character is Dijak right now?
He's probably Shinji's dad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is he Gendo? But
He's
why
Gendo,
is he Gendo?
Yeah. Not right now, but in general, he's Gendo. Like as a person.
like it's in our cast of Evangelion, he's Gendo. Yeah, because he just like broods and is like upset.
Kaoru.
You're my Kaoru.
Kaoru. I'm Brennan's Kaoru. Yeah, that's true.
Or am I Kaoru? Because I'm like I'm mysterious.
I am a little more emotionally fucked up than you.
You
That's
are.
True.
I think you might be Shinji.
Yeah,
I think Vince sent me to you as because Vince is Sele, obviously, and I told you are worthy of love. And then you got us both fired.
Yeah, just like
that's actually that was actually the scene where you crushed me. Is when you got me fired.
Where I hold you for 5 minutes and then.
My wife is watching Evangelion because we went to the park and she was like, "Oh, now it's time for me to understand what the most pivotal work in your life is." Now that I realized that it was valuable enough to make a theme park out of.
Any good house show stories? Yeah, I told this one in our firing stream, but I'll tell it again. So we have a house show in Germany, and we're on the bus with the roster. And as we're pulling up to the venue, Sami Zayn is looking out the curtain, and he goes, "Oh, Bob Dylan's playing next door?"
And we're like, "Bob Dylan's alive?"
Get attention. Did everyone leave?
No, we're fine.
Yeah, everyone's gone. We got like 200
Give
people.
me 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes. She's in the bath. I'm remaking her bed. Give me 10 minutes.
It's fine. So Bob Dylan is in town in Germany.
Yeah, Bob Dylan's in town, and Sammy's like, "What? I mean, I have to go. I have to go, right?" And I was like, "What do you mean, Sammy? What do you mean you have to go? We have a show." And he was like, "Yeah, but it's Bob Dylan. It's Bob Dylan. Who knows how many times Bob Dylan is gonna have another show?" And I was like, "You mean he's gonna die?" He's like, and Sammy's like, "Yeah, he's gonna die. I gotta go see Bob Dylan." So we're like, I mean, okay, Sammy. Like, we know Sammy's not gonna go to the fucking Bob Dylan concert. Like, we have a live event to go to.
And this
So we
was
parked at the live
peak
event.
this was peak Sammy mania. So Sammy was
Yes.
main eventing with the Usos in every show.
Yeah, Sammy was in the main event. He was Usi, and it was like them versus the New Day in the main event of the live event. So we go to the live event, and we're backstage, and everybody's hanging out playing Tekken. And eventually, at some point, Jay is like, "Hey, where's Sammy? Where the fuck is Sammy?"
Because like when you're especially on like a European tour, we're not calling those. We call those matches like once, and then we have the same match every. Because we're in a different country. Like it's one thing. Like we'd have the same matches with Hit Row in like the same region, which is a little yeah. But like we were going to a different country every day. You could have the same match, and it would be a crowd that doesn't even speak the same language as the last one.
Yeah, but I think for this match actually something was different, which is I think they added Solo to the match.
Yes.
So the Usos were like, "Hey, where the fuck is Sammy, bro? Like, where's Sammy?" And we're all looking around for Sammy. And then like one match before the main event, Sammy runs in wearing a Bob Dylan shirt.
He waited in line and bought a shirt.
No, he saw the whole show.
Yeah.
He saw the whole fucking show. And it was kind of like seeing, like, you know, when you walk into your living room and your couch is all fucked up and you're like, who the fuck did this? And then your dog is like, with like stuffing all around his and he's like, sorry. And luckily for Sammy, his gear was just like a pair of pants and a t-shirt. So he just
but he
takes
does
his
have to
Bob
lace
Dylan
up his
shirt off.
boots. He was lacing up his boots on his way out out of Gorilla.
He takes off his Bob Dylan shirt. He throws on his Usi shirt, puts on his pants, puts on his boots, and he runs out. And of course, they have an amazing match, and the crowd's going fucking crazy, chanting Usi in a German accent. Usi!
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 Hang 'em high. You're playing Woods in Tekken
Right now?
tomorrow? Good luck.
Oh.
I hope you know how to play Tekken.
Yeah,
He's pretty good. Like the tier list of Tekken in WWE, the top was Jimmy.
Jimmy's top.
There was no one beating
Jimmy
was
dragging
the
off.
only guy. Jimmy was the only guy who was even competitive as far as like a tournament level.
Because we went against, we actually got to go against a pro, an actual Tekken player. And we all got our Lil Majin, and we all got our buttholes blown out. But he was the only one who scored a couple rounds, which was like demoralizing to all of us because he like would 5-0 all of us every time, 100% of the time.
So Jimmy was at the top. Then I would say it was Jay and Woods in second tier. Third, I would say was me and Kofi. And then I guess I would say it's you and Ricochet.
I was
in the
above
next one,
Ricochet.
Brett.
I beat Ricochet.
I
beat
don't know if
Ricochet
you were
every
above
time.
Ricochet.
Ricochet would beat you.
Ricochet would barely beat me, bro.
But
Ricochet,
barely is still a lost.
like, okay, so here's the thing. I can beat Jimmy 1 out of 10 times. I can beat Woods and Jay like 4 or 5 out of 10 times.
But nobody
I can beat
nobody
Kofi.
respects your game.
It doesn't matter if
You're
nobody
like in a
respects
you're
my
like
game,
in
as
a
long as I
weird
win.
you're like in a weird category of your own because
I'm
you don't play the game
I'm in
right.
the broken. I'm in the
Yeah,
broken tier, like the ice.
You're in
the
like
ice
the
climbers. And
yeah. We need to nerf.
yeah, fuck you, Brennan. Fucking SSG Abdul says.
Okay, yeah. Of course he's on your side.
Oh, you're saying he's biased? Why?
Abdul.
My dad's name is actually Abdulaziz. So, I beat both of you with one hand, and my first time ever playing the game.
Okay. Well.
Oh, whoa! We just got 21,000 followers. That's our followers.
Whoa, rad.
Holy shit, thanks, guys.
You have not touched the new Tekken because your character's not in it. So, I mean,
I
like,
have not touched the new Tekken because, and this is kind of sad. Without working at WWE, I have
It's
no
kinda
reason
sad.
to play Tekken.
Yeah.
I don't. Like,
I haven't, and
we
I
would
like,
go
I
to
love,
work.
I love Tekken, but like I don't really have anybody to play with it consistently, and I don't like. Neither of us want to play online.
The only reason I was good at Tekken was because people at work played Tekken. And like it's so surreal to me to see Solo Sikoa as the number one heel on the show every week. And I'm looking at him and I'm going, I taught this motherfucker how to play Tekken. I taught this motherfucker how to play Tekken.
He called us master.
one time at a house show, because the Usos, his brothers, they didn't want him to play. Or it's not even that they didn't want him to play. They refused to teach him. Solo would come up and watch us all play Tekken. And he'd be like, hey, can I play? And Jimmy would be like, no, fuck off.
No. You're going to bring down the family name.
Yeah, he was like, you ain't ready for that shit. And Solo would be like, aw. And I remember during a house show loop, while the Usos were calling a match or something, I was like, Solo, get over here, man. Let's teach you how to play. Because it's time for you to get into the Tekken business. And I'll never forget
the real bloodline family business.
Like we were teaching Solo how to play, and we would always say, be like water, because he's an emotional player, right?
Yeah, because he would get like worried, and then he'd start like attacking, and I'd be like, listen, wait your turn. Wait your turn. It's not your turn yet. And I'd beat him, and I'd be like, why did you lose? Because you didn't wait your turn. I felt like Bruce Lee.
And he would never get angry. He would just be like, you're right. I'm sorry.
You're right, master.
Because the Usos would just destroy, no fucking mercy. They would destroy his ass. And the first time he ever got around on Jay, I've never seen that kind of joy from Solo in my life. He was jumping out of his chair like, fuck yeah, like fuck. And Jay, of course, was like, but like there was a glimmer in Jay's eye. You could see as soon as Solo would turn away, he would just smile.
It was magical. I'm so like that's what I only want to still be in WWE right now because we're missing out on the new game, and this is the first time there's been a new Tekken in decades. So like we weren't there for like the beginning of Tekken 7, but we're missing out on the beginning of Tekken 8, which is kind of a heartbreaker. Especially because, like, you know, the meta's probably changed a little bit. We don't know who's playing who. We don't know, you know, who's the new GOATs. Obviously, Jimmy's probably still at the top because I think Dragunov is even better in this game. But when it comes to, like, other characters, a lot of our mains aren't even in it anymore. My main isn't in it. Your main is not in it anymore.
Neither of them.
None of your cheap characters that you only have to mash one button for.
So somebody asked us, would you ever go back to WWE? That's a common question that a lot of people, you know, who were released or quit ask. And the answer is, I think, is pretty much the same to everybody, which is like, of course, I mean, like we would work anywhere.
What do you
know
what
I mean? Like, no, it's not even that. It's just like,
it's nothing against the job. Like the job is its own.
The job
thing.
Is the job. Everywhere
the job is
it
the
is.
job,
like,
no matter where, right?
Especially now, like we didn't really get a lot of experience in the new regime, but you can just tell just from talking to our former coworkers and our friends that even if they're unfulfilled creatively, it's not as much of a mind fuck in the sense that like nobody is there isn't a fucking crazy person. Yeah, there isn't a fucking crazy person. Like I've even talked to writers who are happier because you're not having to write a segment that their boss told you to write, and then when you get to the show and you give it to them, he goes, "Who the fuck told you to write this shit?" Yeah. Ah! You know what I mean? Like that'll fuck up your mind. Like for example, like we met Artie Evans, ma.çé, who I'm a huge fan of, Chikara legend, who used to work in WWE, and Vince said to him, "You better make sure Bret." So Bret Hart had his Hall of Fame speech. And Vince told Artie, and Artie was the writer of Bret's Hall of Fame speech, but of course, it's a Hall of Fame speech. Like, they're going to say whatever the fuck they want. And Vince I'm not sure if this is the story, but this is what I remember. Vince tells Artie, don't let any of these fuckers talk about me. I don't want anybody talking about me. And Artie's like, okay. So in the speech, Vince isn't mentioned. And then in Bret's speech, of course, he thanks Vince McMahon. And immediately Vince turns to Artie and goes, "You motherfucker! I told you he shouldn't fucking mention me." And Artie just stands up and goes, "Okay, I quit." And he leaves. What the fuck? Like, why is he getting the heat? You know what I mean?
But to answer the question, like at the end of the day, I think we're happy right now where we're at, and obviously at some point, obviously the stability and something is something to be said about that. But the creative freedom, the ability to make our own schedule, the ability to we've been to 9 countries this year, which is not something that we were able to do before. We're very happy with where we are in this moment. But obviously, yeah, if the opportunity presented itself, there's no ill will.
The thing is, like, I need you guys to understand that even though we like did the stream when we got fired, and even though Dijak's doing the stream right now, it's not like I fucking hate these people. I hate this company. Don't clip that. Don't clip that. Post
which
that
our
in
stream,
context,
which our
okay?
stream was not. Like I've seen
No,
every
no,
once in a while,
it's
I'll
not.
see a post where somebody was like, "These guys are bitter." It was like we were very like complimentary in our "we got fired" stream of the company that fired us.
Here's the fact, right? For 5 years, and Brennan for 6 to 7 for you, and for 6 to 7 at Dijak. We were paid every week by the World Wrestling Federation,
The World
Fed, New
Wrestling
York.
Federation.
And they paid us to wrestle. Not always wrestle, but when we got to wrestle, we did wrestle.
Not wrestle much.
And with that exposure and with that stability, we were able to buy homes and support our children and keep our family fed. And also, this run that we're on right now on the Indies is because of the exposure that we got on WWE.
Because nobody would give us what we get now for the Shogun of the Row and the 17-year-old Hood Slam kid. Like
Manny Favorino.
Yeah, we couldn't do that even without the tiny little baby run that we had in WWE. And
like Jay Grella says, we got paid to drink water. Okay, we got paid a lot of money to drink.
We got paid to sell water to people who need water.
So yeah, it's not when we tell these stories, it's just so you guys know what it was like. There's no when we say things like, "Oh, that was frustrating," "Oh, that was heartbreaking." That's what it's like to work.
Life is frustrating. If you
life is like that.
Yeah, if you work at the bank, you're gonna be frustrated with the hours you get. Like that's just how it is.
But in an industry where so much of your self-worth is based on so many outside factors and entertainment, where you're portraying a character that is often so tied to who you are, you're going to connect your self-worth with the worth of your career. And that's just something that as a wrestler you need to let go of. Woods would always tell us that you can't determine your value as a human being based on how the company values you as a commodity. Otherwise, you are going to go fucking crazy. Because 99% of the wrestlers and the staff in that company want to be in a better position and are unfulfilled with their current position. And that's just because almost all of us are deeply ambitious people. So there's always going to be something to complain about. And even where it's like us getting released, it's like that's somebody had to get released and we got released and that's okay. Far better wrestlers than us and far bigger stars than us have gotten released, right?
Yeah.
I get mad for my friends because, well, first of all, I feel that Brennan was probably released with me because of me.
Yeah.
Not because of anything that I did, but because of the circumstances
because of what you were.
Gimmick. Because of what I am. Our gimmick being killed because of specific things about me and my background, and then us being off TV, and then us thinking of characters to come back, and at the same time that the budget had to be cut, or rather the budget had to be made, we were not being used, and that's what it was. I just get mad because I think Dijak is a guy who did everything right. He's a guy who was an exceptional wrestler, who always listened, who always had pitches, who never said no, ever, who did the job every time he was asked, despite being a 6'8" guy. He had no problem putting over anybody they asked, and made
people repeatedly for no reward.
And then when he was given the opportunity to show that he can portray a character on a television show, a serialized television show, he did it, and he passed with swimming colors. Is that an expression?
Swimming colors?
Swimming. He passed it. I'm an immigrant.
Flying colors, like a magic carpet.
I was thinking he passed it swimmingly, but at the same time, swimming colors.
He did so swimmingly, passing with flying colors.
He did an exceptional job. I don't think that anybody could begrudge him and say that there was something else he could do. He got over And the last thing I want to say is, and I'm sure I should be letting Dijak do this, but for people who seem to think that his online behavior is what lost him his job, I can tell you right now that's 100% not true. I have never, ever seen someone's online behavior, as long as it's not criminal.
I've seen
Or,
much worse things online
seen
that did not affect
much worse.
anybody's job.
I've seen, so the only time I've seen people get talked to about their social media presence is when they say some political statement, right? And even in that case, I know a guy who said something political that he was taken off TV, but his two partners who didn't say anything political were fired and he stayed in the company.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a matter of what he said. For people who think he got let go because he was cringe on Twitter, please, you need to be serious for a second. As if this wrestling company, this multi-billion-dollar wrestling company, gives a fuck that he's feuding
Hey, big
online
man,
with Santi
you're being a little cringe.
You're being a little cringe. We gotta let you go. Like, if you think that this guy, who's an exceptional wrestler, was let go because he was cringe on Twitter, you guys, Dijak was told when he was quoting Batman, The Dark Knight Rises, when he was on Twitter as T-Bar saying, "You thought the darkness was your ally." Bruce Pritchard called him and said, "Cut that shit out." If you think that him ratioing Hang 'em High is what pissed off Triple H, you need to reassess your deductive abilities. Okay?
Hey, big man, I didn't like you ratioing my burner. Lego Feet donated $10. How would you all have managed your characters without social media if you were wrestlers 30 years ago? This is actually an interesting question.
So we wouldn't have been able to do Making It Maximum, but
without social media, yeah.
Right. Social media gives people the... So here's the thing, like, when people online, bringing it back to Dijak, when they say, oh, Dijak's feuding with guys on Twitter instead of guys on Raw, it's because he's not on Raw.
Yeah.
And he's bored and unfulfilled and he just wants to pop himself.
And not only that, but like that was even for good or bad, people were talking about that. You could, when you're not featured on TV, you might as well die. You might as well do nothing. You just disappear to the world. So
in our job, if you're not on TV for 2 weeks in a row, you are a ghost. People do not know you exist.
Like for example, there's a saying that people have that how long is it of consistent TV time before you're actually like a star in the company?
Sami Zayn told us that you need to be on TV for was it 5?
I think it was 5 years consistently. Like where you can't take 2 weeks off because people will forget. You need to be able to go to different towns and have been up and down the country enough that people remember you from the last time you were in Glendive, Montana. Otherwise,
Sami basically said that he knew if somebody was really over, not by the TV crowd's reaction, but it's when they went to Missoula, Montana. And if somebody who was in the company came out and there was no noise, that means that they haven't been presented enough to make people understand who they are. Even if they went out on TV and people had a good reaction, if they went out to wherever the fuck in the middle of nowhere
to an audience that doesn't watch every week, that isn't terminally online, that doesn't see everything that's happening. We would do NXT house shows in Florida where people would come up to me when I was working security and be like, "Hey, is Undertaker on this show?" Like, people don't know. This is a very niche interest and niche hobby, and the majority of people that watch, the vast majority, like, we work really hard to please maybe like a 10% of the audience, but there's what do you think the number is? Is it the 75 or 750,000 that watch NXT consistently are like the hardcores, but then the difference is the other 2 million that watch everything else are just regular people that don't care about everything.
And a lot of it is like, especially for TV, it's just people who have the TV on. Like, that's, I think, what people don't really understand about like TV ratings is so much of what we do is seen online now. I don't know if you guys heard this a million fucking times, but every time there's some kind of ratings discourse, you have to understand, like, for example, just recently with Dynamite, the lead-in for Dynamite affected the rating tremendously. And that's just because the majority of people who watch TV are boomers who fall asleep watching the fucking show.
How many of you people under 20 are going to, go to... You're watching Twitch right now. Right now, by the nature of watching Twitch. Wrestling isn't on Twitch. Like, it's on a cable station for old people.
But that's just the reality of television and what do they call it? Cord cutting. And, it is what it is. I think somebody, I don't know who says it, but they always say the real way to gauge interest is in the houses, the live events, how well you do with the attendances, as far as how hot a product is. So, Evil Uno streams a show on Twitch. That's true, Brennan.
That is true. And that's actually really smart, because that is probably the future of, at least, I always...
No, not true.
What?
The future of wrestling is on X, okay?
Oh, yeah, X.
The Speed Championship.
The pinnacle of sports entertainment.
What I really wish they did is that I wish Elon forced them to say, well, it should be the X Championship, right?
X.
So they have a title with a big X on it, and they have to... Oh!
You want an X Division Championship?
Yeah, exactly. I want the X Division Championship.
If there is a day in my life that becomes more hectic than this day, that's going to be a fucking day.
Probably not.
I don't know that this one's ever going to get topped.
You're the bottom of this day?
On this day, I see clearly.
So while you were gone, your dog actually showed up, and everybody freaked out. Like, your dog just sat there and stared into the camera. It was a magical moment.
Your dog was very
black or white. Black or white dog?
No, white. The Caucasian dog.
That's Brody. I think he's crying at the door right now.
He's gone. He's left. Now we get to watch his children on the monitors. There he is.
Hello. He's a little camera shy, eh?
He's something. He's an adventure.
While you were gone, I was glizzing you up.
Thanks.
And I was basically saying there was literally nothing you could do better than what you did. You got a new gimmick.
Politic.
You could have
politic.
You are a fucking horrible politicker. Like,
we're getting better. We're learning.
No, really, guys. Dijak will send us screenshots of his texts to writers, and they're always like, most of you guys, when you message a girl on Tinder, and it's like, hey, hi, and then they won't respond, and you'll be like, are you there? Like, Dijak's a double texter.
A double texter.
And he always ends his texts or emails with exclamation points like, hope all is well. Like, shut up, you fucking nerd. Shut the fuck up.
Or I love when he starts it as, hey, just checking in, or hey, just coming back around to this.
Hey, just want to touch base. Hope all is well. Like, shut the fuck up. You sound like a loser.
You think Randy Orton texts his writer and says, hey, hope all is well?
I don't think Randy Orton knows who his writer is.
Speaking of writer, I also wanted to put you over for, going back to what people say about, oh, he's just a work rate guy. You would frequently come up with lines that were the highlight of segments. Like, for example, you are the one who told us that in your segment where you started your feud with Ilya, you came up with, so you say pain makes you feel alive?
Oh, no.
That wasn't you?
That wasn't me.
Who was it?
Well, you should have just taken credit for it.
Yeah, should
that was Sean.
Credit.
That was HBK?
Oh, well, now Shawn Michaels is going to get over. I hope you're happy.
What?
He really needed it.
See, wait a minute, shut the fuck up. This is exactly what we were talking about. You suck at politicking, bro.
Yeah.
You should have just taken the fucking credit.
You should have taken credit for it.
So, I mean, I didn't get a ton of promo segments in NXT, but every time I did, I'll say this. I was so happy for what I was getting, especially at the beginning, that like whatever they told me to do or say or act, I did exactly to a T, because I was just like, what?
Bar?
T-Bar, yeah. I was just so thankful for everything because they were giving me matches, they were giving me a new entrance, a push, all this stuff. So I was like, look, whatever the verbiage is, I'll fucking say it. But then I started, delivering on segments, premium live events and matches and getting over and stuff. And I'd keep getting the same promos and stuff. And I'm like, okay, like this stuff has a shelf life where it's like justice, prison, because the writers, they get in their groove and they're like, well, let's just write the same shit over and over and over again because it's a TV show. It's an episodic TV show. So we just need to get this character over. The character was as over as it was going to get in that incarnation. So I'm trying to bring more of my own personality into it. So I'm pitching my own sentences and once you start doing that, now it becomes this game of like ownership where it's like how much of the segment is mine and how much is theirs and who's going to get the credit and blah blah blah, all that stuff sort of starts to happen. And then the further and further I got into the run, and you guys can attest to this, I started giving less and less of a fuck. And that's when you started getting the I'm white segments and stuff like that, where I would get actual reactions from the crowd, and then I'd go to the back and everyone's fucking freaking out at me. So, so
It is
that
very
became a little
funny.
more fun, but that's where you see my actual personality, and that's when the crowd really started to get behind me, right? That's when they started to do all the fucking shit. It was pretty fast how quickly, with no discernible push or direction in that vein, where the crowd just decided that like, boom, this is our guy. And it happened within like the span of a month between the funny one-liners, between the ratio stuff on Twitter, between me starting to kind of acknowledge the crowd signs and the crowd reaction and sort of playing them a little bit more with the feast your eyes stuff. By the
Which
by the time the my
which you got
final
in
match,
trouble for.
what's that?
Which you got in trouble for.
Which,
What
to
did I
be
get in
fair,
trouble
if you're not like a guy who wins, then you better be like a silly goose.
That's correct.
That's the
Because
only way.
the
It's the only way.
I'm a
You can
cool
only be allowed to
badass.
be cool if you win only.
Right. Like Braun Breaker, for example. I love Braun, but the character of Braun Breaker's fucking it's nothing if he doesn't win his matches. It's like, I'm gonna break everyone, I'm gonna kill everyone, and then you just lose. It's like, well, you didn't,
And
It's,
that's kind
it's
of
just,
that's kind of like a thing that I guess they're gonna have to come to terms with, where you've got like a bunch of guys who like their thing is, yeah, I win and I'm champion, but like they can't all win and be champion at the same time. You need guys that lose and are silly gooses and are still able to get the interest of an audience.
we thought, like, all of us, especially, we all thought that that's what LA Knight was. So we didn't think that he would do particularly well, and then he proved all of us wrong. Because like because I wasn't terribly familiar with the character of LA Knight. I just thought he was like wrestler guy who wins matches, which for all intents and purposes, like the bare bones of it is. But
He
he's
also
just
he
such
also
a
says
more
yeah.
right. Well, he's just a more interesting personality where it's like he can lose a bunch and still get over, and that's so valuable. It's echelons more valuable than guy who wins and wins all his matches and wins the championship. Because like, yes, that guy's going to get over more and he's going to make more money. But like, you can plug a lot of guys into that role, and it's hard to point at someone and be like, that guy won't be successful if you give him all the matches and he wins all the belts and he cuts all the promos. Like, I can't point a finger at anyone in WWE who would fail under those circumstances. We would all succeed to varying levels. It's just hard to speak at what level you would succeed at, right? Like, I don't think anyone would have predicted that Cody is succeeding at the level he's succeeding at. And Cody was one of my best friends for a long time. And I thought he was tremendous and I thought he had a huge upside. I never in a million years thought he would be the fucking face of the company.
The guy.
Right, from like the past, between him and Roman, it went from John Cena to Roman to him, and that's it. Like, those are the guys in the company. I don't think me and Cody traveling up the roads of Pennsylvania thought he was going to be the fucking Maybe he did.
I think he
probably
did.
did.
I think if you don't have the mentality that you are going to be, I don't think you can be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fine line between I think I have what it takes to be the guy and I'm going to be the guy. Because if you say I'm going to be the guy and you have any semblance of how the business works, you're literally just lying to yourself, right?
I think you
'Cause
have
you
to
can
lie to
say,
yourself to get there.
Well, maybe, yeah. Because I know I have what it takes to be the guy,
Obviously, yeah.
but I can't just say with 100% certainty that whoever's in charge of WWE is gonna point the finger at me and be like, "That's him."
That's
the
because the
guy."
confidence has been beaten out of you over the course of 7 years.
But that's
Maybe
the thing,
I'll
right?
earn it back.
Is everybody is a smart mark now. The term is meaningless because everybody is pretty ingrained in what is happening from a backstage point of the business. They know what they're watching is a show. That being said, there's still an association with like ability and success. And to a certain degree, it seems like people think the better you are as a wrestler, it means the more you're going to be pushed.
Oh, 100%.
They
Even
would,
though
they would
people
think,
know
they would
that-
say, I would see all the time, it'd be, oh, Dijak has these great matches, but he just doesn't win. He doesn't win them. If he would win
Right,
the
and
matches, then I feel like we could really have something here, but he doesn't
when
win.
you ask these people, like, hey, do you know that wrestling is a show? It's scripted. They'd be, of course. Who doesn't know that? But then when you say, why do you think this guy isn't succeeding? They'll go, well, he hasn't won a title yet. It's like, what do you mean he hasn't won a title yet? What is he supposed to do? Like, there's one guy who decides that. Like,
It's difficult to process the nature of it. Because that's what we want to do. We want to justify everything.
right.
Oh, he's the guy because he's the best wrestler. That's why they're pushing him. Not exactly the case. In fact, it shouldn't be the case. The top guy should not be the best wrestler. He can be, but that shouldn't be the determining factor. If I'm running a company, if I'm running a business, and my goal is the bottom line is I need to make the most money possible, which fucking I would hope that's your goal if you're running a business. It shouldn't be, yay, let's have the best wrestling matches. It should be, let's make the most money possible. You should not be looking at it from a in-ring standpoint. That would be treacherous. That would be very bad decision making.
We know this because
You need
we've
to-
seen you book in TEW, Dijak.
Right, exactly. You need to appeal to demographics. You need to appeal to different countries. You need to, and all of those people, right? If I'm tuning in from wherever, name a country, pick a country. If I'm tuning in from Finland and I see a fucking Finnish, is that what they call it?
A finish from
A
a
finish?
Finnish person?
Hey, kid, what's your finish?
A finish
If I'm,
finish?
if I'm tuning in from Germany, I probably don't give a flying fuck about work rate. Like, thankfully, a lot of the German...
Whoa. Germany invented cagematch.com. Okay, they really care. That's
Germany's a
horrible
bad example because they do care a lot about work rate, and their wrestlers are very, very good. But I don't know. Fucking India. India's a great example. They fucking love Indian guys, as they fucking should. That's how it is with...
You know who they love more than
Almost
Indian guys?
What's that?
You know who they love more than Indian guys?
John Cena?
John Cena.
Yeah. Well, I would
You know
say
what?
it's probably Great
wins.
Khali, John Cena, Roman Reigns. Yeah. So I don't know if it's specifically because they're Indian, but
Let me get
I would say
When you see someone on television who looks like you, that's incredibly important. We talk about it all the time.
yes
It
and
depends
no.
on where
I
you're
don't-
at, I think.
I don't know if I quite agree with you there because I think that's become
Dude,
Like,
people
okay, so-
talk about representation all the time. Bianca Belair touts it from the
but that's-
rooftop.
that's
representation
different.
is
But
It
that's
depends on the community because it's like Mansoor said. Mansoor is supposed to be the representation for an entire country
Right.
that.
Okay, but
Yes.
okay, but
He
listen,
carried you
listen.
off on their shoulders when you won, Mansoor.
Okay,
It's
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the
they
thing. Right?
cared.
Okay, but listen, Dijak. Even
I'm
when
not saying that's the only
I know,
factor. I'm
I know,
saying
no.
it matters.
I'm not arguing with you about that. I'm saying that even when I was at my most over in Saudi Arabia,
Mhm.
even when I had a lot of Saudi supporters, which I don't have anymore for obvious reasons,
You're welcome.
none of them would have a Mansoor profile picture. It would be
Roman
Roman
Reigns.
Reigns, CM Punk,
Yeah, right. No, I get that
John. You
everyone
know what?
loves the
Why is
winner.
everybody saying "oil up Dijak"?
I think we're
What
getting
is- what
raided
is
by
this?
Santi.
What
Santi.
everybody? The chat is
You're
all
raided by
oil up
Santi.
Dijak.
Yeah.
It must be a. It
You guys
must
better
be a
keep
Santi
it alive.
raid.
It's a Santi raid. If I see that number drop down from 1100, because you fucking, I've been working my ass off to appease the Santi crowd. So if they all come in here and drop off, I'm gonna be fucking pissed. I'll oil up right now.
Hold on,
Don't
let me
tempt
read.
I'll oil up.
Wow, looking
Let me give me
good.
some oil.
Looking good. Looking good for your indie run. Do you have new gear? Do you have? Oh, what you really
what
should
you
have
gonna wear?
is gear.
Yes, I have brand new gear because I was planning on being on Raw.
That's what it always. Yeah, that's what it always is. It's not new gear for the indies. It's new gear for WWE that you didn't get to use.
Wow, yeah. Here's my big pay-per-view.
Let me read a couple more gimmick pitches. For $10, you can pitch a gimmick to Dijak.
Rally them all up. Let's go. Get the. We're all broke now. We
Yeah.
don't have that Fed check coming in, so let's get some donations. I'll answer some questions.
We'd probably make more
thing-
money if we said pay money to ask him questions. There's
Yeah.
only so many gimmick ideas we can have.
Change it to questions.
Lego
Pay money
feet,
for
$10 for all of you. If you were signed to AEW tomorrow, what kind of ideas would you start throwing around?
I know what Dijak would say. How about I win the belt and then beat everybody? You would
how
feud
do I
with your
answer?
close personal friend. Put over your close personal friend.
Ooh, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this properly.
Us too.
I don't want to.
Well, you don't want to sound like a mark?
No, it's not that.
Me personally, I want to see Dijak wrestle Osprey. I think that would be really, really good.
I think
That'd be
that would be
tremendous.
really
I
neat.
think that would be. Really
I think
No,
that would be
it was
a 5-star banger.
It was
I think that would
probably
be
very
more
close to
than
happening in Ring of
5-star.
Honor because he and I were on a bunch of shows together, and we were both in the TV title mix at that point.
I know, but you guys are on completely different levels now than you were
Oh,
back
of course,
then.
yeah,
I
no,
think
it'd be 10 times better now,
Yeah.
and it'd be a great mix because he always wrestles other small, athletic guys. It's very rare that he has like a. Although he did just wrestle Brian Cage, and that was really good. But
I think
Wow.
there's like
Can't believe you watched
15
AEW
guys.
while you were employed by the Fed.
I think there's like 15
I've
guys.
been open about watching AEW all
Yeah,
the time.
I know.
There's a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys in that company I would really like to see you wrestle. I would also really like to see you have your fucking Stan Hansen run in Japan. I think that would be really good too.
That would be really neat.
I think as selfish as I am,
His parents,
I think
his
you and
kids would hate
Brennan.
it.
I think the Towers of Power in Japan would be super.
Oh, we'd
fucking
make
over.
a bajillion yen,
I think Dijak and
which is
Brennan
worth
as
like
a
$1 million.
as a
Well,
giant gaijin.
let's get back to the questions. I don't want to
That was a
bullshit
question.
and lie.
That was a question.
There's what's that?
That was a question.
What? Which one?
No, just answer the question, Dijak. Forget it.
He asked what pitches I would make for AEW.
Yeah.
They've already been drafted and submitted.
And the question applied to all of us. And if I could speak for me and Mansoor, I'd say that if we were pitching things to AEW, if there were communication there, what I think we do best is we fill a niche that we try to find something that they don't have already. And what they have already is a bunch of excellent talent that can have excellent matches. And I think what I would pitch for us is especially because I think we're very capable of doing it, is to
Is shit
have
talent who have shit matches.
to have horrible matches, but have
That's the
tremendous
fucking
character. Because I think one of my favorite
You
things on
guys-
AEW is Tony. I think is
Yeah, I love
incredible, and she's like the
love
perfect package of having these great matches and also having this incredible character with incredible production and segments. Where I think that she's like one of the highlights of all of wrestling right now. I would love to be able to try and do something like that in AEW if given the creative freedom, if given the opportunity.
I think you guys are tremendous wrestlers, obviously, but you really shine and stand out more than everybody else in the backstage vignette department. I thought making it maximum was the most.
Are we getting glizzed?
Yeah, not a lot sticks out in my mind of a more egregious misfire than WWE not taking advantage of you doing these voluntarily. And they're way better than everything that's already on television. And just somehow missing with that.
We did do
And
that
then,
all on our own with the help of our friend
And
Andrew
then,
Carr,
like,
who filmed
kind
it.
of approving them to be under the WWE channel and being like, no, they shouldn't be under the WWE channel. It's just, it's crazy how much they miss. Like, it's like the
No sour grapes.
No sour grapes.
yeah. Okay, so because if I say they, it's like 100. It is 100 people in charge of 100 different things. So sure, I'm burying the digital content creator guy who's probably not even in that same position anymore, and he probably got fired 6 months ago, and nobody knows, and so like whatever, who fucking cares? But yeah, I don't know somebody misfired on that badly, and who cares if you call that guy out? Like,
What Dijak is referring to is when we were doing Making It Maximum, and then like 4 episodes in, a guy in the head of the team that put out the YouTube videos was like, I don't think these are funny. I
Yeah.
don't want to put these on the channel because they don't draw. And I
And
made a
you would be shocked how much that happens. I'll say in WWE, but my guess is everywhere.
yeah, I'm sure it's everywhere.
I'm
Yeah.
sure it's everywhere. Where it's just like one guy's fucking opinion takes control, and it's like, why? I get it. The person who should be in charge of decision making should be the most objective person possible, not the most opinionated person possible.
It should be somebody who
the
should be
person-
able to see
It's like-
this could appeal to these people, or this could appeal to
Yes.
this crowd, or like that's how you grow your audience.
I should be able to watch it and say, "Oh, I don't like that," but every fucking buddy else does. Wouldn't that?
And it's one of the most like invigorating experiences that I've had on the indies is when we're working the table and selling t-shirts, is when people come up. Like, we've had multiple people come up to us and be like, hey, me and my wife quote this episode of Making It Maximum every day. Like, this is something, this is an inside joke that we just have in our house. To have made something like that and have it be something that we had to fight and scratch and claw to even get in a place where people would see it is kind of mind-blowing.
We've had 2 people come up to us at a merch table in separate occasions, on the verge of tears, saying, guys, like, can I hug you? And we're like, yeah, of course. And two people have said, Making It Maximum and you guys as the Maximum models inspired me to come out to my family. I was like, oh,
I was like, that's like real. That's so real. That's like
that's
unreal
real
to
life.
me. That's so
That's
real
real
life.
life.
And that's just what we were able to do with that little smidgen that we were given.
Yeah. And yeah, it was tough because, we weren't on TV and we just really what it was, we just wanted to show the company that we cared. And it's frustrating. And I think, and I think all the talent knows, when you have to beg to do your job, then it gets really kind of fucked. You know what I mean? You want to make the company money desperately, and you beg for scraps. And again, this is not sour grapes. It's just letting you know how probably 99% of talent feel across the board. as far as wanting to do more for their place of employment?
I had to go out of my way to ask to be on house shows. I was like, please,
So did
please put me.
we would beg. We would beg to be on house shows just because we wanted. I mean, we wanted to get better. If there was things that we could work on, we wanted to make sure that we could touch up on it, just in case we could get the opportunity to do something. We wanted to make sure all of our friggin' T's were crossed and our I's were dotted. So we wanted. It's the thing where you want to work so that you can prove that you don't need to worry about getting fired, right? Like you want to work so that you can make yourself useful enough that you're like, oh, now I don't have to worry about getting a call every day.
Well, part of me wonders if that's seen as a negative. This is the Rolodex that goes through the WWE wrestler's mind, is like, am I what did I do wrong? Why am I not getting the opportunity? What do I need to do this? Can I try this? Did they hear me pitch that and think that I'm desperate? Did they, you just Rolodex all these things.
Well, I feel like our weakness was that we cared too much.
I don't know if it's that.
No, that's the job interview thing, but that's what it feels like.
Yeah, we've all experienced enough to know that the more than likely answer to almost everything is that somebody just looked at you one day and said, that's what he is, and that's all you'll ever be.
Well, like, we have a good...
Nothing you will ever do will ever change their mind, short of like the crowd fucking melting down like Daniel Bryan style and completely just hijacking the show to the point where you cannot continue reasonably, right?
We have an opportunity right now to explain to a pretty sizable audience like the way things work in, I think, most companies, right? Is there's somebody at the top and they'll ask for, they'll be like, I want this, I want this, I want this. And everybody underneath them is trying to give that person what they want, but they don't really want to step forward and get their hand slapped. Because like the nature of the way WWE specifically has worked for a very long time is people would get punished for stepping out of line, and you don't really know if your idea is going to be the idea that appeals to your boss, right? So what it's a lot of doing is it's a lot of people sitting on their hands. And I've been in production meetings. When I was on commentary, we would do production meetings, and I would see how these people interact with their boss. And I don't think it's changed entirely, where the boss will be like, all right, what are we doing for this? This is what I want. This is what I want. And not a lot of people going, hey, I think this would work. I think that this would benefit the show. Because I've seen people say, hey, I think this would benefit the show, and be like, shut up, that's stupid, you're fired. Or I've seen people say, I think this would benefit the show, and then get ignored. But then there's a 1% chance that person is like, no, that's a good idea. And a lot of people don't want to go or take that risk, roll those dice.
It's a risk. It's a gamble. Yeah,
it
really is. So on one hand, I don't blame them, because I've seen it happen 100 times. The writers just get, especially under Vince, they would just get canned like every fucking week.
Yeah, we'd get new writers.
It would just be a new writer in the fucking room every fucking day, and you'd be like, well, another one is dead.
My writer made a pitch for me, and she got a 9/11 joke, and then I mean, seriously. So when I first heard that, I was like, oh, me being responsible for 9/11, I don't think they would have actually done that. They couldn't do that. That's insane. And then I kind of thought about it more, and I was like, wait, that was what my writer got as a reaction to making a pitch for me. There is no fucking chance I ever get a pitch made for me ever again.
Yeah, imagine the nails that you have to walk on, the glass.
Wait, do people don't know this? People in the chat are confused.
People don't know.
My writer went to the lead writer, and okay, I know the whole stream we've been saying no sour grapes, but this is kind of fucked up. This is sour grapes. So, my grape is a little sour over this one.
You know what really grinds my grapes?
my writer wanted to do this is very funny. My writer wanted to do a storyline where it was supposed to be a love triangle with me.
This came out, just to interrupt. This came out in the Vince legal documents, didn't it?
Well, there was some kind of lawsuit.
There was a
about
lawsuit.
This.
This was separate from the Vince legal documents, though.
But there's another lawsuit where this is like legal testimony. You can look at you can.
This is legal
I
testimony.
implore you to Google this right now because there is legal testimony or some sort of legal document that
It says exactly this. This is not fake.
Part of a lawsuit. Yeah, someone sued WWE.
Yes.
The writer sued WWE for wrongful termination or whatever, and they were like, "This is what was pitched in a room."
Yeah. So the idea was that okay, I don't know if I should even say this, but Vince really wanted Aaliyah to be in a relationship with anyone.
With anyone? It was like 6 months.
It was like, who can we get to do
Make
a
out
love
with
angle
Aaliyah.
with Aaliyah? And the writers were frantically going around. I remember this. They were frantically going around SmackDown going, hey, can you do an angle with Aaliyah where like you're her boyfriend? And I remember it was like a bunch of people going, my wife won't let me do that. And they were like, oh, fuck. And like one of the angles was there was supposed to be a table match on SmackDown. And they wanted to have the wrestler, I think it was Jinder, pull out the table. And then on the table under the ring would be Aaliyah and a guy making out. So Vince was like, who can we get to make out with Aaliyah? So nobody. It was nobody. And I remember it was funny because we were at a house show with some Raw guys, and we told this story to Dolph, and Dolph was like, why didn't anybody call me?
It's like,
he was like, I'm usually the guy they call for that guy. I've made out with like 20 people. So so my writer pitched something where it was like me and Aaliyah and Angel Garza were gonna have like some kind of love triangle, and she pitches that to the head writer of SmackDown, who I've spoken with and I knew, so this was kind of weird. And she says, "What do you think?" And the head writer goes, "How about instead we reveal that Mansoor was the mastermind behind 9/11?" I was born in 1995, so that would make me 6 years old.
You 6-year-old scumbag.
A 6-year-old mastermind. Kind of like Stewie Griffin, I suppose. And I believe in the court documents, my writer testified that she had kind of a confused reaction, like, sorry, I don't understand. And her boss was like, oh, what, you don't think it's a good idea? And she was like, no, not really. And he was like, oh, so what, you're the head writer now? I guess you get to tell me what stories we get to do. I guess you're the head writer.
No, keep in mind, this is for something that the man in charge, Vince, wanted. So this was a lower rung writer who was trying to give the guy up top something that he actually wanted. And that was shot down. So that's like, that multiplied for something that there isn't any interest in.
And here's the thing. It's like the 9/11 thing, just a fucking stupid thing to say, but I don't think it was a serious proposition. I highly doubt any network would allow this storyline.
No, because they didn't allow the Antifa storyline.
What does bother me is that my writer, who I only have one of, pitched an idea for me and had an incredibly negative reaction that she would most likely not want to replicate ever again. I would.
That's the, what's the word?
T.
No, not the T. The when they say that, like, there's a, what? I need the word to describe what I mean. The culture. That's the culture.
For the culture.
In WWE amongst the creative and especially under Vince. Again, I didn't experience much of it under Hunter because I got shipped to NXT, but and the time I was there did not go well. But the culture under Vince was very much like a God, how would I describe it? Like
Oh,
there
here's
was
an
just
example, right? How many times have people said, "Why the fuck are they doing this match again? We've seen this match 6 times, 6 weeks in a row." It's because they knew that if Vince already approved something before,
Right.
he'd approve it again.
Right.
So that's why you guys got so many of the same segments and the same matches, especially in 2019, which is, I think, people consider to be maybe the worst era of WWE.
It was
maybe
literally
ever.
just a bunch of people who were just trying not to get yelled at by just suggesting, well, we did this last week. He said yes.
Exactly. And there is a very good chance it's because he legitimately did not remember they already did it. I
yeah.
can't say that for sure, but I have an inkling that might be the case. So that's why you guys saw so many rematches, and you'd be like, "Didn't we already get this segment?" Or random shit like Drew Gulak getting a rose kicked up his ass by Angel Garza. That's just because one day Vince said, "I want to see this on TV," and that's just what happened. So I don't know if that's what you meant to say, Dijak.
It trickles down from the top down into this like level of
Because Vince didn't
I
shoot
know
down the
you-
Mansoor pitch, right? It was the writer under, like, a writer that's a few steps under Vince. So like that's everybody. It's like fractals. It's like it's the same thing all the way down.
there was a lot of like again, I wasn't in the production room, and I was just a talent talking to these writers from the outside or whatever. But it feels like the culture was kind of like a oh, you're new, you don't know what's going on. You don't stop trying to pitch your ideas, greenhorn, and just sit back and listen, enjoy it. Which to a certain extent is correct, because like under Vince, it's like stop trying and just shut up, because that's kind of how it feels to a lot of them. But at the same time, the level of the the cavalier attitude of like uh it trickled from the top down, and it was just not productive at
Let me
all.
read a couple more donations. Let me see. Trippy donated $10. I'd love to see Dijak sign with TNA just to invade NXT and win the NXT title out of spite. Would be based. Lego Feet donated $10 for. Oh, we already did that one. WDW. Further thoughts on two newer stars you've spoken highly of: Luca Crucifino and Carmen Petrovic. Those are NXT guys, right, Dijak?
Yeah. Well, one's a guy and one's a girl.
Everybody's guys,
Both
We're all the same.
both extremely talented. They're both they're two of the people who would go out of their way to do like extra ring and ask for extra feedback and stuff like that. So to me, that's incredibly important to becoming a better and more proficient worker. I had the great fortune of wrestling Luca Crucifino on television and working with him backstage in a promo before the television match. And he was super excited about that. He was willing to try new and exciting things to get better reactions. That was his first match where he was leaning more in a babyface direction. I actually just watched that match back yesterday for some reason. I don't know why I was watching it. I was really proud of him and our performance in that match. Carmen is very much the same thing, but in the female side, I'm excited for them to continue to improve as workers, and I hope that they get good opportunities.
That's all you can hope for.
Yeah. Right. But like, what,
Inshallah, they get a push.
right, because it's I could sit back and be like, they're definitely going to make it. They're going to be stars, but they work for WWE. So like,
Damn!
you can't.
Damn.
That's the way it is, dude. That's the way it is.
It's just true.
It's true. If I were And I can't even say if I were running the company, this, that, and the other, because like we talked about before, it's not about wrestling. I wish it was about wrestling. It's just not. It's a fucking business where you got to make business decisions. I pray because genuinely I really like them, and they're people who we spoke a lot, and I would do weeks down at the performance center where I'd just go to class to class to class, and they were two who were always in the classes afterwards, asking questions, uh, watching tape, breaking down tape and stuff like that. So like, I want them to succeed with whatever they do. And if one day they're on WrestleMania and they're becoming world champions, no one will be happier than me. And if one day they end up somewhere else, I hope that they succeed there too. And they will. They'll succeed at whatever they do, because that's the kind of
the way it
talent and
kind of
drive.
the way it kind of ends up being is like a great example. Like obviously we love and adore our close personal friend's wife and our close personal friend Nikki, right? We pray, we hope and pray for our friends and people that we know are talented and good to just get hitched to something, right? To get hitched to something that they care about, so that they can show that they're good and that they can do good things. And that's just not the case for 85% of the roster. 85% of the roster is not going to get hitched to something that's going to get the attention and love and care that they deserve to get to present what you're able to do, right? So for Nikki to be in a position where she's on something that they clearly care about, they're going to put a lot of production in, they're going to feature every week, which is the biggest thing, is magical. Where nobody is more happy for Nikki than us, except for maybe her close personal husband. But like, that's kind of just the nature of what it is. It doesn't matter how good you are, how hard you work, if you don't get hitched to something, or if somebody doesn't say I pick you, or if somebody doesn't say, well, let's try this with this person, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Like
I look at a guy like Gable, and I'm like, sometimes I see people go, wow, Gable's really come into his own. And I have to be like, no, you guys don't get it. He's always been this good.
Yes.
Like,
and it's actually more of a testament. It's more of a testament to be able to struggle and claw through bad things. Like Gable has been through Shorty G, right? He came out on that and is still something that can have a pay-per-view match, right? And still get good reactions. Like it's the same thing as being T-Bar and having to come back from the dead. Like those are, like, it's a completely different game to be somebody who is always, I pick you, you're always pushed. And you can be talented and be that, but to be able to go through bad things and to go through the friggin' trenches and still come out and still be valuable and still be able to get reactions, that's not something that everybody in the company can do, and not everybody will even have to show.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want you guys to know that, like, for the chat, like a guy like Gable, who has been great for so long and only just now starting to get his flowers, just know and like tell people if you see it, it's not a matter of him growing into a role. It's just him finally getting what he deserves. And there's like a lot of people on every roster and every company in the world who are just waiting and waiting and waiting. And the sad reality is certain guys are going to get cut before they ever get that chance. And that's just the nature of the business, right?
That's just how it is. That's just how it is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. There's certain guys who, God, you don't even know how good they are yet.
But thankfully, we're in an era, which has not always been the era, where if somebody does fumble, no matter where you are, if you're fumbled in any company, there are other companies that, like, there was a time where WWE was the only show in town. When WCW fell, when that died.
Hey, don't you fucking disparage the weekly NWA TNA pay-per-views.
There was a time where, like, the way I said that if you weren't wrestling on TV every week, you might as well just be buried and die underground. That's what it was for everything outside of WWE. Nobody would see it. Right now, whether it's, you know, all of the great companies that you can work for, or even just the indies that actually have reach and people watch and see because of Twitch and the internet and places like that, you can be a wrestler and exist right outside of the company or any company. You've got people who can make.
I mean, Dijak's gonna get signed pretty quickly. But I know Dijak has something to prove, so he's gonna do indies as well. Of right, Dijak?
I don't know.
Shut the fuck up. Dijak is gonna
I don't
Dijak's
know.
gonna land on his feet because people know that he's fantastic. But it's like Dijak, you can speak on it. Do you feel like at this point in your career, what is the goal? Right? Because you're 10 years in? 11, 12?
12.
You're 12 years in.
Coming up on
And
12.
something that you've communicated to us and something that we're trying to push you to do is nut up and start advocating for yourself in a way that shows what you're actually capable of, right?
Yeah.
Because
So
you've
speak on
said
that,
you've
because I
said
want
you've
them
said
to hear.
multiple times now that certain people backstage have come to you and said, "Hey, show's real bad right now. I need you to save it." But there's never been.
No, hold on. Let me emphasize that. People in powerful positions in that company have gone to Dijak and said, "This show is really dragging. Save my show."
Multiple
And he went
times.
And
he went out there.
Dijak has never been, because he's a good soldier. He never said,
Never leveraged that
No.
once.
"No, I don't think I will
Never
unless you
leveraged-
make me world champion."
He never leveraged it.
He
never
just said,
pushed for more.
"Okay, Sean, I'll go save your show."
Whoa, don't say his fucking
I'll
name.
say it. Who
You're keeping it
cares?
fucking vague. Jesus.
Who
Okay,
cares?
I mean, we're supposed to get. Anyway, that's the kind of guy that Dijak was. Like, that's the kind of tool. I mean, he is a tool, but that's the kind of tool he was in the fucking Swiss Army knife of what a professional wrestling roster is. And that's why it bothers me so much that they didn't renew him, because, like, how do you let a guy like that go? How do you let go of a guy at his size who can work, who can talk, who can play character, and have someone's best fucking match?
Even if
You don't
not
need-
just, even if not to just to keep putting
You don't
people
need- you don't
over
need-
forever.
You don't need anybody. The reality of a company like that is you don't need anybody. It's who you want. You don't need it. The company's not gonna fucking crash and burn because I'm gone.
No, of course not. But it's like,
No offense to Roman Reigns or Cody Rhodes, who I think the world of. I think Roman's the best wrestler in the world. I think Cody's one of the best wrestlers in the world. I nobody speaks higher of them than me. You could get rid of both of them. The company would be just fucking fine. It would not crash and burn.
The
Ratings would
fact
not
of the matter
plummet.
is,
I think they lose a little money. I don't
Well,
think-
no.
I don't
Well,
lose a
here's the
little
thing.
bit.
Here's the thing. The
Obviously,
company has reestablished itself after Austin left. They never wanted to experience the dregs of losing your top tippy top star, where people don't like. People used to go to see Austin or The Rock,
see Austin.
right?
Yes.
You would go to see Austin or The Rock. Now people go to see WWE, which is smart.
Yeah.
That's a good way to build your company because now you don't have to worry
yeah.
about one guy leaving.
Roman Reigns screamed from the mountaintops that he's the guy, he's the best of all time. The place revolves around me. I made this place. I'll make it. And great character stuff. And I know he feels that, or I assume he feels that way about himself, as he should. He's a very powerful character, and he deserves all of his flowers. He deserves 8 WrestleManias. He deserves greatest wrestler of all time. All of it. All of it. All of it. All of it. He's been off TV for 4 months, and ratings are doing just fucking fine. You could get rid of the top 10 guys on TV right now, and it wouldn't make a shit of difference because WWE is the fucking product. A shit of difference. Ratings will not spike the way that they should.
But
CM
it'll do
Punk
fine.
segments-
You'll never have to worry about
It'll do
WWE going out of business.
It'll do fine.
Yeah.
It'll do just fine. So they're not going to miss me. Do I think I could have added to the product? Yes, I do.
I do. The one thing I do wonder is in the grand scheme of things, and one thing that I often talk about with you guys, in the group chat, which is now No Fed Guys, is that I always think of things in terms of the 10-year plan, right? Like I always bring up the example of the NFL, right? The NFL, when concussions started to become an issue, and they realized that moms in America weren't going to let their kids play football because they were worried about their kids getting concussions, right? The NFL realized that this was something that was happening and would be a problem for them 20 years down the line. So they started going and doing transplant camps in other countries that don't care about the concussions, so that they are guaranteeing that they will have players in 20 years, in 40 years, in 50 years, right? So my thought is often, does this structure, while it works now, and it works very well now, can it stand for 10 years, for 20 years? And when I think specifically with guys like Dijak or like Ricochet, we always say too, where guys who are able to have great matches and lose, right? You need guys like that in your company to make your stars, the guys that win all the time, and that is their appeal, right? If you have a house of cards that's just made out of a bunch of winners, they're going to have to beat each other, and if their only appeal is that they win, then it's going to collapse eventually, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah, to a certain extent.
I'm not saying that you should be doomed to live a life of losing forever for the sake of the business, but
You're putting too much stock, I think you're putting too much stock into wrestling.
I don't think it's putting too much stock into wrestling. I just think that's one of the parts. You don't need I don't need you to be on top of the company. I need you in the company.
It's a piece of the puzzle, but like, it's not vital. Do you know what's vital? Is fucking Liv prancing around making out with Dom and Rhea coming back and there being a three-way love triangle where they're all screaming and fighting.
So we just need love triangles forever.
That's gonna make a lot of money for the company. It's
yeah.
true.
Which is funny because that's what Vince wanted for Aaliyah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I think
He wasn't presenting it well, but
I see Brennan's point in the sense that it's like you were talking about earlier, Dijak. You basically lost every pay-per-view match you were in NXT, but that didn't. Okay, you beat Joe Gacy, but that didn't detract from any time you were wrestling in a big match. It was still believable that you could win. The crowd was still invested, right? Whereas I think that there are certain guys who will have a match, and if they are cooled down, it won't really matter if they wrestle again because nobody really believes in them anymore. I think Ricochet is someone similar who can get somebody invested in a match when properly given time, no matter what the perception of him as a winner is, right? And at the end of the day, you look at a guy like Ricochet, and I'm sure what the company thought was, oh, we shouldn't give you this much money because, well, you're not that far up the card. But at the same time, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because, well, how much is Ricochet worth? Much more, despite the fact that he's not a top guy, right? Because he's going to make your top guys look amazing. But because he's not a winner, because they decided he's not a winner, he doesn't deserve that much money, right?
I went on a fucking huge rant. It might have been the last TV because my last TV was Trevor's last TV. And we were both sitting there talking about it. And I just went on this huge rant, and not a fucking single person in the locker room disagreed with me because I just said out loud, and this is in front of top guys, this is in front of everybody. I said, the way that we do fucking pay structures here is so silly because it's phony, made up bullshit that you guys decide and you make it up and you make up the rules. And then you're going to come to me and say, like, no, you're not worth enough because you're not a champion or you're not. But the whole thing could be solved so easily if you just pay guys based on tenure. That should be fucking it. That should be the number one bottom line, end of discussion. And for whatever fucking reason, it's not. There's no reason that some guy should come in and be a blue chipper and be a fucking, this guy's the top guy and now he's the worst. No, it's fucking made up. So that guy's been there for 1 year.
It's like the articles you always send where it says WWE officials are happy with the performance of blank.
Right.
Yes, we're happy with the performance of the guy that we put in a good position.
Right. R-Truth has been there for 15 years. Pay him the most amount of fucking money. And if you don't like that, then get rid of him. He'll be fine because he's a made fucking guy. We would all be fine with a 15-year career where our money's escalating the whole time.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would argue that.
Yeah, I would be able to retire after that. But don't get rid of R-Truth. Don't get rid of R-Truth.
Never get rid of R-Truth. He's perfect. You should pay him he should be the most paid. Let me get a couple more donations. I don't know if you answered this already, but are there any promotions you would really want to join? And if the opportunity called, would you return to WWE? I assume that's for Dijak.
Yeah, of course. I already said I'll return on Monday if the price is right and the creative is right. It won't be. I can almost guarantee that it will not be.
Especially after this.
No, not anytime soon. I've lost all confidence and trust in the places where I need it the most. So no, not anytime soon. But yeah, one day for sure. And
next question, Dijak YouTube channel when?
I already have one, dickhead. Look it
up. Next question from Santi, if that's a real Santi. Only $10, Santi. I've seen your Patreon numbers. You should be giving a little more than that. WWE lacks that skibbity toilet Ohio Riz for real.
All right. Whatever.
Metal donated $20. This is not a question, but I just wanted to ask Dijak. I just wanted to say, Dijak, you are such an awesome dude. I have seen a few of your matches, and they were so good. I can't wait to see what you do in the future. Very nice.
Thank you.
I think we're all caught up. Keep giving me money because I'm going to give some of it to Dijak. And thank you, Dijak, for letting us profit off of your pain.
Listen, hey, what we're trying to set up moving forward is more of a what would you call it? Like a platform?
An insiders network,
extended universe,
extended universe.
Extended universe where we have programming 24 hours a day.
So I don't know about that.
We did talk because there was a moment where I said, Dijak, when you announce that you're not coming back, you should do so and do a stream like we did, and I think it would help launch a channel of your own. Because I don't want to split my money anymore. I already have to split it with Mansoor and our 2 employees. So, but what we settled on, which I think is even more exciting, is perhaps the opportunity, because we have all these friends that everybody likes. Everybody loves our guys, right? Why not give our guys more times a week? Because, myself and Mansoor, we stream once a week, even though we should stream more. But if we could have more streams on this channel, it would be good for the channel. So I think going forward, Dijak, if I can announce this now, Dijak will be running some streams on this channel. He'll have his own kind of content structure. Maybe we'll have some more Shane streams. I really want, because
no chance.
Yeah, Shane said, "Oh yeah, I'll do it too." I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. No. But in terms of just doing more stuff on this channel, I think that we have an opportunity to grow this platform. And so I think this is kind of the start of that. I really want, because the chat has become Elden Ring chat again, I want Dijak to have to play Elden Ring live on stream. I thought it was really good.
That would be great. That
for Kai Sinet. So I think Dijak struggling through the freaking Morgat would be amazing. But no, I think we're going to get more stuff.
Yeah. What was your donation?
What I would love to do,
message?
what I would love to do would be like a wrestling esque how would I phrase this? Like something where I have maybe a guest or multiple guests and we kind of watch and break down wrestling from a technical standpoint together, while also having conversation and shooting the shit and asking questions and stuff like that. Because to me, that would be kind of insightful and also a fun platform to just kind of talk and go back and
One of
forth.
our streams actually did very well, and it was the one where we kind of just talked about wrestling psychology from an insider perspective,
Yeah.
and people really dug that. That's definitely
Yeah.
something we can probably do more of.
Yeah. So I would love that. The only part of it that I'm struggling with is how to get what I'm watching into the hands of the viewer because I can't show YouTube wrestling on Twitch. So I'm trying to figure out that portion of it because like a watch along is kind of lame and you can't really like break down film and be like, okay, pause now. Everybody rewind 3 seconds.
Everybody, it would be
Yeah.
very messy. There is a way
Yeah.
you're allowed to watch certain things. I think the meta on Twitch right now is a bunch of people watching YouTube videos anyway. I'm not
Yeah.
sure. We'd have to actually research for to make sure we don't get banned or whatever. But
Right.
if it's that's what I said. If it's from an official channel, you can. That's how I understand it. You just can't you can't watch uh, hentai lover 666 bra and panties match on because they didn't WWE didn't officially upload that, right? But I think if a company uploads something to YouTube, you can watch whatever they've uploaded without much trouble because of fair use. We're doing transformative property, and it's not the entirety of the stream isn't just playing old wrestling. It's what you add to it. So we have to
Right.
figure that out.
We'll look into it.
We'll look into it,
See
chat.
what
Hot tub
I
stream.
mean, what I'd love to do, because I don't want to just sit around with you guys watching old WWE matches. That's lame. What I would love to do is I'd love to like watch like one of my matches or watch one of your matches or bring on, I don't know, some kid who's in training and he wants feedback on his matches and watch that. Because that's
You
the
hear
kind of
that, Chris
stuff
Danger? You're coming back for another struggle session.
I don't know who that is. But that's the kind of stuff that like that we do all the fucking time. Like that's the grind of being a pro wrestler that people don't get to see, or the mental grind of being a pro wrestler that we don't get to that a lot of people don't get to see. And I think that part of it's really cool. And we're at a point now in pro wrestling where we don't need to quote unquote protect the business anymore. Like that's long since gone. It's way gone.
They
This
killed the
whole
business.
shows.
The business is a
Yeah.
zombie.
There's entire shows dedicated to exposing the business at this point. So there's no if you're on a stream like this, you don't give a shit about keeping kayfabe. So
You're not gonna be surprised when we say that they determined the winner before the match.
I
But
certainly hope not.
that's
someone watching
that's
this
kind of the
stream right now.
thing. That's kind of the thing that's interesting is people understand that, right? But they don't know. For example, people wouldn't necessarily know how we put together a match. Like they know,
Exactly.
oh yeah, the winner's predetermined, but they would be
That's
shocked to know that we find out and then we ourselves put together the match, and we do so with a producer who runs that up the ladder and says, "Is this okay?" And that we're combining it
Right.
with other stuff that, hey, we need to get this, and this over during the segment. That's part of the process that even the smart marks just don't really know because it's just not. I feel like there's a lot of people understand and they think they understand more, and a lot of things just kind of go out there and they're just understood as truth, which isn't necessarily the truth, you know?
Mhm.
A lot of things go into a match and a segment, and the thing is, like, there's no way to properly communicate who is responsible for what, because then you instantly know who's leaking. You know what I mean? Like sometimes producers will be leaked for certain matches, and sometimes the producer is responsible for something being awesome, but sometimes they just take a step back and let the magic happen. So you never know. It's really on a case by case basis.
It
It's like I said earlier in the stream. Dijak was responsible for calling a lot of these matches, and nobody would really know that unless I said it, unless somebody said it. So I mean, obviously, it's a cooperative effort, But
It's so funny how much a different producer will affect the trajectory of a match. Like by the end of my NXT run, I had such good relationships with all the producers that every match under each producer took its own different form and direction. And it's so fun to think about how matches would have been different under different producers because they wouldn't have been. There are some guys, probably more than some guys. There's probably a lot of guys in WWE, especially in terms of like the better workers, right? So if you think about who the great workers in WWE are, think about those guys. A good selection of them, they want things their way, right? They're like, I know what I'm doing. This is what we're
This is
doing.
exactly what worked when I did it. Yeah.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I love the piece of pro wrestling where it's like, ooh, let me make what his idea is work. Let me take what his idea is and make that work. Ooh, the producer doesn't like that. He wants to do something differently. Let me make that work.
There's a
Let me
certain there's a certain art to getting the most out of your producer, because all the producers are there for a reason, right? All the producers are talented in their own right. They have their own basis of knowledge. Like, I actually think one of the best things about actually being in the kind of performance center setting, especially when you're doing like the live events every weekend, is you're going to have a different producer every week, and you have to have to tailor your match based on who the producer is. No pun intended.
Taylor?
No pun intended to our close personal wrestling uncle, the Red Rooster. But if you did have a match with Terry, you knew that you had to get this thing across in the match.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're going to get yelled at after the match, right? And if you have one of my favorites was always working with Scotty, where if you can pop Scotty, then you had a good match. If you can present something to Scotty Too Hottie that he was like, hey, that's kind of cool. That's over. That's how you win him over. Guys like Steve Corino were also really good about like, hey, let's take your ideas and try and find something new. There's a different art to each producer and kind of how they go about things.
Yeah. A lot of guys get their own like personal producer too. Like they get comfortable with someone who trusts them and just most of the time it's just whoever's going to give them the reins to do what they want to do and trust that they can get away with it.
Well, that's part of it is you have to build that trust. Like,
yeah.
by the time we were out, there was Terry Taylor was kind of known as kind of like a stickler producer, right? But I think there was a certain level of trust that we had with Terry by the end of our performance center tenure, that he wasn't going to cuss us out if we didn't do exactly what he said, right? Where he's like, okay, no, I understand. I know you guys aren't trying to kill the business, and I know you guys are just trying new things, and we can work together on figuring out how to do that best. And that's part of it, is building trust with your producer too.
Yeah, for sure.
Dijak, somebody asked the question, Bacon Incident, I think. They're curious, what does the WWE style mean? And
What
even
does
if it is a thing
WWE
anymore,
stand for?
what is the WWE style when people say that?
To me, WWE style is first and foremost making sure that everything you're doing is for the betterment of the television audience. Before Triple H, when it was under Vince, that was a little bit more rigid in that Vince always wanted you going to cameras and don't pander to the crowd, don't blah blah blah. And I think the piece of it that was missing from that was that the crowd plays a big role in how the television audience perceives something, right? Which is why people are enjoying the overseas premium live events so much, because it's like, wow, those people are having a shitload of fun. I'm having fun watching this too. This is fun. We're all having fun together.
That's why
part
we
of the
go to
deal.
foreign countries now, where the crowd
Yeah.
is so hungry for literally anything that
Yeah.
it just automatically paints. Wow, that show must have been awesome because everybody loved it.
That being said, if you can do that while directing your attention towards the cameras, because the cameras are, for the most part, positioned in what we call the hard cam side, where there's that camera, the other one, and then the two roaming cameras, and you just kind of got to work around it. So that a knowledge of where they are, making sure that most of what you're doing is directed in that general direction. The production aspect of it that we touched on earlier in terms of speaking about spots and cameras and where they're going to be and what you want them to see and what's important and what's not and stuff like that. And then there's the piece of it that's like, if you're generalizing, it's like the slow down and tell a story and that sort of stuff.
Doesn't really apply anymore, I feel.
Not so much. It can. You can do less is more and get more out of it.
I think, and you can disagree with me. Here's a part of, I guess, the WWE style is kind of off of that. You have to be able to work every week, right?
Yeah, that's a piece of the puzzle.
So you can't get like when you think of like WWE style guys, you think of like Randy, right? Randy, he's been hurt,
Yep.
but like you've gotta wrestle a style that you're capable of doing what you do every week, multiple
4 nights in
times
a
a
row.
week, four
every
nights in a
week,
row.
Yeah, 4 to 5.
And that affects your style. Like you can't do a triple double Hava Corona for 10 years, right?
Even Randy, like knowing that the RKO is the most over finish of all time, says, "Boy, I wish I didn't pick a finish that required me to jump as high as I can and land on my back."
Yeah.
Like that's
It hurts him.
like Randy says.
It
that.
hurts him.
Yeah, it hurts him. It hurts him
I'll
quite
be
a
right
bit.
back.
I think that, and that's, I think that's, I have that same charger. I just got a new one though. It's kind of bigger and based.
No need to brag.
I think, like even if you think of like, for example, I think a WWE style guy who's not in WWE, and I don't think anybody thinks this, is like Okada wrestles like a WWE guy. He wrestles.
Interesting
He
take.
wrestles WWE style. Like
Wow,
I know he's.
You're gonna make a lot of people.
I know
really
you're gonna
mad
be. I know you're gonna be upset. I know you're gonna be
You're gonna make
upset
people really
because he's
mad with
from
this
because
thing.
he's from Japan, which means he's strong style. Just because you're from country doesn't mean you wrestle a certain way. That's racist. So like when you look at Okada, like he wrestles like a WWE style that's spread out for an hour-long New Japan match, right? Or an hour-long AEW match now.
Well, I think you're partially right. When you think about Okada, right? What's one of the big parts of his match? It's him doing a standing drop kick, right?
And
that's,
well, also it's a pose, right?
and it's a pose, right? Yeah, you're so right. So it's boom, standing drop kick, crowd goes fucking crazy, and then boom, and the fucking camera zooms out. I
like
I
that's
definitely see what you
production,
mean.
right?
Yeah.
Like Booker would always famously tell me, I only had 3 moves: freaking scissor kick, the bookend, and like this and this. Like that's like part of having WWE style is part of your offense being entertainment, right?
Yeah, like okay, so somebody said in the chat, like, yeah, there's parts where I've seen Okada like kick guys in the face because he has the experience and the training to do that kind of thing. But like I've also seen matches where like yeah, like him and Tanahashi, they don't beat the fuck out of each other
Right.
in their matches, right?
And not only that,
And-
like is like Americans beat each other up too. Like I know like Sheamus beats people up too. Like he's
Sheamus,
physical.
well, he's not American, but yeah.
He's
I
not
mean, he
American.
beats
And
the
I'm
fuck
saying
out of
Western, like in a Western style.
people.
Like,
Sure. There's a Western.
There's
yeah.
a Western style,
Sheamus-
and Sheamus is physical. Like I've
Sheamus
had
was
match.
doing that since like 09, like
Yeah.
you know, like in WWE.
Me and Dijak have had matches with. We had a match with Drew McIntyre and Braun, where the match was not moves. We just pummeled each other. Like, is that strong style? No, I don't think it is.
It's kind
You
of
can be
punch kick
influenced.
style.
You can be influenced
Punch-
by it, but like
punch kick style is like late '90s Attitude Era. But
the
like,
world,
I
think the
they
world is
skipped each
smaller
other.
now. I think the world is smaller now in that like everybody's influenced by other styles, and you take aspects of other styles and apply it to, you know, wherever you're at.
Well, Tanahashi always said that he was inspired by Shawn Michaels, and if anything, Shawn exemplifies that WWE style because a lot of his matches have a similar structure where it's like, this is the classic structure, right, for a Western match: shine, cut off, heat, comeback, kip up, signature, kick out, and then sequences that lead to the finish, right? That is the Dijak, would you agree that's the prototypical match structure?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So here's what's funny. Here's what's funny. When we were in Japan.
Shawn what?
Oh, go ahead, Dijak.
I was just going to say that Sean is still to this day very much a proponent of that. As recently as the Asylum match that I had with Gacy, the one where I jumped off the top of the cage, he was adamant. He was like, "Look, you guys are going to do what you want, and I'm happy to support you in either way. You always have great matches." He's like, "But this match, to me, it feels like it doesn't have a babyface comeback." And I was like, oh shit, you know, you're kind of right. And I, in a funny, if you go back and watch the match, he said that to me, and nobody respects Shawn Michaels, especially as an in-ring wrestler, more than me. I think he's the greatest.
Nobody
So-
respects Shawn Michaels more than me. I love Shawn Michaels. He's a wonderful wrestler. I love it.
Love the we love it. So he said that to me, and I'm like, oh shit, he's right. I need to make this work. So I spent the next probably hour and a half trying to think of a fucking logical, plausible comeback with Joe Gacy of how he could fucking bloom and do this and stretch it out, but still make it cool and lead into these big table spots that we had or whatever.
Without the normal structure, right?
Yeah, and Terry was my producer. So like he's working and he's like, it needs to be longer, there needs to be more bumping, and we're going back and forth, and we're using Sean and so we took all this time, we structured it, we settled on something that we all liked. I was super happy with it, I was super proud with it. We get to the match, we start executing the match. What happened? I don't remember if we were a little low on time or whatever, or if something happened and needed to be adjusted. But I ended up like ripping Joe's head off with like a big boot or something and just skipping the entire comeback that we called. I felt like such a piece of shit, and I came to the back and I was like, Sean, I'm so sorry we skipped over your comeback. I swear it wasn't like a personal thing. It wasn't blah, blah. And they wouldn't even fucking listen to me. He was too fucking hyped up about the fact that I jumped off the cage and didn't tell them. Hyped up in a good way. That's a funny story, actually. I spent that whole. I decided probably maybe the night before, but at least that morning, at most the night before, that I was going to jump off the cage. And in my head, I kept going back and forth as to whether I was going to tell them that I was going to jump off the cage.
Because you've already had like handcuffs denied and
yeah, in WWE long.
What else
enough.
did you had? Was it thumbtacks?
Yeah, so I know what these guys like, and I know what they want to see, but I also know that they're handcuffed from like a
I can't tell you to do this.
Standpoint. They have bosses, and they need to appease different people, and they're the ones who ultimately become responsible for something, especially if they greenlight it, right? So if I say, "Hey, may I jump off the cage?" and Sean says, "Yes, you may."
Hold on, time out. Dijak, somebody in the chat. This isn't he didn't decide to jump off the cage in the match without telling his opponents. He didn't tell his producers and Sean that he was going to jump off the cage because they would say, maybe we don't need I don't think the match needs that. It wasn't Dijak going, Joe, stay down.
No,
I'd move.
no.
I'd get the fuck out of there. I'd be like, I'm not taking this.
Oh, right. So the general thought process between me, because I was wavering back and forth on, do I tell them? Do I not tell them? Do I tell them? Do I not tell them? We were in the walkthrough, and I'm climbing up to the cage, and I go to the top, and they're all looking at me, and I know they're waiting to see what I'm doing. So I just kind of feel it, and then I go, yeah, okay, so then I'll go up and then moonsault off the top. 1, 2, and so I just kind of gloss over it, pretending that I kind of said it.
You said I'm gonna do a moonsault off the top.
Right.
Off the
So
top.
You didn't
Right,
say
exactly.
whether it was the rope or the cage.
Yes. Well, I can go back after and have plausible deniability.
Plausible
that I said.
deniability. Diplomatic immunity.
The community. So because I don't know when I go to the back whether I'm going to get fucking screamed at or whether I'm going to get a big hug, right? It's always a question.
Well, that's the gamble.
When you right, that's the gamble of when you don't tell someone something, is you're going to get one or the other. So in that particular instance, I tell Joe, and I say, hey Joe, I'd like to do this spot. Are you cool with taking it? He's like, yeah, of course. And I say, okay, I'm not going to get this approved. I'm just going to do it. Put the blame on me. Say that it was my idea. And he's like, sure, sounds
Say
good.
you shot on me.
Right, yeah. So that's what I always do. If it's
Dijak
my
just said,
idea,
hey,
I will-
watch the elbow, and then goes to the top room to the cage to do a moonsault.
I will always, if I feel strongly about something and I feel like it's going to get denied, I'd rather ask for forgiveness than permission.
Which is
'Cause
usually
9
the
times out of
case.
10, 9 times out of 10, you ask for permission, they say no. So I do it. I get to the back, and they're thrilled with it. Sean and Bloom are like giving me hugs and stuff, and they're like, "Man, that fucking moonsault was awesome! I can't believe you fucking did that. You piece of shit! You lied to me." Blah, blah.
You piece
They're
of
like-
shit, you lied to me.
They're like, that was so fucking awesome, but that definitely should have been the finish. And in my head, I go, well, if it was the finish, I would have
Then
had
I
to
would have
tell
won.
you. And if I had to tell you, you would have said no.
So there's something wrong with the structure.
Well, because I know that should have been the finish, but I
couldn't tell you that the moonsault was the finish.
Right, because then you would have to tell the ref. Otherwise, the ref's gonna do that thing where it's like
I
1,
gotta
2.
tell the
ref.
But if you tell the ref, they're probably gonna tell someone.
It would have been sick if you would have said count to 3.
You better fucking count.
You better fucking count. Yeah, that's
what
a
I-
little peek.
What I was
It'll
saying
work.
before Dijak got going about just the difference in match structure was when we were in Japan recently. We were putting together the match with the guys at Great, and so what we learned was like there's a fundamental difference in what they want the end of a match to be, to the point where like Mansoor, as he puts together every match, was like, yeah, we'll do this. What was it that you wanted to do? You wanted to like do a kick out into a tag?
No, it's a waterfall.
A waterfall,
Right?
yeah.
So you got drop kicked. I hit the guy with the atomic drop spine buster. I got hit with a Mystico like armbar gimmick. And then as soon as the guy turned around, you would spear him, fire up, tag me, hit our finish.
Right. And this was like the guys were great, but this was like one thing that they would not budge on. They were like, no, spear me, pin me, tag out, and do the finish.
It was cover, kick out, tag, hit the
Yes.
finish.
Oh,
And-
I wish I said it. I was going to say, I bet what they wanted is they wanted you to hit them with something, you cover them, they kick
have
out,
them
and
kick
finish
out.
the strong, and then you kill them with something else.
And
To me-
100% how that Japanese
that's
style
how
works.
that is the style. Yeah. And we actually, because we wrestled the Guns at DPW like 2 weeks before. And Shelly was telling us, because we were asking him, he was like, hey, we're going to be in Japan. Do you have any just tips for, working the Japanese style, working in front of a Japanese crowd? Which, by the way, working in front of a Japanese crowd, I adored, because they were like quiet, but like into it. And you could feel it. Like the way that you feel like, yeah, well, not they're invested, and the silence isn't lack of interest. It actually shows interest. Like they're like,
It's focus.
it's quiet because what are you going to do? Do something, and then they react. It's not just making noise for the sake of making noise, and that's not to crap on an American audience. It's just different, right? But the way it feels like a completely different thing, and it's really cool. But what Shelly told us was exactly that. And there was the moment where Mansoor was like, I don't think that's gonna be good. I was like, this is exactly what Shelly told us. They want to show the fighting spirit too, of kicking out of a big move before getting killed. Yeah.
I was like, why would we cover you, bring the crowd up for that kick out, only for you to kick out and then me tag and then just hit our finish?
Yeah.
It feels like a complete departure when you're thinking about a match as like a roller coaster of emotions. That's bringing us up and then going down, and then we just hit our finish with like me. If I was fucking calling a match like that, I'd have us go for our finish, reversal, push into each other, roll up, 1, 2, kick out at the back, something, and then hit our finish.
The way you and Dijak actually, you think you call matches a lot alike. I've been there for both of you, and you both ride a wave and finish at the climax, right? And the difference with the Japanese structure of a match is, and you could feel it with the audience. Like it feels completely different. Is I hit this big spear on this kid, and I cover him, and like you could see it, and everybody's face is like, "That's it, it's over." Nobody's kicking out of this big American man's spear, right?
He's a football player.
Yeah, he's a real American football player, and he kicks out, and then it's like the reaction is, "Oh, I can't believe he kicked out." And then it's the tag, and then it's the finish, and then it's almost like they cheer for you because you won, but they also cheer for the guy who had the heart to kick out of such a big, tremendous move. Yeah. And it's just something completely different, and it feels different, and it's really cool.
You can experiment with that in America too.
Right. No, that's what I mean. That was my biggest takeaway. It was like, that's something that we don't do, and so much so that it short-circuited Mansoor's brain. Right? Like it was so foreign to us that Manny didn't even know, what do I do? I don't even know. Like that is that kind of reaction still works, because wrestling is a bunch of lizard brain stuff. That point still gets across if you do it in America, if you do it in the right place.
And if you do it in the correct way.
Yes.
I would, depending on my audience, the size, the geographical location, the facility that we're in, how they've been reacting to matches prior, whether I've worked in that promotion before, how familiar they are with me, how familiar they are with my opponent, what level of over we are, what our affiliation is, how they feel about us as characters. All of this goes into the fucking melting pot of, how do I believe this crowd is going to react when I do this? That's what's happening when I close my eyes and I start picturing, is I'm taking all of those ingredients and mixing them together and saying, what is this crowd going to sound like when I do this? You take that, and then you can start to sample with, bang, I hit him with something, 1, 2. Do I pick him up right away, rip his head off with something, 1, 2, and then you can start to hear the reaction in your head. And the more you've done this and the more places you've been, you can start to piece together those reactions until it almost becomes second nature. And you're like, yep, they're going to. And then as you're out there, there becomes another process where you're hearing them, you're audibly hearing them. And this is the listen to the crowd that people are always talking about. You're hearing the way that they're reacting to, boom, you hit this thing, you do this, you grab this hold. How are they coming up? What's the reaction? How do they feel about me? How does it differ than what I pictured? And now you can adjust what you're doing at the end, whether I'm picking the guy up a little quicker, or I'm doing something, or if I'm even changing it and calling something on the fly. That's the process that takes place towards the end of it, that that can take something that's great on paper and turn it into something that's special in production, or different levels of wherever you land on that spectrum.
On that note,
Pending where-
Poser donated $10. What if instead of T-bar, he was freak bar and ate ass and sucked toes?
Dimes. Dimes.
That's on the same level. Wow.
What if? You know?
Eating
You ever
ass
think,
and
you ever
sucking
think about
toes.
that?
From time to time.
Is that it for questions? We don't have any more questions?
We don't have any more donated questions.
You cheap.
You
fuck.
cheap.
Well,
bet.
it's been a little over 3 hours, Dijak.
Are
I'll
they
let
running out of
Dijak
money?
go as long as he wants.
I want to go to
You
bed.
can
I'm
leave.
tired.
You can leave. But
I can leave.
Leave.
leave. Leave.
I'm integral to the stream.
We don't need you anymore. I have Dijak full time.
If we stay up till midnight. Oh yeah, wait. Is this a countdown?
A countdown till what's midnight?
Or is tomorrow your
No,
countdown?
I'm still employed. At midnight.
Oh. Damn.
They're gonna call me at like 11 p.m. tomorrow and be like, "Come to Jacksonville." Or something. I don't know.
There's an
Come to
NXT house show
Jacksonville.
you need to do. Come to Jacksonville.
Whoa!
So the rumors are true.
Everyone is owned by one company.
Dijak, what's your favorite match from WWE?
My own personal favorite match of mine.
That you were in, yeah.
I think a lot of people will be surprised to hear this, but it is now
The speed match.
Speed.
I wouldn't have ever expected this, but it is the you alluded to it earlier. It's the Iron Survivor Challenge match that we had.
Wow. Interesting. Okay.
That match is so special to me for so many reasons. We can talk about it right now.
Go ahead.
So one of the things that I found really interesting about your NXT run the second time was you would discuss these scenarios, right? Where it really felt like you were being added to matches to put them together, right?
Yeah.
True.
It felt like you were being added to matches, like almost as like a player producer, like you were a producer, but also in the match.
You could kind of tell that they would put Dijak in a multi-man match, and it would fucking hit.
And it was like that was clearly intentional. Like you could tell that was like somebody had to thought, was like, okay, well, let's add Dijak to the match so it'll be great, right? So like you were in this unique position, which you probably like you wouldn't have been if you had stayed on the main roster, because you'd be a bottom banana. But like is that a phrase? But like because you were in a position where you were so much more experienced than the majority of people on the roster, you were respected as like it was almost like you were coming back as a legend. like
wow, is that T-Bar?
Yeah, like you were coming back as in the same way that like we had a match with John Cena, right? We had a match with John Cena. We were like, whatever you want to do, John. You were kind of John Cena in NXT.
Wow, that is a massive stretch, but please go on.
Not in terms of booking, but in terms of like actually putting together a match where like I don't think anybody was like I don't think that
doesn't work for me, brother.
Yeah, I don't think one of the kids from NXT coming off of a rugby team was like, yeah, I don't think you know what you're talking about, Dijak.
But no, go on about your.
Tell us about the Iron Survivor.
It's just when you've been doing this as long as I have at the level that I've been doing it, right? Where we joke about it all the time, where I'm like, it doesn't matter at this point. I can have a fucking 5-star match blindfolded in my sleep with my hands tied behind my back, right?
Doesn't even get me off anymore.
If you give me 20 minutes with anybody with a pulse, I can have a 5-star match, right? This is what I've been telling promoters all day. They're like, who do you want to wrestle? I'm like, whoever you want to get over. It doesn't fucking matter. Because I can do these singles matches in my fucking sleep. But when you give me such a pun intended challenge, like the Iron Survivor Challenge, where it's like there's so many fucking moving parts. There's only one that has ever happened in history, right? This is the second time this match has ever happened. The first one happened at the PC, so you only have that crowd to go off it. So this is the first time that this match in this structure has ever been in front of a big crowd besides the girls that happened right before us, but we wouldn't have that to reference at this point
When you're
while we're calling it.
Yeah.
Right. When we got together to do that, because I had a general idea in my head. The producer of the match was Matt Bloom, and so he had gotten with me as he always does. He was my producer probably 60% of the time, more often than not. Not all the time, but more often than not. Because we had a good rapport with one another in terms of putting matches together.
You're both from Boston.
So he would always come to me first and be like, what are your thoughts? What are your ideas? What's your concept? What's your general thing? And from the first time he came up to me, I said that I want the story of this match to be because they told me originally, like the first thing they tell you is here's the winner, tricks up. And it's like, okay, how do I go from there? And so I said, okay, I want us to take advantage as much as we possibly can of the uniqueness of this match. And what is the uniqueness of this match? The uniqueness of this match is that we can all score multiple falls, right? There's the thing with the cage and you go inside and we got to work all those moving parts. But the unique part about this match, what makes it different, what separates it from other matches in terms of psychology, is guys can get multiple falls and they can start to add up. So I said, I want the fucking comeback of the century because I'm going to make Trick Williams in this match. I'm going to fucking make Trick Williams. Because
you're like a savant that needs to be like nothing does it for you anymore, and you just need like I need this rare puzzle. How do I do it?
No,
How do I put it together in such a way that I can reach my goals?
So they task me with this. They don't say, "Hey, we need you to make Trick Williams." I say it myself. I say, "This guy's on the fucking verge of superstardom. He has everything that it takes. He needs a fucking killer match under his belt."
I know, because everybody tells me that I'm fake Trick Williams. It's my freaking name. It's my name.
And I say, what is best case scenario to fucking make this man on this night as much as we possibly can before he goes to the moon. And so I'm like, the fucking comeback of the century is exactly what this match needs. We need to do everything that we possibly can, like to a comical degree. We need to make Trick seem like the biggest fucking loser, jobber, like he's out there for no fucking reason, to the point where I want people to question why
are
it's
you
so
here?
Yeah, I wanted people to be fucking upset and sick to their stomach with less than a minute left in this match and then have the greatest comeback in human history. That was my vision for this because it's fucking fake. We can do whatever we want. So I say, I'm going to take the most advantage that I possibly can of the situation.
It's like the most fake and you can do whatever you like. You can like it's always fake and you can do whatever you want, right? But in the event where you're doing like the first of a match or like the first type of match where people can't even like I was there for the Hell in a Cell with Bray and Seth, right? Mm-hmm. And it's fake, and you can do whatever you want, but you can't end a Hell in a Cell off of disqualification, right? There's rules that people know. I don't know what if you ask me right now, put a gun to my head and said, how do you win an Iron Survivor match? I don't know. So, like in that match specifically, you get to paint exactly what an Iron Survivor match is because I don't know.
Yeah. And I got to do I got to do it so often. It was so fun because it's like Jailhouse Street Fight. I get to fucking invent the psychology of this match. Fucking, what was the thing with Eddie Thorpe? The underground match. I get to fucking invent the psychology of this match because, like, yeah, there's been one before, but like, I can take the uniqueness of this and just make the absolute most out of the different moving parts of it. And so with the Iron Survivor Challenge, I thought of ideas on the play, and I had an idea of the finish. I go into the meeting with them, and I start pitching my ideas, and they have their version of the finish, and I'm like, oh fuck, that's really good too. And I start shifting there were five of us there, and even though some of them were like uh on the greener side of their careers, where they lean on me a little bit more, and they put a lot of trust in me in terms of structure and stuff like that. They had great fucking ideas, and we all put everything together. Like, everyone contributed a ton to that match in terms of ideas. And then it was mostly me and Briggs and Bloom to a certain extent who would take those pieces of it. And now we have to put it all together, not just within the structure of a match, but within the structure of this match. And we have the added pressure of building this comeback story within it, right? So I know that I want to fucking rack up wins for absolutely everybody except Trick, right? I need to make him look like a fucking loser. I need to just bang out as many possible. So it became the test of how much can we fucking pin each other and just kill each other as much as humanly possible. Just pin to the point where it's like we're all up 3-0 and Trick is just fucked.
And that's
And
kind of
then
what's
to add
funny
on to
about
it,
that's kind of what's funny about the structure of that match, because like,
yeah,
a match has a comeback. Usually, traditionally, there's a comeback in a match, but like there's this added element of, can he, like, oh well, he's not getting any wins, he's just out of it. Oh, he's making a comeback, and then there's like another added moment of like, but can he come back enough, right?
yes,
Which
yes.
is like, that's
And
the
then,
spice melange.
and so we're fucking him, and I rip his head off with this discus big boot, and the crowd is pissed, and I could hear the fucking, and then I'm like, can we get the barricade approved? Because with like 90 seconds left, I want fucking Braun to spear him through the fucking barricade, so people are like, what the
He's out.
fuck?
He's out.
Because
Yeah.
everyone wanted this motherfucker to win. Everyone wanted this dude to win. And we're just jobbing him to shit. We're fucking burying him. We're making him look like dog shit, just like classic, like Vince, like fuck him. Like just everything I could think of to fuck this kid, to just make him look as bad
Don't
as
clip that. Don't clip that.
don't clip that. But just like phrasing. But just everything we could do, because I knew that, especially with the added wrinkle of Eddie coming from under the ring, that I could make it look like I have this fucking match dead to rights. I fucking I dropped Trick with my finish. So he goes through the barricade, and then he starts making this comeback, and then I rip it away from him at the last second. I drop him with my finish. I have him pinned, and then the moment with Eddie, and so Trick's down, I think, like 3-1 at that point or something, and then we have the moment with like 45 seconds left, and I know we got to rally off 3 fucking things in a row. And when I tell you that we walked through this motherfucking match 10 times and didn't hit our time once, I am
Wow.
not lying. I am not exaggerating. To the point where we walked through it
At full
at the
speed.
show, and we walked through it at the show and still went overtime
Fuck.
and just said, fuck it, we have to do it right out there. And it has to be right. We can't screw this up. And all of the pressure, obviously, I put on myself, because I put myself in a position where I had to control and dictate that. If you go and watch it back, the whole thing is hinged timing wise. There's layers and layers and layers of timing. People are going in the thing, they're coming out of the thing, people are going in the thing. There has to be this crisscross. It all has to come together. But the most vital portion of it is this last 90 seconds. And I put all of that in my hands, because it starts with this spot in the corner, and then I go to it and I grab Josh and I hit the thing, and I think I got a fall or something, and Tyler's on the top, and then there's the whole timing thing with Trick and the schoolboy and all that stuff. But all of that hinged off of my timing and when I go in the ring and when I grab the guy, and the clock is counting down, so you can't go, you literally can't screw this up, or else the whole thing is fucked and the whole match is just a catastrophe.
I guess in a way you can actually see the time.
Yeah,
like you
it's
can
on
look
screen,
and
right?
see.
You can see the
Yeah.
time, but there's so many fucking moving parts. Like
Right,
if you guys
yeah.
haven't seen this, if you guys
Yeah,
haven't seen
because you
this
have to
match,
go
I
in a
beg of
fucking
you,
cage for like 2 minutes, right, or
I
whatever.
beg of you to go watch the last 90 seconds of this match. I could watch it on repeat every day for the rest of my life because it's so fucking awesome to watch. Because there's this moving part. There's a 1, 2, a ref pull, the camera shot on my face, which we blocked out with the cameras, the turn to reveal Eddie standing up on the apron. My face, the amount of time that I'm reacting to him. I'm looking at the clock as that's happening. I know exactly that this needs to happen at 45 seconds. He kicks me in the head and the fucking roll up, the 1, 2. Tyler's timing off the top, bang, he hooks the finish, goes into the pin there, 1, 2. And then the crowd is coming up. We timed it perfectly so the fucking red lights are flashing with 10 seconds left. Braun, the fucking killer, comes into the ring. He's fired up. He's going to spear this motherfucker just like he's done a million times. And Trick nails him with the flash knee and gets the 3 with 2 seconds left. When I tell you I was on the outside screaming, firing up when this was happening. Screaming, firing up. And I knew that it didn't matter because if the camera caught me, it would just look like I was upset. But I've never been happier in a professional standing
It's
in my
kind
life.
of it's like your magnum opus in a way because chat what you guys don't know is Dijak in such a way that like my first match on the indies was a triple threat. And on the way to that match, I texted Dijak and I was like, "Hey, I understand you have a magic formula for triple threat matches, for multi-man matches. I need to know how to make this work." And he sent me like a couple of I remember it was the one I think it was Beyond with you, Briggs and Mello, right?
Chaotic, but yes, that
It's
was my last
chaotic, yeah. And like you sent me a couple, and I was like, oh yeah, like this is what you were uniquely put on this earth to do, is to weave in pieces of a multi-man match, even more so than your singles matches, which everybody loves your singles matches, but like for you, you're like it's like watching
Savant.
Stephen Hawking trying to like figure out a black hole when you're trying to just trying to work with like people's strengths and weaknesses, and that's huge. Like that's something that you guys as fans will never know, and it's not something that people get credit for. Like we're all good and bad at certain things, and somebody who is able, and Mansoor, I think you do this too sometimes you get too excited and make somebody do a freaking poison rana that doesn't know how to do it. But
Yep.
there is something so important about highlighting your strengths that you have in a match. The melting pot of your match, everybody has strengths. To be able to highlight them and to freaking minimize the weaknesses in a match to make it perfect. And that's what Dijak does in a match like that, where he's like, these guys aren't super experienced. A lot of these guys have had less than 50 matches, right? In that Iron Survivor match, right? How many matches had Trick had at that point? A handful. Like
Right, less than 20.
Less than
maybe.
yeah. And let alone, I mean, I'm sure he had some coconut loop matches or whatever, but like
I had at a PC Live in front of no one but wrestlers. I had Tony D'Angelo's like 6th match. His
Really?
fifth was War Games.
Yeah. Like that was kind of the environment you were in, and to be able to, this is what Trick does really good. This is what Braun does really good. This is what I can do to make sure that these things all string together. There's an art to that. And that's why
funny story, maybe not funny. The spot that everybody remembers from my last premium live event, the triple threat at Stand and Deliver. what was everybody's favorite spot? The fucking spot where Oba came underneath and he lifted us up, and it was the Avalanche Death Valley Driver. When I tell you that I sat down, not with Oba, but with Josh, because my first thought going into that match was, we have maybe the strongest guy in one of the strongest guys in all of WWE, but maybe the strongest guy in NXT history. And that this is his strength. He's
He can actually pick things up.
He's actually one of the strongest human beings on this planet. How do I show the crowd that that's true? Right? Not just like a fake wrestling thing, but like, and I'm going to Josh. I'm like, Josh, how do we show the crowd that this is one of the strongest human beings on earth? Not in a fake bullshit pretend way, but how do we legitimately show the crowd that this is the strongest man on earth? And when I tell you that we workshop this for hours, 100 different combinations of, can he pick both of us up this way? Can he do this way? Can he do this, until finally we figured out how to get Josh on my shoulder on the second rope and have him come underneath and hold both of us up, which is fucking 550 pounds of unstable weight. So it's an incredible feat of strength on his part. And the fucking crowd lost it, and Hunter clipped it and put it over, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But that becomes the element that's so important in the structure of these matches, is how do I make the most out of what is being given to us, right? Because I'm not that fucking strong. He is. He's the fucking highlight of this moment. I can do this, and Josh can choke slam me into a Canadian destroyer. That's what I bring to the table. But in terms of my mind and how do I structure this, and I think that was close to the end. And then even the moment where I eat the Death Valley Driver and I go flying out of the ring, because I know that if this is the finish, this is what it'll look like. And how do I quickly get back in the ring after I fly out so that people don't see the breakup that's coming, because there's so many breakups, and I wanted that to be the first breakup because I didn't want a bunch of triple threat breakups, because that happens so often in triple threat matches. And I wanted the cameraman to shoot it from the side that I was coming in on, so I come into frame so that only the crowd sees me, even if they happen to be paying attention. And there's just so many little things that you can play with these multi-man matches that are so, I don't want to say that they're vital, but if you build them up piece by piece, you start to build something that can be great. And that's why when I go back and watch it, I'm so proud of these matches, and I can say with honesty, like, hey man, we had maybe the best triple threat in WWE history. And if you want to challenge that, that's fine, but we're in the conversation.
But you can talk, yeah, you can argue it. And not everybody can say, I had the best blank match, yeah.
Yeah. That's always my fucking goal. If you give me a unique match, even if you don't give me a unique match, you gave me and Keith, and it's just a singles match for the North American title, I say, fuck it, we're going to have the best singles match in WWE history. That becomes the goal, right? Do we get there? Probably not, but, you know, there's a million fucking great matches. And obviously, like, stakes and how over you are and blah, 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 blah. All of that plays a role. But that should be the goal, right? It shouldn't be. I don't subscribe to like a think small mentality, right? The goal should be best of all time every single time. I don't see why anyone would sell themselves short in any capacity. And if you're not thinking like that, I think you either don't have to, you're in a position of luxury where you don't need to worry about stuff like that. Which is great.
Which, I mean, and that's the thing. I guess that's the thing too, when you're not given the tools to have the best match ever, right? But you're still approaching it with the mentality. Because a couple of weeks ago, or I guess it was a month ago now, we watched just some of the matches that we had, right, with Manny and Ali, and we were watching it. It was like, this was awesome. Like these were good matches, but they were friggin' 4 minutes, and we had to we had to get a lot across in like a very little bit of time where it makes it very
Because-
difficult to have the best tag match ever. But because you
Because at that
approach
point-
the match structure of I'm still going to try and do that, right? It makes special things.
Yeah, because now it's like figuratively, okay, they've put the handcuffs on us, they put the blindfold over us, they've tied our hands behind our back. How do I take this situation and make this the best it possibly can be? That's always the goal. So like when I become on a premium live event and it's like, hey, the reins are off, do whatever you want. You have 20
Hey, you
minutes.
got 20
and
minutes,
there's a
yeah.
championship. It's like, fuck it. Now the bar is best match ever. Now the bar is best triple threat match ever. You give me 3 minutes on fucking Raw with my name's T-Bar and there's no stakes. And it's the third hour of Raw and you have 4 minutes and you have to get this over and here's your stupid finish. It's like, okay, that's the business. How do I make that the best 3-minute stupid finish segment with T-Bar of all time? That becomes the goal, right? And people see that and and you get what you get and you're watching on TV and you're like, that was kind of because it is. Because literally
It
nobody
is
right, because through no fault.
But it
of
was better.
us,
But
right?
it was better than it would have been.
Right. It's the best that possibly could have been. But no one sees that and goes, "Oh, that was the best that possibly could have been under those."
That's the
horrific
thing. Nobody
circumstances."
ever thinks that's the
Yeah,
best
how
it
could
could
they
have
know?
been. It's just
I don't
that
know.
was
Right,
it.
right, yeah. It was just that sucked because yeah, of course it sucked. It was a 3-minute TV match with T-Bar. Like it was like, what do you fucking want it to be? That was a 4-minute squash with Shorty G. Of course he's not gonna look amazing. Like he's doing literally the best he possibly could. You guys just can't see that because how could you?
A couple of donations. LaHertz donated $10. Saw Dijak / Brody Lee at Worlds Collide. One of the best matches I've seen live. Both of you were so hungry at the time. That's friggin' true. Like I remember that was right before Brody left, right?
Sort of. He was not pissed at me, but he was pissed at
At the
company,
situation,
right?
at the
I think
scenario, right?
yeah, he's public about that because this is a guy who's been IC champ. He's been on multiple WrestleManias, and then someone comes to him and is like, "Hey, you're on Access Wrestling NXT guy." Like that's an insult, right?
And that was at
And he
a WrestleMania weekend, right? Or
WrestleMania weekend.
so I
Access
assume
at
he
one-
wasn't doing anything else that weekend. So like, there's a certain level of, yeah, like why am I
he was
here?
he was in the. I don't know if he knew he was in the WrestleMania Battle Royal the next night, but he was in the WrestleMania Battle Royal the next
Okay,
night. Which again is
but
not a
still,
spot
that's
that.
not. Yeah,
well,
that's not something that I'm chomping at the. I mean, I would have taken it honestly. But,
right, but when you've had multiple matches,
yeah,
at
when
WrestleMania,
you've done other stuff.
that's a downgrade. Yeah. So, um, he easily could have phoned that in and said, let's grab a hold and let's just get through this. And I don't want to be here. And quite frankly, most of the main roster at that point, most being more than 50%. So the majority of the main roster at that point, so not all of them, but a good chunk of the main roster at that point probably would have done exactly that. They would have said, Worlds Collide, this is airing on YouTube or the WWE Network or wherever it was on. Less people are going to ever see this than have seen 500 of my segments on Monday Night Raw.
Let me just get through
I'm not
this.
terribly,
I
I'm
don't
not
know this
terribly
guy.
familiar with Dominic Dijakovic. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't want him to fucking hurt me. Let's just fucking grab a hold and I'm already over. The crowd will be into me. I'm just going to say my catchphrases and blah, 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 blah. He was the exact opposite.
And you, on the other hand, were you Dijakovic at that point, or were you Chris Dijak?
Yeah, that's a great question. I was Dominic Dijakovic at that point.
But I assume you got your name. You've gone through the the preposterous friggin' year and a half of doing nothing. While everybody else who you wrestled with at Ring of Honor was doing stuff. And you saw this as an opportunity to work with somebody who was excellent. Everybody says, people like to say, a guy who's kind of a good match, right? People will be like, this guy. But in your case, You were both two tall guys that are very athletic. Kind of a similar like style matchup, but
Yeah.
you had an opportunity to do something special because you were both so adamant about, hey, let's friggin' have an awesome match in front of at the Access friggin' the friggin'
200
convention
people?
crowd.
200 maybe?
Yeah, nothing could possibly have fired me up more than he came to the PC and he was like, dude, let's fucking kill it. Let's blow it out of the water. And I was like, abso-fucking-lutely. And then even more important to me, and I don't know that I've ever shared this before, but it really meant a lot to me that he trusted me because he had every right to not trust me, but he was such a student of the game, and he came up in the I think he's from the Albany area or Buffalo, upstate New York in some capacity, but that was his stomping grounds on the Indies, and so he was familiar with me as much as I was familiar with him, and a fan of each other's work. But when it came time to put the match together, um, he was like, "Hey, what I want to do now and what I want to show and what I want to accomplish from this match is what you've been doing at a very high level for the past couple years." So he gave me the reins in terms of structuring that match and putting it together. And that was really, really special for me because you guys know this more than anybody. It's hard on that main roster to get people to trust you and respect you, and a lot of times you're fighting and clawing, and this guy doesn't want to do this and he doesn't want to take that, and this guy needs to protect himself and this guy needs to do that, and it's like you run into that so much that when you get a guy at that level who's like, fuck it, I trust you, I want to have this fucking killer match, let's put it together, but I'm going to put the ball in your court to do it. That was so meaningful and special to me. And he wanted to do everything I said. He was so on board with everything. And he didn't fucking have to be, right? Like we did and I'm not saying that I called the entire match. Like we put it together, but
But
he
even
he
like
leaned on,
we've all been on the main roster with, guys that are established and know what works, where you're just trying to fit into whatever their structure is, right?
yeah,
Whatever.
yeah, exactly.
I've had this match a
You're trying to
thousand
make this
times.
thing work.
What do you do? We'll put it here and here, right? Which is
Yep,
great,
yep.
and that's an entirely different thing. But I think one of
Mhm.
the great shames in this business is, and I think what you're probably going to see now that you're going out onto the indies and you're going to be I mean, in a way, you were kind of doing it in NXT too. But for us,
Mhm.
when we went, the most rewarding thing for us is going to shows and working with younger teams than us, where,
Yeah,
but we can also like, hey, what do you guys do that works? What's new
yeah,
that works, right? Like there's something to doing old things that work, but there's also something to finding new stuff that works. So like when we get to like wrestle guys like friggin' Miracle Generation or like Culture Inc. that are like on the come up and they're like doing stuff and they're doing stuff that works. How do we mix what we do that works with what you do that works, right? And for Brody to kind of take that approach with you, obviously you were able to provide some, like you were able to add to whatever his magic was and then make something special. Um,
yeah.
yeah, it's a real it's a cool thing.
And he was so on board with all of it. He wanted the German off the top moonsault onto my feet. the fucking dives to the outside. He was diving on me. I knew he did the fucking cool Michinoku driver, so I wanted him to give that to me on the fucking apron, but his foot slipped and he missed, so he gave it to me on the ground, so it was even cooler. And it was and he was like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry, you okay?" And it was right in front of his son. Fucking -1 was there, and his wife was there, and they were both in the front row, and he Michinoku drivered me like right in front of them. And it was it was just so fucking awesome. And then after the match, you know, we came up with this killer sequence with these super kicks and then the spin out into the fucking lariat, and I took the inside out bump, and it was just such this pure respect and admiration for one another. And then the post match, I think he maybe like gave me a hug or something, and that was the first time that it ever happened for me in WWE. And then he had a post match promo that's probably a nothing for him. It's like a digital promo and a throwaway something, but it's like to the YouTube structure of it, like this is Luke Harper, so it's a main roster thing, so it's gonna get 10 times the views that anything on NXT gets. And he spent the whole fucking thing just putting me over. And I'm like, this and then he didn't tell me this, but I heard through the grapevine that he took that match and brought it to Vince and showed Vince that match and said, like, this is what I'm capable of. And like that, maybe the most respectful and highest honor of anything I've ever heard is if that happened, and I believe it happened because that's how he felt about that match. He told
I've
me
heard
as
it as
much.
well. I've heard that same story.
And of course, Vince shit all over it and hated it.
He
And
hated
I
it.
think that was the moment when he decided, like, I don't want to be in this company anymore. Because like that was everyone has their like last gasp with Vince.
Yeah.
We all have our story of like we tried some. I think I told mine a couple hours ago where I gave my last. Did I tell? No, I told it on Sean's podcast earlier.
Not
You
you
can listen to
yapping
it
all your
tomorrow.
good gold to the freaking scoop man.
Fightful. I'll tell it here too. I've told you guys this story where it's like, it was 2 days before the Vince New York Times article came out, the big exposing one where he fell off a fucking cliff. 2 days before that, so that came out on a Wednesday or a Thursday maybe. This was the Monday right before that. I very well might be the last talent who ever spoke to Vince McMahon in a creative setting, by the way. Tommaso's in their talking room, and I've just been in the back taking new pictures in my gear, my new uh, criminal justice gear that's based on his idea that eventually evolved into the Dijak that we have today. At least that vision gear wise. So I'm in that gear and I see Tommaso in there. Tommaso leaves and I'm like, hey, is he done? Is he done talking? Because this is that main event, 7:30 time when he's free, but it's right before he's about to go out to Gorilla. He's like, yeah, he's free. So I just walk in there. And this is my last gasp, right? Like I've tried everything, nothing's worked. I'm fucking desperate. I go in there, I'm like, he's eating his fucking steak, he's looking down or whatever. I'm like, sir, you know, I love that conversation that we had. I don't know if you saw my pitches that I submitted to Johnny Ace. He mentioned that he gave them to you on the plane. Anyway, I was just taking pictures over and still photograph of this new gear that I think encompasses the criminal mind that we were talking about. I was like, what do you think of this? Do you think this is a work?
It's always such a thing where you're trying to like remind him.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I remember that conversation.
Remember this thing that we talked about, Vince? Remember
how much you loved this, and this is your idea, and you're the best, and you're the greatest promoter in the history of the business, and
I was just
and so
inspired by what you said last time we spoke.
This amazing gear that you thought of that's your amazing idea. And he looks up from his steak and he just glances through his shitty bushy eyebrows and he goes, looks good. And then he looks back down. And I'm just standing there like, looks good. Okay, I'm done. And so second last gasp, I'm like, all right, fuck it. I go, is there anything that I can do that you're looking for? Is there anything? I just want to be a top guy for you. Is there anything that I can possibly do to I don't remember exactly how I phrased it, but just paraphrasing, to impress you and to please, I just want to be a top guy for you, but let me know what you need from me. And he looks up again from his steak and he goes, keep on keeping on. And he looks back down. I'm standing there like this, just fucking staring at him. And he's looking at his steak he's eating. In hindsight, this makes a little more sense because I think he knew what was coming 2 days later.
Yeah, he was bummed.
Yeah, so he knew he was fucked at that moment. But in that moment, I'm standing there and my brain's just going, you're never going to get a shot. You're completely fucked. This is never going to happen. Nothing you do will ever matter. You need to give up now. You need to think of something else to do. You need to think of somewhere else to go. You need to... And I'm just standing there waiting for him to say something else. And I just go, sounds good. Thank you, boss. And I leave. And I think we're in Chicago or we're somewhere around Chicago at this point. And I go back to the locker room. And I'm in my gear still. I'm all oiled up, Santi. And I'm in my... Because I just took still photographs like 10 minutes ago. And I'm sitting in my locker and Raw is about to start. And Ali is there. And Ali is like just asked for his release like 2 weeks ago. And they said no. So we're both just sitting there. And I'm sitting in my locker. And he's sitting there. Neither of us want to be there. And I just look at him. And I again, paraphrasing, but I say something to the effect of, neither of us will ever have a fucking chance in this company unless Vince McMahon dies or retires. And he goes, yep. And then we just stopped talking to each other and I think we both left and went home or whatever on the plane.
And it's funny because he did retire and you still didn't get a chance at the company. So maybe it was you guys.
Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe you just didn't show the world.
Me, I'm the problem. WWE does a good job of convincing you that you're the problem. I'm so thankful for a day like today because
it's very vindicating, right?
I'm gonna try not to cry, but like I don't think people understand how demoralizing a place like WWE can be. Like, they've given me a lot and I've made a living off of it. But just that day in, day out of you're not good enough is so fucking demoralizing. I don't think people know how much that fucking eats at you when you truly believe in your gut that you're the best in the world, that you have what it takes to be the top guy, that to just constantly be reminded, whether it's from a fucking writer ignoring you or the boss not getting back to you or another, hey, you're on main event this week. Oh, main event got cut. Oh, this, that, and the other thing, you know. Oh, sorry, nothing this week. Hey, it's travel. You got unbooked. Just that constant reminder that you're not good enough. You're not good enough. You're not good enough. You're not fucking good. You're not the best. To have a day like today where I say something and in my mind, I'm so conditioned to expect bad news, to expect demoralizing news, where I just post something on Twitter and I go, I don't even know. I think people are going to fucking bury me for this. They're going to shit on me for this. No promoter's going to hit me up. My price is going to be too much. My family's going to think I'm a failure. Just all these things go through your mind. And then to have a day like today where it's like my phone won't stop blowing up and I have 200 emails in my inbox of promoters desperately trying to book me. And it's like, oh, hey, brain, you were right. And they were wrong.
Good. They were wrong. They were stupid and wrong.
Yeah. They're just fucking wrong. And that's a possibility. So even though they told you every fucking day that you weren't good enough, by the way, you are. We all need that, right? And there's people in WWE right now who are living that. And like, right, fucking cry me a river. Who gives a shit? Like, we got paid handsomely to do this. My family's very well off because of WWE, so who gives a fuck? But like, that's part of it, right? You dedicate your life to something. Like, you guys can see how passionate I'm about this. I'm freaking out about the fucking Iron Survivor. You can tell how passionate about it, how much this means to me. Like, my brain never fucking stops. It's all I think about all day. So like, take the money piece out of it. This
It's
is my passion. This is so fucking important to me. And every day I'm reminded that like, you're not good enough. Nothing you do will ever fucking matter. Nothing will change that.
it's
Um,
the it's the
can I
thing
please
where it's
can
the
I
thing
please have
where
my job? Can I please have some money? No, you're not even good enough for that. We're not even going to make you a fucking offer. Okay, you know?
it's the thing where it is a job, obviously, and that is, you know, something that you can't take out as of account, right? But
Right.
especially for guys like you, and I know this, and Mansoor too. For you guys, it's not just a job; it's also your art, and
Yeah.
it's what you care about. And to say, just shut up and take a check for
Right.
your art, like you wouldn't say that to a painter. You wouldn't say that to like a musician. I guess people would, but at the same time, like to not be able to do your art at the way that you know that you can,
Yeah.
and to at the same time be demoralized constantly every week, day
Right.
after day, day after day, that you shouldn't be able to do your art. You shouldn't. You're never going to be able to do your art in a way that matters, right? Where you're just counting little victories of little things that you're able to accomplish with the tools you're asked to make a painting with friggin' piss and you're still able.
Which,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
hold on. Now that's been
And
done,
my
and it's been very critically acclaimed.
You're asked to do
Duchamp,
your art with poor tools, right? But you're still able to accomplish something special with your awful tools. And to be still told, like you look at it and you say, this piss painting is still good. This piss painting is still something special that I should show the world. And to have somebody say, oh, that piss painting sucks. Like
no, it's not that. It's that they say, "What the fuck? Why is this painting made of piss? You gave me the piss.
You gave me the piss.
You gave me your
you know
piss."
you know what is the most difficult and the scariest part of all of this is that, and you guys both know this because you're the same way, is this is so important to me. It's all I think about. It encompasses my brain. It is my art form. I'm passionate about it, but it all pales in comparison to my children and my wife because they are paramount, number one, most important, number it's one and then distant 1A is wrestling, right? I I would do anything for my family, and I know you guys are the same way. So that becomes the impossible decision where it's like, I know I have to leave. I know this isn't the place for me right now, but I can't let my family down. I can't not bring the most amount of money for them because I could get fucking injured. I could anything could happen, then we don't have an income and there's a mortgage that has to be paid and these kids want to do their camps and they want to do their fun things and I need to give them a fucking good life and I need to give them food to eat and a shelter over their head. And if I get hurt on the indies, I can't fucking pay for their stuff. So that becomes the part of it where it's like, you need to figure out a way to stay in WWE, even if it's fucking holding you down, even if it's not where you want to be creatively, even if it's killing you. That's where you can make the most amount of money because it's not because I need to be a fucking rich person who owns all sorts of amazing things. It's because I can't fucking do this forever, right?
Right.
If I'm a professional wrestler and I'm wrestling the way that I do, I need to be either all set financially for the rest of my life by 45 or over enough where I don't need to wrestle like this anymore because you can't fucking do it past 45. You can't wrestle the way that I do past the age of 45. You will fucking break every bone in your body. Your muscles will tear off your bones. We've seen it 100 times. It happens to every guy who tries to do work rate style over the age of 45. They all end up crushing themselves and killing themselves. And quite frankly, if you're still in the business past the age of 45, you're probably super over. That's probably just happened because if you're not super over, your bookings become fewer and further between. So like that becomes the end game financially. It's not this thing where it's like, yes, I'm making X amount of dollars, and that's a ton of money, and that's more than any person reasonably needs in a year. All correct.
You're doing
That
an
being
equation in
said-
your head of I have a time limit. I need to maximize the amount I can make in this time limit.
I mean, I think to be fair, Dijak, you're going to end up working in a backstage role, and you'll have a job for a long time.
No, I could. I don't want to. That's not.
I
I
think
would much rather be a trainer than a producer. Producer's a nightmare for
you
me.
would be a really good producer, though, is the thing. Like,
I'm sure I would. I still don't want to do it.
I think you'd be
I
excellent.
don't like that. Nothing about that.
It's a very difficult job. Like it's a very
It is, but here's the thing. Like,
it is
I can
what
understand why
you
wanna
love.
be-
It is what you
I-
like. Everything you just explained right now is that.
Like,
Yeah, but I
it's
need to go do it. I
it's
have to
catnip
go
to me
do
too.
it.
But here's the thing, right? Because you'd be also an excellent trainer. I also want to be a trainer. One day I want to open my own school. But at the same time, there is an amount of fulfillment you would get, I believe, by putting together a match for a group of people, especially if it's somewhere like NXT where they don't have a lot of experience, where when you see that match come to life, I think it's going to fill your heart in a really, really cool way.
Yeah.
Like let's say you don't have to go to fucking Crystal River and produce a fucking a coconut loop, but like if you had the opportunity to at 40, whenever you retire, you putting together a match between 5 fucking 23-year-olds, knowing that 25 years ago you were in the greatest Iron Survivor match of all time, and you going, here we fucking go, I'm gonna put together a match better than mine. And then seeing it happen in real time, I think there's a different kind of fulfillment that comes from that
Maybe.
one day I might want.
And I think
it's cool.
I think the day of your, the day that you've admitted that you are no longer in WWE, right? You have like certain thoughts in your head, right? Where like for me, for example, when I realized it was over for me in WWE, I also had the thought of I need to freaking leave. I need to make sure I've got freaking 3 kids. I need to make sure they're all right. I wasn't on the indies. I don't know if I can make a living on the indies where I can continue to let them to pay for freaking dance class. I have to pay. My kids are in dance 5 days a week, right? I need to continue to make sure that none of that stops, while at the same time, ideally, I would like to continue to chase my dream of being a fake fighter.
The hard thing is that you can stop it, but you never want to look your kids in the eye and say,
I had to
we
stop.
can't afford.
Yeah,
right,
you can. No, I wouldn't. I would never. I would figure out. I would figure out something else. I would,
you.
if I had to work 2 jobs, if I had to start working friggin' driving, which are things that went through my head of, I can drive Uber. I can drive Uber. I could friggin' do Uber Eat. Like, how do I stack up the money so that I can make sure that nothing changes for them? Because it's selfish for me to think, well, okay, I brought these kids into the world, right? But I'm going to keep on chasing my dream even though it's not working, right? So it puts you in a mindset of, all right, I need to do this, this, and this. And I would never do that. But like, I think as you get further away from it and the world starts opening up for you, you'll start to see, it's like, oh, because there's been nothing more fulfilling for me than not only just being able to go out and actually do wrestling, which is all I ever wanted to do and never really got the chance to do, was to actually be able to go out and do wrestling and have matches where that was actually a good match. I couldn't do that in WWE. Never got the chance. But
it's so funny to see people realize that Brennan can work. Like, it's so
like,
funny.
and it's so like it's so like it's the same thing. I think it's even crazier for me to hear you say that you were demoralized because you're so good, right?
Well, we all know. Okay, so that's the thing is we all know Dijak.
We all know Dijak is good. We know Dijak. We tell Dijak all the time, Dijak, you're the best. You're the best. You're the best. We glizz up Dijak constantly, right?
I glizz up Dijak constantly because I'm a fan of professional wrestling, and every time I see a Dijak match, I'm like, that's pretty much as good as it gets.
But for me, I would get to the point where I was like, oh, I feel like I think I'm getting pretty good. But there's no evidence of that. Like
I've seen Brennan get better at an exponential rate purely just from having the confidence to know that he can wrestle, and not being in a culture and environment where he got something over and they told him you need to change that because we're not using you. So obviously something's wrong. You know, like Brennan, for example.
Mind fuck, though. That's the mind fuck.
Yeah.
Because I came into WWE, and I mentioned this already. My last match, I led with this. My last match as Donovan Dijak was a 5-star match at the most prestigious fucking indie in the world, at a time when it was at its peak, on its peak show, Bola.
Before
right?
the star rating system was broken, right?
When it meant something.
It was an actual 5-star match within the confines of there had only been 35-star matches at that point. But so I knew coming into WWE that I was fucking great at wrestling. And I never lost that thought going into all my matches. But what WWE conditions you and demoralizes you, the figurative you know, what happened to me and Manny and Brennan and select others, because some people get fucking the exact opposite, right? They suck, but they get pushed to the fucking moon. And they're like,
I'm awesome. Everything I do is great.
I must be the greatest of all time because there's plenty of that in WWE. There's more than enough of their fair share of that. But what you get and what breaks you down and demoralizes you is you're like, oh, that doesn't matter. What I am isn't good enough. I might be the greatest wrestler in the world. I might think that I'm the greatest wrestler in the world. I might know that I'm the greatest wrestler in the world. And in Brennan's case, I might think I have no evidence. I did have the luxury of evidence. I had plenty of evidence. I did fucking standing ovations out the wazoo in 2016 and 2017. People were throwing money at me and Keith Lee in every match that we fucking had. So I had plenty of evidence that I was a great wrestler. Brennan was just told by trusted sources hey, you're a great wrestler. We would tell him you're a great wrestler. His trainers would tell him he's a great wrestler, but he didn't have that fucking evidence, right? Because in WWE, you don't just get to go do 20 minutes with some guy and do whatever you want in front of a hot crowd. It just doesn't exist.
And not only that, I can pinpoint the moments for me where I felt like I was getting it, right? And then it would be I'd get a rug pull and then I'd feel like I'd lose it, which is it's so bizarre for me as I was a pro athlete, right? I was always getting better. So to have these moments where I'm I could tell you it was when I first started tagging with Swerve was when I first started understanding, oh, this is how you have good matches. This is how you put good matches together. And I was like, oh, this is that's when you start feeling oh, this is how you get those reactions. I just thought I couldn't get those reactions because I must not have been good enough, right? And then to have things start working and then have it pulled and then you're not doing anything. And then it's oh, well, okay, let me do this. And it starts working. And then we're still not going to do anything with you. So it's probably you. And so I remember there was this period of being on the main roster where I was wrestling, but I felt like I was worse than I was 2 years prior because I wasn't wrestling in the environment that I was in. And I think I've told you, Manny, that it's taken me a couple of months to start feeling oh yeah, no, I'm all right. I do cool stuff. And to the point that I said earlier, where I think Mansoor is like Dijak in the way that he is good at focusing on strengths. I think what I really mean is Mansoor's really good at making me look really good, right?
I
Like
do that.
Manny will always put me in positions where I do all the things that I do best, and I do them every time. And I mean, 90% of being a good wrestler is just looking good in the moments where you're supposed to look good, right? So, like, it's just like he puts me in those positions, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, no, I am pretty good. I can do that.
It's all about presentation,
It's
right?
just presentation, and it's
it's
not
like you were
like, you know,
talking
I'm
about
not. You're not dressing up the Yeti for me. Like I'm not the Yeti.
No,
But like, go ahead.
yeah. No, it's just it's a matter of doing what if a booker wanted you to get over. That's how I call our matches, right? Because it's that simple. What would a booker tell us? Make sure Mace doesn't bump too many times. Make sure Mace looks strong. Make sure that he gets his shit in. But don't let them kick out of everything he does so that he looks like a killer. And I keep that in mind every time I call our tag team matches because there's nobody your size at any of the indies we do. So if we have you just wrestle like any other wrestler, it means jack shit. We are going to be on a show, Deadlock Pro Wrestling, with like 4 other tag team matches. And one of them is the Grizzled Young Vets versus the fucking Motor City Machine Guns. We are not going to have a better match than them, but you know what we are going to have? We're going to have a 6'8" guy fucking destroying everybody because that's what I'm going to call because no other
make
match
sure
is
I get
gonna
my
have
comeback in.
no other match is going to have that. We're going to have you hit your fucking flipping spear, Booker T kick, Black Hole Slam, all your fucking shit, double choke slam because what other fucking match is going to have that, you know, with a guy your size? So, you know, just play to your strengths. That's all it is. I'm here to be your Krang. I'm just the brain in your belly.
I would watch the who'd you say GYV and the Motor City Machine Guns.
Yeah.
So I would watch their matches and figure out what they're doing, and then I'd say I'm gonna do this better, and I'm gonna do this better, and I'm gonna do this better, and I'm gonna get these reactions better than them, and I'm gonna have a better match than they are. That's what I was.
That's why you got heat with Kenny Omega. That's why you're Donovan Dickhead.
I was on. I was on a lot of cards with the Young Bucks. Most of them were in Ring of Honor where I didn't have a fighting chance because it was like it's TV and my Ring of Honor run was about as productive as my main roster run when you boil it down. I was given some opportunities and chances, but it wasn't the best thing in the world, in the history of the world. But on the indies, I remember at least one show, but maybe 2 shows where I was on an indie with the Young Bucks, and my mindset was because their whole thing was best match on the card. They always had the best match on the card. And even though I was fucking basically a nobody, I'd probably just started with Ring of Honor, and I was wrestling my buddy who I trained with. I said, no, fuck that. I can outdo what they're doing because they're fucking human beings, right? They're not. Yes, they're more over. Yes, they're more established. Yes, they have more experience. But I can see what they're doing, and I know that I can do it even more, right? Maybe not better per se, but like I can replicate what they've done more than they can. Does that kind of make sense? So what
I can do that. I could do what they're doing, but more.
yeah, no,
Well, because I mean, with the Bucks, and we've, like you said, like they've explained to you, they have it down to a science. Like, and it's a way that you put together the matches, and it's very like, and I know Manny's kind of picked it up from you too, where you're kind of you're painting your picture with the audience in mind, and you know what's going to get the reaction here. And like we said, the crowd reaction is a big part of the match. So like, I guess what you're saying is you're seeing the code. You're seeing the code in the Matrix, and you're like, I could do the code, but I'm also 6'8" and I can do backflips. Like it's
So I would, because like you look at it on paper and it's like, oh shit, that's the Young Bucks. And this is 2015, right? So it's like not that they're not at their peak now. They've been at their peak for like a decade now, but like this was like at the time when it was a fresh idea that the Young Bucks were like the attraction in all of professional wrestling. So it was like nobody's gonna out wrestle these guys. They're the fucking best. They're always gonna have the best match on the card. They always do. That's a fact. End of story. So I would watch that and I would observe it, and I was on enough cards with them where it's like, okay, they have so much more experience with me than me. They're so much more athletic than me. They have so much more experience with structure and pops and the crowd and timing and this, that, and the other thing. False finishes. Why do these false finishes get great reactions? How do they parlay that into the next false finish? And I would just watch them and I would study them and then I would replicate. So basically steal. I would steal what they were doing.
You're a
Not
thief.
moves, but just like
No, you're the
concept.
structure.
And
We say
concepts,
all the
like,
time, we don't call, like, when we're like in the first draft of when we're calling a match, there's not a lot of moves called. It's a lot of like feelings, right? It's a lot of
like I would
it's the reason why you call stuff the way you do, where you're not necessarily thinking of moves. You're thinking of hit.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Oh.
Well, back in that time frame, I would watch Young Buck matches because I'm like, these are the best, and I need to see what the best is doing. And they would do in WWE, the terminology always got reversed to me because they would call a waterfall. They would say, "Oh, let's do a waterfall here," and then it would be what my perception of an elevator was. Because to me, an elevator was like a move, and then another person runs in, and a move, and another person runs in, and then a move, and then another
You're
person runs in, and then a
elevating.
move. Yeah, it was always an elevation of things happening. In WWE, people always called that a waterfall, and I never understood why. Because to me, a waterfall was just like gallons of moves just flying up. So to me, the Young Bucks would always do what I referred to as a waterfall, which would be the sequence closer to the end of the match, where like one of them would catch a kick and they'd throw it into the other one, and he'd catch it, and they'd super kick one guy, and then the other one would come out of nowhere and he'd throw it in the ref, and the ref would catch it, they'd kick him, and it'd just be this bang, bang, where the crowd's like, oh, 1, 2, and then they keep it going. So it'd just be this sequence of escalation, and be fast. So I'd watch them do that, and I wouldn't say like, oh, they did super kick and catch and throw, but I'd watch that and I'd say, here's the sequence of moves that they did. I can do that. I'm just gonna do fucking more of them because I'm gonna get bigger reactions than they are, and that's what I would fucking do. So I'd be on these shows, or one show specifically that sticks out to me that I remember, and they're having their match, and then we went on afterwards, and I'm like, I'm just gonna take their structure, I'm gonna take their concept of what a professional wrestling match is and just do fucking more of it. And me and my buddy Mikey Webb, who we ended up tagging later and we're still good friends, we ended up having, it's arguable, right? It's subjective, but we were getting louder reactions and more reactions than the Young Bucks because I was just spamming fucking cool false finishes in front of a crowd that was looking for that. And I just said, I'm gonna do fucking more of them than they did. And even though it's like,
was Matt and Nick ever like, did they ever talk to you about that?
we talked about it constantly. I wrestled them three or four times. And one time I wrestled them and AJ Styles in a 6-man tag, and we would talk constantly about structure and feel and thought process, and how I thought that they were fucking spectacular, and how I still to this day feel like they get a bad rep of being like these spot monkeys, because I don't think they're spot monkeys at all. I think that they're fucking extremely talented and they do a great job of selling. I think that they just took a concept that existed in that 2008, 2009 Motor City Machine Gun era, which they credit the Machine Guns for sort of creating that style. And they took that and they watched the Motor City Machine Guns and they just did more of it. So all I've done is I've taken what they did and done more of it, and they go back and forth, and now they're like, well, now we need to do more of it. So they do a match with fucking Osprey when we were on the UK tour where they're doing all that shit, and then there's springboard cutters in the top, and the crowd's going fucking ballistic, and it would be this sort of, not to say that I was pushing the Young Bucks, as I was not, but they would push themselves in an aspect in terms of sequences and how much they can do
It's
and
always
what
getting
they can.
bigger. It's always doing more. Yeah. It's,
Right, exactly. Yeah. But within the realm of we need to do this right and properly, and we need to structure it correctly and get these proper reactions. So uh I would never submit to saying, oh, they're gonna have a better match than us. Because that's not set in stone. Nobody fucking came down from the heavens and dictated that the grizzled young veterans have to have the best match on the card. You're more than capable of having a better match than them. You just need to figure out what that fucking crowd is looking for and give them twice as much, depending on how much time you have, right?
I think where our mentality is a little bit different. And I think I don't know if I've said this to you, Dijak, but I've definitely said it to Manny. I remember we had a match in Paris, right? Where Ali had just had a match there a few months prior. And before our match, I said, man, it's got to be exhausting to be Ali, right? Where you have to, like, your thing is you've got to have the absolute best work rate match on every card. Like, that is your thing. That is why you're there, is to have the absolute best match. When I think our thing and our survival tactic is we have the most fun match. Like there's a difference. Like there's a difference in people. Like we've been on cards where people are like, I think people have had technically better matches than us. But everybody came up to our table and were like, you guys had our favorite match. You guys are so much fun. And I think that's something we bring to the table that I think we can do forever. And yeah, I think there's something to elevating and having that competitive spirit. I got all my competitive spirit off, in football. I just want to be a silly guy. I just want to have fun. But and I feel like when
I think at the end of the day, like if people remember your match as being the high point emotionally of their night, then that's the most important thing, right?
because that's what I think has changed since you started, Dijak, is you
don't
were
have
in
to-
that.
you don't have to convince me that wrestling doesn't matter.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just
no,
talking
for
about
sure. But I think what's different now,
I'm talking
right?
about for personal gratification, right?
What's different now, because you were
You can-
there
you
in
can
those early stages of everybody pushing things to the limit.
Mhm.
I think the limit's been reached. I think, and maybe that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna find a way to go beyond the limit. But I feel like being on a lot of these indie shows and seeing all these really talented guys that have kind of copied that model of let's
Well,
do more.
let me tell you something. This isn't hyperbole on my own behalf. My limit hasn't even been fucking remotely scratched. Like not even. Let's think about my most recent run in NXT, where most people objectively who are fans of professional wrestling would watch most of my premium live event matches and even a good share of my television matches, certainly the ones that went over 10 or 15 minutes, and say that those were some of the best matches of the year, right? um the longest match that I had in WWE ever was me and Keith at about 23 minutes. Second longest, I think, was me and well, that's not true. The Iron Survivor Challenge was 30 minutes,
Yeah, I was
right?
gonna
But
say,
that's
are you not counting like I don't know those weird matches with like pods or whatever?
yeah. So, and again, that's my favorite match of all time. Also, the longest match I've ever been in WWE, but not like my match, right? That
So
was
what
like
you're saying
5
is you
different.
want to have hour-long New Japan matches.
I'm saying that if you give me, I've I, I've never even had a 30-minute match, but if you gave me 30 minutes, I could fucking take all this shit to a whole new level.
We
'Cause
did it.
that's-
We did it, Manny. We've beaten the cuck out of him. Because like a week ago, you were like, wrestling doesn't matter. Now he's like, yeah, this isn't even my final form. I'm going to have 80-star matches. So there is no limits. The only limit is what I decide.
there's no you don't need to convince me that wrestling doesn't matter, because it doesn't, right? But I've been very adamant that to me it does matter. So these are my own personal fulfillments. Also, I'm in a structure and a space now where that sort of performance can have more resounding impact, right? So even though it's 2024 and good matches are a dime a dozen, right? Like you can, there'll be a fucking 5-star match this Sunday. I'm sure of it, right? Like, why wouldn't there be?
Because the scale's broken.
Like, well, but just everybody's so good, and if you give guys enough time and stakes, it's not that hard, right? I mean, it is hard. It takes years of dedication and practice, but like at the level that some of these guys are at, for them, it's kind of a walk in a park at this point. That being said, in a lot of the non-WWE sectors of current day professional wrestling, performances like that can be influential to the way that you are being booked in a way that is more prevalent than in yesteryear or in different companies, if that makes sense.
I would say that a really good performance can make your career. I think it did for guys like even a long time. No, I think it's true. I think it made Randy. I think Randy's a guy who was made by good performances, like good matches.
So yes and no.
It has to be special because like there's so many great matches that happen every week now. It has to be more than just a good match.
They need to go. They need to go as a it needs to be the icing on the cake. That's what it is, right?
Sure.
It needs to be the complement to your sandwich of I'm a character and I'm a champion and I'm fucking awesome and everybody loves my catchphrases and whatever other thing that people can tangibly sink their teeth into that's not good matches.
Right.
If you can complement those with good matches as well, then you're fucking golden.
Yeah.
If all you have is good matches and you just kind of fucking lose and meander with the good matches, I'm the perfect testament to that's not quite enough.
The final testament. Before I go, because I'm tired as fuck, I want to say to the chat, do you guys want something weekly where Dijak watches either a match of his or another match and breaks it down? Because I think people really liked you talking about Iron Survivor. If we can go through your matches in a way, yeah, I think people really, as you were talking about it, I saw people
were going nuts. And I don't think it's anything that they have access to anywhere else. I think it's something that we can uniquely provide.
Right. It feels kind of unique.
So let's figure that out.
Not that I want to go through my own matches and break them down because that'll be fucking weird. But
that's what you kind of did. Like that's
you did.
Like I want to start with Iron Survivor. I want you to go through Iron Survivor and break it down and talk about your process because I think that's interesting. I don't think many people do that. So I think people want to see it because if you just watched another match, who knows who called what, Who knows,
Right.
like, what was a booker's decision, what was a wrestler's decision?
But we
Which
can't.
is why I think you do have something where like, oh, you get somebody, you bring somebody on and watch a match with them too, because then you
Bring
have
somebody
that
on who was
inside.
in the fucking match with you.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Iron Survivor Challenge is a good starting point because that was on
It'll be
Peacock
hard
less
to
than a year ago.
figure out how to watch. Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't
Fair
think
enough.
we can just play Peacock things,
No,
right?
definitely not. No.
Yeah, that's definitely illegal. So
Yeah.
it's
figure
not
it
on
out.
YouTube in any capacity. So I don't think that one's happening.
Sometimes they upload full matches, but
There's plenty of my full matches uploaded. Like we could do
Yeah,
me and Keith from Takeover. We could do that's up there. Maybe it is uploaded. Sometimes they recently uploaded some of my like they just uploaded me and Elia from Battleground. So that one's up there full.
yeah, yeah.
There's something to it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to bed. But Dijak, before I go, I just want to say, obviously more than anyone I've seen, you're going to be the most fine out of anybody. Because, like you said before, all you need is time. That's literally the only thing that you need.
And the only thing that you weren't given.
It's the only thing you need, and it's the only thing you weren't given. And when you were given it, it was fucking fireworks. So I think anybody with two brain cells to rub together can see that when you are given the opportunity, you're going to make them money. It's very simple. It's really
Which is
simple
why we
as
kept
that.
telling you to leave.
And you're going to incite people to come back to the show. And you're going to make them want to come back to see you. And it's really just as simple as that. That's the science of professional wrestling. And I think you've got it figured out more than people know. That being said, boring.
Vintage Dijak.
Classic.
Well, I guess we can figure out if chat wants anything else. Give Dijak money. Otherwise, Dijak would literally go on forever, for eternity. His kids are asleep.
Yeah.
He's going to be up in the group chat for the next 4 hours.
I can't believe all these I can't believe I have to answer all these emails.
I can't believe I keep getting booked.
No, it's just it's such a taxing thing to like.
It really is, and it slows down, unfortunately. But there is let's Lego Feed donated $10. Now talk crap about Mansoor. No, he didn't. We only talk crap to his face. We talk plenty of crap to his face. Yeah, it's very overwhelming in the first days and weeks and months, but you get it. You get it. You were on the indies before. You weren't like super desired on the indies as much as you are now, but
yeah,
it's a good thing. And the first time you I swear that's what the best thing for us has been, working with like new people, like people you haven't heard of. That's what's been really cool. Like we've had our dream matches with the Motor City Machine Guns. We've wrestled plenty of like great people, but I found that some of the most rewarding things, at least as like a lover of pro wrestling and somebody who like enjoys this and like seeing new things and hearing new perspectives. Like I was always of the mindset in the old Performance Center days, right? Where, we had all these indie guys that were kind of doing, kind of like you said, like a variation of the same pushing the limit forward style. I was always very interested just to, because, I wasn't training anybody, but just being around a ring and being around somebody who's not from that environment or from a different environment, and be like, oh yeah, let's, like, what do you think? Like, these are the things that make good wrestling. What do you think would make a good wrestling? When you like Bianca was a great example of that, where Bianca obviously didn't have an independent background, came from friggin' track and field or like CrossFit,
Yeah, both.
and had to kind of figure out what makes a good wrestling for her. And to get like that different perspective and to take that in, it keeps the to nerd out at you for a second, Dijak. In the world of anime, right? Hayao Miyazaki, who makes he makes Studio Ghibli movies. It's like the Disney of anime, right? He makes these like critically acclaimed films. They're beautiful animation, and he's disgusted with the state of the anime industry. He hates it because what he thinks it's become is this snake devouring its own tail of
Ooh.
I'm just reproducing what inspired me, and we're losing track of the actual inspiration because it's like a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy, and it loses itself because like you just end up with this nothing blob that's inspired by something that's inspired by something that's inspired by something that's inspired by something, and you've lost like the original root of the inspiration, which is very rarely in anime and in wrestling. It's very rarely wrestling. It's usually something else. It's usually something.
Yeah.
It's like for Miyazaki specifically, he was inspired by like being in the forest in summer. He wasn't inspired by another anime artist. He was inspired by like the feeling that he got when he was lost in the woods, right? Like that's what he made shows or movies about. So where you lose like the root inspiration of what you're doing, I think you start there's a need for like I don't know like the real thing again. I don't know. That's my anime and wrestling are the same thing. You'll learn it one day. I'm gonna feed you.
Easy.
I'm gonna feed you more.
I would love nothing more than for the I've always lobbied for the inclusion of uh, multiple theories and styles within the context of the same match. I think that there's this separation amongst professional wrestlers and even the community that like you're either work rate or you're entertaining or you're funny or you're technical and that's your style and that's what it is. And I think that we have such an open art form.
It's very limiting to just box yourself into one.
Yeah, you can
Such a
do
small.
all
You
of it.
can do anything in wrestling, right?
You can do all of it at the same time. Like it always bothered me when guys are like less is more or learn to work a hold or you're not getting the most out of this thing. And my thought process was always why not do all of it? Why not do fucking cool moves and sell and uh work
And drama and
and
production
drama
and
and
yeah.
faces. And if it fits, you can do comedy at the same time. Why not do fucking all of it? Right? Why does it have to be one or the other? Why do I have to either do a fucking million spots and flips or be a really solid technical worker? Like there's different ranges of it, right? Like Randy does like two moves or something. He's super over because he's one of the best facial guys and footwork guys and working guys in the world. And then on the other hand of it, the fucking whoever, pick a young tag team that does a bajillion fucking moves and they're going through all of it and they're speeding through and there's lots of no selling and stuff. Why can't we do all of it if that's what we're liking and that's what we're feeling in that moment, right? You don't have to. But why not do a fucking cool spotty match where you're also selling while you're doing fucking spot? Like, I feel like there's this weird thing where it's like, oh, I'm an entertainer. I'm just gonna do my entertaining things and I'm gonna capture the crowd. Do that and have the fucking best match. Do that and fucking if that's what you want to do, right? Like, no one's, at the end of the day, just do what makes you happy and make as much money as you want to make. But if it fulfills you to be competitive and to satiate that and to get these reactions from the crowd that make you feel good and build your adrenaline and build your confidence and whatever, do all of it. Do all of it all at the same time.
Tyler
Fucking
Failis wants to know if he has to change the name on his tattoo.
What's the tattoo say?
I assume he's one of the guys that you branded with your name. No, I don't think you have. You don't. His name's still Dijak. I think you're safe.
Yeah, my name's never going to stop being Dijak.
It could.
I just have to put a first name in front of it now.
What if you get married?
What?
What if you get married to a powerful man?
Are you proposing to me right now?
I am not a powerful man.
No, yeah, I think I'm Dijak forever at this point. I'm pretty confident that I wouldn't accept any sort of deal.
You would hyphenate.
Yeah. You'd have to offer me quite a bit of money to change my name from Dijak.
It's a powerful man.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's paying me $1.5 million to be T-Bar again. I don't think that. I think that ship has sailed.
Yeah, well, T-Bar, it could work. Everything can work.
It can something.
Everything can work.
All right, let's wrap it up.
Let's wrap it up. Dijak, do you have any final thoughts as you enter your final day as an employee of the WWE? Not an employee, sorry, an independent contractor.
Yeah.
An independent contractor that can only work for one company.
Yeah, whatever thing they come up with. Thank you guys for the support. I appreciate everything. Thank you for coming on here and listening to me yap and ramble and vent a little bit and just kind of talk and process and have a lot of fun. I love to talk and I love to be around my friends, and I'm excited that I get to do a shitload of that more, because almost all of my best memories in WWE outside of the ring involve everybody who's on this podcast. So and everybody who's in my group chat. So I'm super excited that I get to make more of those memories, because there was part of me that wondered if it would ever happen again. So I'm very lucky in that sense, and I'm very excited for it.
See, that's how I know that you're new to the indies, because you didn't put over your cameo, you didn't put over your booking email, you didn't put over anything. You just
nobody in this
you just were a sap. Put over your
a
stuff.
lot of promoters in the chat. If you're a promoter in the chat, type P.
I mean, there's a lot of people in the chat right now. You could have a promoter, and actually, what you're going to find is a lot of the promoters are kind of just kids on the internet now.
Well, shit. All right, the new booking email, which is flooded, so I probably won't get back to you until fucking next week. But as of right now, I'm still taking bookings. It is bookdijak@gmail.com. bookdijak@gmail.com. All my socials are still at Dijak WWE, Dijak WWE. I don't know when that'll change.
I think because now you pay for your check mark, I think you can just change it.
Yeah, it says you lose the check mark for a little bit, so I don't know.
You lose it. So I've lost it because you lose it when you change your friggin' profile picture for some reason.
Also, I don't know what I want to change it to, right? Because like forever, my Twitter was at Donovan Dijak. I don't even think that's available anymore, because I think someone else either took
one
it
of the role players.
Yeah, or they're placeholding it for me or whatever. And then it became at Dijak Dijakovic WWE, and then it became at T-Bar Retribution. Now it's at Dijak WWE. My brother actually owns the Twitter account at Dijak, so he gets fucking a million tweets.
Why
that
don't
are
you
all
steal it
thinking-
from? Why don't you bully him out of it?
He's offered it to me. I don't know.
At Dijak kind of goes hard, and it's very hard to get such a short name.
I'm also not just Dijak anymore, and I can't be just Dijak. Like
You
WWE
can't?
owns.
You can't be your shoot last name?
I signed over the concept of. I don't know how this will stand up in court,
Mansoor is still Mansoor. Just Mansoor.
I signed a document when I went to NXT that said that WWE, in terms of a professional wrestling space, owns the intellectual property of just Dijak.
But
If
not
I want to be
Twitter.
Bill Dijak or Fred Dijak,
Bill
or Chris
Dijak.
I can be that, but I can't be just Dijak. And I think the only way that they can properly enforce that is for like graphics and t-shirts and stuff like that, where it's tangibly just a word. Because like if you're calling me fucking Dijak, like obviously that's the last name of Donovan Dijak. So you can't be like, you said Dijak, you only said Dijak. You have to say
But
a
also,
first
you
name every
could
time.
your Twitter name could be Dijak WWE forever. They're never gonna come at you.
Yeah, I'm not. If something else pops up and someone else wants to fucking sign me, I'm happy to change those letters. But yeah, for the time being, I'm not super worried about it.
Chat, tell me who you want me to raid.
Raid.
I miss the War Raiders. I miss those guys.
Me too. I got nice texts from them today. Boring.
Yeah, that's how we do it. Is Big Body Javi on? If he's on, I'll raid him. What's his account? At Big Body Javi. Okay. He's gonna get a big ol' raid. /raid. Big. Oh, is it the Big Body Javi? And stick around for him too. He's great. We love him. Gosh dang it. I gotta log in. Hold on. Stay. If I can remember my password. Gosh dang it, friggin' SMS code. Stay. Every one of you better go.